Doze. I'm the president of the Belgium Senate, and I have now the privilege to be your president for the next few hours. So we have still some very interesting talks. I would suggest that we continue our travels and that we continue on changing the world today. So I will be strict regarding to the minutes that we can speak. So let's begin with the first speaker, and this is the speaker from Poland. I'll give you the floor. After that is the speaker from Belarus. Here you are.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Ladies, gentlemen, dear fellow parliamentarians. Of course, I am perfectly aware that we are facing different problems in different regions and countries. But if I am to be credible talking about the subject of this assembly, I need to speak about the issue that concerns my part of the world most, which today is the unlawful Russian aggression against Ukraine. But actually, it's not only my part of the world. One of the effects of this unlawful aggression is the food crisis that affects many countries on the African continent and elsewhere. It also creates a very dangerous precedent for those countries all over the globe which may be concerned about the potential threats for their sovereignty. Any discussion regarding peaceful coexistence, which is the topic of this debate, must be based on truth and facts if it's going to be anything more than a casual small talk. We've heard yesterday, the day before, and even probably we'll hear in a moment, claims that have nothing to do with the actual reality. So let me be clear. There is no crisis in Ukraine. There is no civil war going on there. This is, by the way, an extremely disgusting and bold lie. There are no two points of view, as the Russian delegates would like us to believe. There's just a barbaric aggression carried out by Russia. There are attacks on civilian infrastructure. There are rapings of women and children as means of war. Can you imagine what kind of monster rapes a child? Children are also being kidnapped, taken away from their parents and sent to Russia. Ladies and gentlemen, this is genocide. This is the exact definition of genocide. Our goal as parliamentarians should be restoring the rules-based order, upholding the international law, and bringing those responsible for war crimes and crimes against humanity to justice. I encourage you all to work towards achieving those goals, because it's impossible to talk about peaceful coexistence without having that. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your speech. So now I give the floor to Belarus.
Уважаемая госпожа председатель, уважаемые коллеги, сегодня мир переживает глобальные перемены, деформирована система международной безопасности, обостряются существующие, возникают новые конфликты и кризисы. Межгосударственные отношения подвергаются вызовам и испытывают дефицит диалога, взаимоуважительного сотрудничества. В этом контексте важно напомнить об инициативе президента Беларуси Александра Лукашенко о запуске глобального процесса в духе конференции в Сан-Франциско. Итогом этого процесса должны стать ясные и прозрачные договоренности о правилах нового мирового порядка, который обеспечит гарантии безопасности всем членам международного сообщества. Беларусь всегда являлась донором региональной безопасности. Под эгидой ООН и других международных организаций в Беларуси проведен ряд мероприятий высокого уровня по вопросам международной безопасности. Беларусь последовательно проводит миролюбивую внешнюю политику, мы знаем цену миру как никто другой. Каждый третий белорус погиб в годы Второй мировой войны. В вопросе урегулирования конфликта в Украине наша страна последовательно призывала заинтересованные стороны к выполнению Минских соглашений. Президент Беларуси Александр Лукашенко лично инициировал контакты России и Украины для проведения в Беларуси переговоров по урегулированию нынешней ситуации. Было организовано 3 раунда переговоров на территории Беларуси. Белорусской стороной были обеспечены все условия для их проведения. Беларусь предпринимает все усилия по оказанию помощи украинским беженцам. С февраля прошлого года мы приняли более 65 тысяч украинцев, для которых созданы все необходимые условия для нормальной жизни в нашей стране. Организация переговоров России и Украины, помощь беженцам – все это соответствует тем объединительным и миролюбивым инициативам, которые Республика Беларусь продвигает в последние годы. Беларусь призывает заинтересованных к поиску решения для урегулирования конфликта в Украине к активизации политико-дипломатических усилий в цели скорейшего достижения мира. Госпожа председатель, текущая турбулентная ситуация в международных отношениях создает серьезные вызовы для реализации повестки дня в области устойчивого развития. По оценкам ООН, прогресс Беларуси в реализации повестки составляет 80%. В прошлом году Беларусь заняла 34 место в рейтинге достижения целей устойчивого развития. Однако усилия Беларуси по реализации ЦУР, как и многих других развивающихся стран, стали заложником нарастающих процессов межгосударственной конфронтации, неготовности западной группы стран уважать суверенный выбор путей развития других государств и вести честный диалог по актуальным проблемам глобальной и региональной безопасности. Ситуация усложняется применением западными странами односторонних принудительных мер, которые противоречат Уставу ООН, наносят урон экономикам целых стран и регионов, нарушают права сотен тысяч, миллионов людей. В данном контексте призываем Межпарламентский союз и парламентариев солидарно выступить против незаконной санкционной политики западных стран. На протяжении последних лет Беларусь столкнулась с системной дискриминацией белорусских спортсменов на международной арене, в основе которой исключительно политическая мотивация. Решение о лишении белорусских спортсменов членства в международных федерациях и права на участие в международных соревнованиях грубо попирают не только Олимпийскую хартию, но и целый ряд международных договоров в области прав человека, включая Всеобщую декларацию прав человека, Международный пакт об экономических, социальных и культурных правах, Конвенцию о правах инвалидов, Конвенцию о ликвидации всех форм дискриминации в отношениях женщин, Конвенцию о ликвидации расовой дискриминации. Беларусь призывает Межпарламентский союз обратиться к международному олимпийскому движению с призывом остановить вмешательство западных политиков в спорт и продвигая ими дискриминационную политику изоляции по страновой принадлежности. Госпожа председатель. Сегодня в Беларуси в целях обеспечения конституционных прав и свобод граждан выстроена и действует система мер, направленных на обеспечение жизнедеятельности, равенства и полноправного участия в жизни общества всех граждан, независимо от пола, возраста, физических особенностей, национальности и вероисповедания. В стране четко выстроено законодательство, закрепившее многовековые традиции мирного добрососедства. Беларусь делает конкретные шаги в обеспечении гендерного паритета в различных сферах жизнедеятельности общества. Особое внимание уделяется вопросам обеспечения участия пожилых граждан и инвалидов в жизни общества. Белорусский парламент держит в фокусе внимания работу по инклюзии в общество детей с особенностями развития. Под руководством председателя Совета Республики Натальи Качановой работает консультативный совет по вопросам социальной адаптации и интеграции детей с особенностями психофизического развития. На базе учреждения образования и здравоохранения анализируются вопросы оказания помощи детям с аутизмом в системе здравоохранения, вопросы диагностики расстройств аутического спектра, организации образовательного процесса для детей с такими расстройствами, их физического воспитания. Беларусь – страна с социально ориентированной экономикой, и это является надежным гарантом справедливости и защиты всех категорий общества, включая наиболее уязвимые группы населения. Спасибо за внимание.
I will now give the floor to Guyana. And afterwards, Kazakhstan.
President of the IPU Assembly and fellow parliamentarians, when intolerance affects any nation, it impacts every nation and threatens and disrupts peaceful coexistence. Our parliaments remain pivotal in achieving the goal of national and global peace, understanding, and mutual respect. Consistent commitment towards eradicating the culture of intolerance will be the catalyst towards a more peaceful world. Guyana is multi-ethnic, culturally and religiously diverse, and government's policy promotes unity and celebrates this diversity. We are cognizant that the strength of our democracy relies on parliamentary ethos, which rests on a strong, progressive constitutional foundation. Guyana's constitution espouses the protection of fundamental human rights of all the people of Guyana. In 2003, the constitution was amended, creating 5 rights commissions: the Human Rights, Ethnic Relations, Women and Gender Equality, Rights of the Child, and Indigenous People Commissions, with the intention of curbing intolerance and inequality. The Parliament of Guyana adopted the Universal Declaration of Human Rights in 2007, ensuring that all legislation crafted reflects equal opportunity and is gender neutral. Guyana has ratified 11 human rights treaties and incorporated these responsibilities, including education, prevention of gender-based violence, child protection, employment, social security, and labor, into national legislation. Violence of any kind, and particularly against women, stems from deeply rooted intolerance, and Guyana is developing more expansive laws, offering wider umbrella of protection to family members. Our Parliament has diverse ethnic and political representation, including rotational representation of multiple small parties. Women constitute 35% of the National Assembly. The Equal Rights Act, Chapter 3801, ensures equality for women in the workplace, and the Prevention of Discrimination Act 26 of 1997 prohibits discrimination in employment and promotes equal remuneration for men and women in employment who perform work of equal value. There are legislated national holidays of major religions and ethnic groups, reflecting our religious and cultural harmony. For true inclusion, all citizens must be engaged by Parliament. The Speaker's youth parliamentary debates provide for young people across the country to freely express their views on national issues in a formal parliamentary setting. All sittings of the National Assembly are live-streamed, and the public may attend sittings of the National Assembly. The Speaker's suggestion box allows citizens to communicate their concerns directly to him. When bills are committed to the scrutiny of a special select committee, members of the public and subject specialists can make inputs by submitting oral or written commitments to the committee. Guyana's Parliament continues to evolve and remains a democratic space committed to the reduction of intolerance and exclusion. As peaceful existence continues to be challenged by intolerance, it is incumbent on all of us to be resolute in creating just legislative models in our parliaments to promote the inclusivity we desire. I thank you.
Thank you for your intervention. Now we give the floor to Serbia. I'm sorry, Kazakhstan. I'm very sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chairman, dear colleagues, first of all, I would like to thank the Parliament and Government of Bahrain for their hospitality and the IPU for the perfect organization of this assembly. Today's topic is intolerance, which is a persistent problem that has caused discrimination and violence against people based on their religion, ethnicity, gender, social status, or their other identities. This issue is more important than ever in our globalized and interdependent world, and we must develop new approaches to fight and prevent intolerance and discrimination at both the national and global levels. I would like to highlight Kazakhstan's experience in fighting intolerance in multicultural society. Our country is home to about 100 ethnic groups and 18 confessions, and we have developed a unique model to promote tolerance. Back in 1995, we established the Assembly of People of Kazakhstan, which is a constitutional body headed by the president of our country. The status of the Assembly is fixed in our country's constitution and secured by a special law. Its mission is to improve cooperation between state institutions and civil society in the sphere of interethnic relations. The Assembly represents the interest of all ethnic groups in the highest legislative body and has a quota of 5 seats in the Senate filled by members of ethnic groups. This became part of the reform by the President of Kazakhstan, Mr. Tokayev. Laws are an effective instrument for protecting human rights and combating discrimination, but they cannot guarantee and protect human rights on their own. We must promote values of solidarity, tolerance, and mutual respect to create an effective moral ground for coexistence. Education is key in advancing mutual respect and understanding, and we should promote the belief that diversity is a gift to be celebrated. We should also educate the younger generation to be true patriots, open-minded and empathic, as well as respectful and curious about other cultures. Kazakhstan also pays attention to religious concord, and we initiated the Congress of the Leaders of World and Traditional Religions in 2003. It has become a unique platform to discuss important issues related to interreligious dialogue and cooperation. The Forum's contribution to the promotion of global dialogue between cultures and religions is widely recognized by the United Nations and other international organizations. Last year, we held the 7th Congress that was devoted to the discussion of the role of religious leaders in the spiritual and social development of mankind in the post-pandemic world. The Forum brought together more than 100 delegations from 50 countries, including representatives of different religions, international organizations, and politicians. Among them were His Holiness Pope Francis and Grand Imam of Al-Azhar, Sheikh Ahmed At-Taib. So we should use the peacemaking potential of religions to unite the efforts of spiritual authorities in search of long-term stability. In conclusion, our message is clear. Dialogue and mutual support are the only way to efficiently overcome the challenges the world faces today. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much for the floor. And now I would like to give the word to Serbia. Here we are.
Thank you. Poštovana predsjedavajuća, uvaženi predsjednici parlamenta, uvaženi potpredsjednici parlamenta, poštovane kolege parlamentarci, cenjeni učesnici, kolege i prijatelji. Dozvolite mi da na samom početku čestitam organizatorima na izvanrednoj organizaciji kao i na pruženom gostoprimstvu. Pozdravljam temu današnje debate, koja za cilj ima promovisanje mirne koegzistencije i tolerancije, kao i inkluzivnih društava. IPU kao najstarija međunarodna parlamentarna organizacija baštini upravo ove vrednosti. Poštovanje ovih vrednosti proizvod je civilizacijske tekovine. Odbrana i promocija ljudskih prava, mir, dijalog i rešavanje sporova mirnim putem uz poštovanje međunarodnog prava. Načelo jednakosti predstavlja jedno od osnovnih načela pod kojima se uživaju ljudska prava i slobode. Borba za ljudska prava nikada neće prestati, nažalost, netolerancija i diskriminacija i dalje postoje gotovo u svim društvima. Poštovani, citirala bih reči čuvenog filozofa Karla Popera, koji je rekao da bi se održalo tolerantno društvo, društvo mora biti netolerantno prema netoleranciji. Netolerancija je nedostatak poštovanja drugih običaja ili verovanja, osim sebično svojih sopstvenih. Borba protiv netolerancije nije jednostavna. Da bi rezultat bio vidljiv, potrebni su dijalog, obrazovanje i politička spremnost. Obrazovanje kao jedno od ključnih i primarnih sredstava prevencije, osnove za suzbijanje netolerancije i diskriminacije. Obrazovanje pospešuje inkluziju i mirnu koegzistenciju. Države su u obavezi da preduzmu pravne mere u borbi protiv diskriminacije, stvarajući pre svega nacionalne normativne okvire koji treba da garantuju jednak tretman svih građana pred zakonom. U obavezi su da unaprede pozitivne vrednosti, međusobnog razumevanja i poštovanja ljudskih prava. Poštovani, parlament je glas naroda, predstavlja sve građane jedne države. Mi kao parlamentarci imamo ogromnu odgovornost da uvažimo potrebe svih građana i građanki, bez obzira na pol, bez obzira na starost, ekonomski, socijalni status, religijsku pripadnost i sve druge razlike koje među sobom imamo. Treba ozbiljno da shvatimo svoju ulogu u borbi protiv netolerancije, to je naša obaveza kao jedine državne institucije koja je predstavnik celokupnog stanovništva. U Srbiji se sprovode opsežne reforme u oblasti nediskriminacije u cilju usklađivanja pravnog okvira sa relevantnim međunarodnim i evropskim standardima. Na međunarodnom planu Srbija je potpisnica brojnih konvencija. Pokazali smo posvećenost, poštovanje u zaštiti ljudskih prava kroz ratifikaciju 8 od ukupno 9 najvažnijih ugovora o ljudskim pravima nastalih pod okriljem Ujedinjenih nacija. Srbija je primer dobre prakse i po tome što je prva država članica Ujedinjenih nacija koja je princip da niko ne bude izostavljen iz agende 2030 prilagodila svom normativnom okviru. Pored toga, Vlada Republike Srbije usvojila i strategiju prevencije i zaštite od diskriminacije za period 2022-2030. Skupština Republike Srbije je kao najveće zakonodavno telo usvojila niz zakona kojima se unapređuju ove normativne mere. Zakon o rodnoj ravnopravnosti, Zakon o radu, socijalnoj zaštiti, Zakon o srednjem obrazovanju i vaspitanju, Krivični zakonik i mnogo drugih. Naša privrženost zaštiti prava nacionalnih manjina dobila je takođe svoj zakonski okvir u vidu Zakona o zaštiti prava i slobode nacionalnih manjina, kao i Zakona o nacionalnim savetima i nacionalnim manjinama. Dakle, Srbija, zemlja iz koje dolazim, rešena je da ukloni sve razlike koje postoje, da ispoštuje sve nacionalne manjine. Međutim, reći ću vam danas nešto što verovatno čujete prvi put kada je u pitanju Skupština Inter-Parlamentarne unije. Ja sam rođena na Kosovu i Metohiji. Ja dolazim i rođena sam tamo gde je pre 3 meseca patrijarhu Srpske pravoslavne crkve zabranjeno da uđe i održi liturgiju, iako mu je tamo sedište. Gde je na Božić neko pucao na decu samo zato što su srpska. Gde vas tuku na ulici kada shvate da govorite srpski jezik. I gde poput mene, već pune 24 godine će biti u junu, ne možete da se vratite svojoj kući. Neko je odlučio da vi na to nemate pravo. Naša je obaveza kao odgovornih ljudi, kao parlamentaraca, u borbi za osnovna ljudska prava, a osnovno ljudsko pravo je da svako može da živi tamo gde se rodio, da čujemo jedni druge, da ne dozvolimo da se ovakve nepravde nanose odlukom pojedinca, da ne dozvolimo da navijački ugrozimo elementarna ljudska prava u 21. veku jednom narodu. Narodu koji ne može na teritoriju na kojoj ima manastir iz 12. veka. Moje ime je Snežana Paunović i bit će mi drago da razumete kolika je moja trema u momentu kada vam kažem da pola svog života ja nečijom odlukom ne mogu da se vratim na svoju zemlju jer kažu da više nije moja. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now thank you. I would like to give the floor to the Syrian Arab Republic.
شكرا. يشرفني أن أنقل إليكم تحيات رئيس وأعضاء مجلس الشعب السوري متمنين مؤتمراً ناجحاً لنا بكل المقاييس. كما يسعدني أن أثمن لمملكة البحرين الجهود المبذولة لإنجاح المؤتمر. اليوم أتحدث بلسان كل سوري يعتصر قلبه حزناً على دماء ضحاياه وشهدائه، تلك الدماء التي تدفقت في كل مكان على أرض سورية الحبيبة، منها ما هو بفعل فاعل ومنها ما هو بفعل الطبيعة، ويبقى المواطن السوري هو حجر الأساس في تعافي الدولة، لأن المجتمع السوري اتسم بحالة من التعايش السلمي رغم تنوع نسيجه القومي والديني والاجتماعي والمذهبي، وهذا التماسك كان عاملاً مساعداً بين مكونات المجتمع بعد تغذية مناطق معينة من سوريا بالعنف والتطرف بكل الوسائل المادية والإعلامية، ومحاولة تسليم زمام الأمور إلى مجموعة من المتطرفين الذين لا يعيرون أهمية للحوار والتواصل مع الآخر. إلا أن السوري أيقن أن كل الانتماءات والولاءات قد سقطت، وأصبحنا جميعاً أمام خيار واحد، هو أن نكون أو لا نكون كسوريين، خاصة بعد أن تعرضت سوريا لحرب إرهابية منذ 12 عاماً طالت الحجر والبشر والشجر، وترافقت بحزمة عقوبات قسرية أحادية الجانب ومخالفة للقانون الدولي، فحواها عقاب جماعي للشعب السوري، وألقت بظلالها على الدواء والغذاء والطاقة، وتلك الإجراءات منعت المواطن السوري من أدنى مقومات العيش الكريم، في تحد واضح وصريح لميثاق الأمم المتحدة وانتهاك صارخ لكل الأعراف والتقاليد. هذه الحرب وتلك العقوبات أدت بشكل كبير إلى إضعاف منظومة الإمكانات المحلية. أضف إلى ذلك الخطب الجلل الذي حدث في 6 من شباط والمصاب العظيم الذي ولد حالة حزن عامة في سوريا وحالة عجز عن تجسيد الإنسانية. لا أدوات، لا مساعدات للإنقاذ، ولا خبراء استطاعوا أن يقوموا بسبب نقص المعدات والتجهيزات. أيها الحضور، التاريخ سيدون، وأكيد لا يدون من تلقاء نفسه بل من تواتر أفعالنا كأفراد ومؤسسات ودول. وما قدمه العرب لنا بعد الزلزال المدمر هو إعادة الأمل بالحياة، ويمثل انتماء إنساني قبل أن يكون انتماء عروبي. هنا لا بد أن نشكر كل من قدم الدعم والمساعدة للشعب السوري من دول وحكومات عربية وأجنبية، منظمات وهيئات واتحادات ساهمت في دعم الشعب السوري. اليوم أيها الحضور ليس للسياسة، لكن لا بد أن نقول أن ما نسمعه من الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية يتناقض مع الواقع والحقيقة والدقة، وينسجم مع عدوان إسرائيلي ممنهج غايته كسر إرادة الشعب السوري. هنا نؤكد أن إرادتنا لن تقهر، وأننا متمسكون بالحفاظ على سيادة ووحدة سوريا. وما زيارة رئيس هيئة الأركان الأمريكية إلى عصاباته في الشمال السوري وقت الكارثة الزلزالية سوى استفزاز واضح لكل المواثيق والدبلوماسية الدولية، وما ضربات الكيان الإسرائيلي المتكررة للأحياء المدنية والمطارات إلا دليل على استغلالها لظروفنا الحالية علها تحقق بعض ما تريد. أخيراً، جئناكم يا ممثلي الشعوب لتنصفوا شعباً أبياً تقاسم الموفور القليل لديه مع إخوته، وعلق الآمال الكبيرة على الاتحاد البرلماني الدولي في دورته الحالية في البحرين لإنهاء العقوبات الظالمة عليه، لينطلق من جديد لبناء دولته التي يعتز بانتمائه إليها. وشكراً.
Okay, thank you. And now I give the floor to Capo Verde.
Senhora Presidente, senhoras e senhores representantes dos Parlamentos-membros da UIP, minhas senhoras e meus senhores, a todos e a todos os meus cumprimentos. As minhas primeiras palavras são para expressar o prazer e a honra, juntamente com a delegação que me acompanha, para estar nesta sessão da UIP, a representar o meu país e o Parlamento de Cabo Verde, nesta belíssima cidade de Manama, Bahrain, de onde trago saudações amigas e a esperança num mundo mais tolerante, mais inclusivo e mais justo. Um mundo onde postulamos pela paz e buscamos preservar o nosso planeta, onde reconheçamos as nossas diferenças, nos respeitemos e promovamos o diálogo. Um mundo onde os valores da vida e da dignidade humana se sobrepõem a interesses de ordem geoestratégica de alguns poucos para fazer valer o interesse de todos. Um mundo de cooperação e complementaridade entre pessoas, povos e nações. Um mundo onde, naturalmente, comportamentos egoístas e egocentristas cederão lugar à consciência de que somos parte de um todo universal e que a felicidade individual só é duradoura se ela estiver ao alcance do coletivo. Em verdade, precisamos e precisaremos sempre do outro para a nossa própria realização. Ninguém é autossuficiente o bastante para prescindir da contribuição do seu semelhante. O egocentrismo é a mãe da intolerância e da discriminação. Estas, por sua vez, são as principais causas dos dissensos, dos conflitos e das guerras. Esta é a forma de pensar e de agir do meu povo e do meu país, Cabo Verde. É provavelmente a melhor forma de se lutar contra os preconceitos reinantes nas sociedades e dar combate à intolerância humana. A coexistência pacífica entre os povos só se garante se nas sociedades e nos indivíduos emergir a consciência da igualdade. Se o reconhecimento do semelhante como sujeito de direitos for assumido por todos. Se cada nação puder aproveitar de forma livre e em paz todas as oportunidades que o seu território, a sua cultura e a cooperação com outras nações lhe proporcionar. É preciso potenciar os espaços multilaterais para se discutir os problemas mundiais, tais como equacionar a origem e as formas de como se manifestam, visando soluções globais que sejam aceites e implementados por todos. Espaços como as Nações Unidas, a União Inter-Parlamentar e vários outros atualmente existentes e reconhecidos por todos nós, onde as parcerias, a cooperação, a discussão livre e a responsabilização coletiva possam ser respeitadas, protegidas e salvaguardadas, enquanto meios fundamentais para o diálogo construtivo, para o entendimento sincero e para o reforço da cooperação multissetorial. Excelências, é legítimo que as potências mundiais disputem o protagonismo da liderança política, militar, económica e referencial no concerto das nações, mas devem fazê-lo de forma pacífica, com respeito mútuo, com tolerância e sem perigar a segurança coletiva. Perante o eclodir de conflitos armados, nem todos teremos as mesmas responsabilidades e capacidades de resolução. Entretanto, todos sofreremos as consequências que, em muitos casos, ultrapassam a capacidade de resiliência dos Estados. A coexistência pacífica entre as nações e a edificação de sociedades inclusivas exigem governos e cidadãos promotores da tolerância, flexíveis e negociadores, mas, sobretudo, respeitadores da liberdade e da dignidade humana, promotores do bem-estar e do desenvolvimento dos povos. A convivência, a cooperação, a regulação das relações multilaterais, a afirmação da consciência e dinâmicas sociais são armas fundamentais na luta contra a intolerância, são conquistas importantes nas relações humanas, potenciadoras do diálogo, da igualdade, da aceitação da diferença e da construção de sociedades responsáveis. Os parlamentos que somos todos, pelo facto de representarmos as populações e conhecermos as suas legítimas aspirações, despertam-nos para maiores e plurais responsabilidades de aproximar os nossos interesses comuns, velar pela segurança global e promover a tolerância enquanto fator de compreensão e de harmonia. Esta 146ª Assembleia da UIP, que decorre sob o feliz tema que este debate acaba por incorporar, deve constituir-se em mais um espaço de diálogo, de entendimentos, de promoção da paz e do progresso sustentado do planeta, procurando promover a coexistência pacífica, no sentido de desenvolver sociedades inclusivas e encontrar os mecanismos eficazes para combater a intolerância. Esta é a contribuição e o sentir do meu país, Cabo Verde. Muito obrigado.
Thank you. And now we would like to give the floor to Peru.
Excelentísima Presidenta de la Unión Interparlamentaria, señores representantes de la Unión Interparlamentaria. Cuando participé en la 144 Asamblea de la Unión Interparlamentaria en Madrid, en mi condición de Presidente del Congreso de la República del Perú, advertía ante este ilustre auditorio sobre la situación política de mi país que evidenciaba la intención del gobierno de ese momento, presidido por Pedro Castillo, de cerrar el Parlamento peruano y, por tanto, instaurar un régimen dictatorial. A más de un año de ese momento, venimos esta vez para demostrar que todo lo que dijimos y advertimos está ahora comprobado con un lamentable desenlace que se produjo a partir del 7 de diciembre del 2022, cuando Castillo, en un mensaje a la Nación, anunció la disolución inconstitucional del Congreso de la República, además de instaurar un gobierno de emergencia excepcional. Este régimen de facto que quiso imponer Castillo no se logró ejecutar debido a que las Fuerzas Armadas y la Policía Nacional del Perú respaldaron la institucionalidad y el respeto a la Constitución. Asimismo, anunció la reorganización del sistema de justicia, el Poder Judicial, el Ministerio Público, la Junta Nacional de Justicia y el Tribunal Constitucional. No había lugar a dudas, estábamos frente a un golpe de Estado. Ese mismo día, el Pleno del Congreso de la República declaró la vacancia o destitución del presidente Castillo por pretender disolver el Congreso y violentar el orden establecido por la Constitución. Esta decisión del Congreso está amparada por la Constitución Política del Perú. Cabe resaltar que la vacancia presidencial se produjo con 101 votos a favor, 6 en contra y 10 abstenciones. Es decir, no solo hubo una amplia mayoría, sino también se contó con el voto favorable de congresistas afines al gobierno de Castillo. Aunque días después y de manera incomprensible, los mismos congresistas de la izquierda radical que votaron a favor de la vacancia victimizaron a Castillo y en algunos casos asusaron a las turbas que en distintas ciudades del Perú produjeron actos de vandalismo y terrorismo para desestabilizar al gobierno legalmente constituido. No fueron protestas pacíficas. La toma de aeropuertos, bloqueo de carreteras, secuestro de policías, un policía fue quemado vivo, y el ataque a las instituciones públicas y privadas son actos de terrorismo que no tienen justificación alguna. Luego, la vacancia presidencial, el Congreso de la República procedió con la sucesión constitucional y tomó juramento a la vicepresidenta Dina Boluarte, quien asumió el cargo de parapresidente. Es importante mencionar que la señora Boluarte fue elegida vicepresidenta en la fórmula presidencial de Pedro Castillo, es decir, fue elegida para que en cualquier eventualidad prevista en la Constitución asuma la presidencia. Por eso es inaceptable que congresistas que ahora defienden a Castillo, que está preso como producto de su aventura golpista, hablen en foros nacionales e internacionales pidiendo la renuncia de la presidenta Boluarte, calificándola de usurpadora del poder, olvidando que ella fue a quien apoyaron para que llegue a ocupar el cargo que ostenta. Como presidenta de la Comisión de Relaciones Exteriores del Congreso de la República del Perú hoy en día, rechazamos y lamentamos las declaraciones de los presidentes López Obrador de México, Petro de Colombia, Arce de Bolivia, Fernández de Argentina, Boric de Chile, que violan el principio de no intromisión en los asuntos internos de otro Estado y evidencia una conducta claramente desestabilizadora y antidemocrática. Son países hermanos del Perú y estoy segura que lo dicho por los mencionados presidentes no representa el sentir de sus pueblos. Es importante que sepan también que los indicios de corrupción en el entorno más cercano de Castillo ha determinado la intervención de la Fiscalía de la Nación. Además, el 17 de febrero del presente año, el Congreso del Perú aprobó el informe de la Subcomisión de Acusaciones Constitucionales que acusa al expresidente Castillo por los delitos de organización criminal y corrupción. El golpe de Estado fallido fue una treta de Castillo para tapar la corrupción de su gobierno. En el Perú no se ha roto el sistema democrático desde hace más de 30 años y no vamos a permitir los peruanos que una dictadura se instale en nuestro país. Existen grupos de izquierda radical y partidarios de movimientos políticos cercanos y afines con Sendero Luminoso, con financiamiento de origen ilícito y externo, que pretenden hacer una asamblea constituyente a la fuerza de manera inconstitucional. Pueden estar seguros que seguiremos defendiendo la democracia peruana. Hago una invocación a esta importante Asamblea de la Unión Interparlamentaria para que sigamos defendiendo la estabilidad democrática y el Estado de Derecho en nuestro país. Sin Parlamento no hay democracia. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. I'm perfect within the time. Now I would like to give the floor to Norway.
Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, freedom of expression is a human right, and it is a fundamental right because it contributes to the seeking of truth, the promotion of democracy, and the individual's freedom to form opinions. Freedom of expression has a strong position in Norway. In several international rankings, Norway is high on the list. Freedom of the press enjoy strong protection, and the value enjoy great support. It is also protected in the Norwegian Constitution, Article number 100. The Norwegian constitutional protection has one unique feature, such as a strong protection against prior censorship. In many countries where there is no such constitutional ban, residents experience such prior censorship. Traditionally, the justification for freedom of expression has been used as an argument for the absence of regulation. But when we face with a new digital public arena and the social media involving an overload of information, the spread of disinformation and hate speech, we are challenged. Freedom of expression should offer us practice in tolerance, to tolerate statements that we strongly dislike and respond to them using words instead of repression or violence. On the other hand, freedom of expression needs to be subject to some legal boundaries. Some restrictions on certain statements are necessary to safeguard the freedom of expression for others. It should be safe to express oneself, and there are limits as to what an individual should have to tolerate and be subjected to. In Norway, our Freedom of Expression Commission presented their report to the government last summer. One of their conclusions was the following: more sanctions and prohibitions are not the solution to the challenges. A strong and diverse civil society and a sensibly regulated public sphere continue to be the best guarantee of a solid and genuine freedom of expression. Promoting a healthy culture of expression is equally important as safeguarding the legal protection of freedom of expression. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. I would now like to give the floor to Croatia.
Dear colleagues, dear parliamentarians, we are witnessing an increasing level of intolerance in the world of today. It's a wide-ranging and comprehensive problem that our states, nations, and communities are facing today. Many of these problems have their source in the non-recognition of the rights of national minorities, other languages, and minority cultures. Non-recognition of minority rights can very easily lead to extremism and conflict. It can also be used by other outside factors that pretend to defend minorities and create chaos in other states. The Croatian Parliament established long ago a special committee on human and minority rights that monitors the implementation of policies regarding the national minorities. Currently, our Deputy Prime Minister is a representative of Serb national minority, Anja Šimpraga. These policies have to be in accordance with the Constitution of the Republic that gives our national minorities a wide spectrum of political, cultural, linguistic, and educational rights. National minorities have 8 member seats in our parliament, reserved for them in each parliamentary term. In protecting and monitoring of the implementation of the minority rights, Parliament and its members regularly consult with domestic and international bodies, experts, and act upon signed and international documents. They cooperate with scholarly and professional governmental and non-governmental organizations. Minorities have often, as we all know, been used as pretexts for starting conflicts in human history. Examples are all around us now and throughout history. Since the non-inclusion and non-respecting these rights can have serious consequences, our duty as parliamentarians is to ensure their protection in our societies and take away the potential pretext for intervention of any kind through foreign powers. One of the pressing issues, especially in Europe, I would say, is the mistrust in democracy and democratic institutions. Herein lies probably the biggest challenge for parliaments and its members. The problem is the same when it comes to media. We should call upon the already existing documents, such as the United Nations Universal Declaration on Human Rights. Even the IPU has adopted numerous significant documents. Quebec Declaration on Citizenship, Identity, and Linguistic and Cultural Diversity in a Globalized World in 2012 being one of them. Here, I would also like to use the opportunity to commend the efforts of the IPU, who has always promoted values of dialogue between states and encouraged social dialogue from within the states. That is the only way to overcome the difficulties and challenges we are faced with today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I would now like to give the floor to Turkmenistan.
Hormatly başlık, hormatly hanımlar ve cenaplar, men sözümün başında parlamentary birleşmenin bu 46. Assambleyasının işinin yukarı derecede görünürlüğü üçün ve çıkış etmeye döredilen mümkünçülüğü üçün şu yoldaşlara hem de görünücülere tavsiye etmeye arzu ededim. Hormatly matlaqada qatnaşçılar, bir taraflı hukuk derecede Birleşen Milletler Urama tarafından 2'de ikrar edilen Türkmenistan özünün intihanperver içeri ve daşartiyatatına ötüşarkal parahatçılık görelülerinden uğralyar. Parahatçılığın hukukçuluğun durnuklu ölçün bekbiyetlerine Türkmenistan milletler belirleşkenin derecesinde aydıgderli halkara başlangıçlarını öngötürüyor. Şuun günü çeyni Türkmenistan Birleşen Milletler Uramatı'nın baş assambleyasının bırağından kabul eden kararnamatının 20'nin aftar hükmüne çıkış etti. Türkmenistan'ın halkara başlangıçları esasında hem de dünyanın devletlerinin gorlama ulan Birleşen Milletler Uramatı'nı tarafından 2023 yıl parahatçılığın kepili hükmüne diyaloğun halkara yıllayıp 2020 yıl oldu parahatçılık konuşmak yıllayıp karar edildi. Yakın oldu Birleşen Milletler Uramatı'nın baş assambleyasının 77. sesiyatının 60. umum meclisinde Birleşen Milletler Uramatı'nın merkezinde üçün yönüne as diplomatiyat boyunca tevhid merkezinin ornatlı kararnamatı bırağından kabul edildi. Bu oldu Türkmenistan devletinin hemişelik bir taraflı hukuk yağdayın işlerine peydalanmak bilen özüne alın borçnamaların maktada layık yerine yetiriyanının yeni bir tuğutnamatı olduruyan. Şeyle başlangıçları oldu parahatçılıklı yaşayışa birlik garayışlı cemiyetlere yardım etmek, bu hükümlere karşı durmak, meselesinde parlamentaryaların önüne duruyan vedipeleri bilelikte alıp parmağa çağrışı olup hizmet ediyor. Hormatly kardeşler, Türkmenistan diyalog arkalı ınansmağı berkitmek ve bekbiyetli hizmetdaşlığı urup durmak maksatları bilen bilelikte tatlamalar durmuşa geçirmek vavatına işler alıp barayan. Onların hatarına tevhidde ve halkara derecesinde durnuklu ötüş üçün etmek, hopsuzluğu berkitmeye yardım edecek Türkmenistan, Afganistan, Pakistan, Hindistan gaz geçirdi. Türkmenistan, Afganistan, Pakistan elektrik geçirdi ve aragatnaş geçirdi. Laps Lazuli ulu ustaşlar geçirdi. Bir neçe iri tevhidlerini halkara ehemmiyetli tatlamalar durmuşa geçirmek boyunca başlangıçlar öngötürüyor ve onlar durmuşa geçirmek uğruna derur tağallaları ediyor. Türkmen halkının milli lideri kahraman arkadaşımız Kurban Berdimuhammed tutumlu başlangıçlarını üstünlükle devam ettiriyen hormatlı prezidentimiz Serdar Berdimuhammed biz gelecekte parahatçılık töycülüklü teyatatımız esasında dünyanın halkları, milletleri, yurtları bilen dost savunluk yollarını kurursayıp hayretini teyar. Hanımlar ve cenaplar. Belirlenip geçilşeyal parahatçılıklı yaşayışı ve dürlük arayışlar cemiyetlere yardım etmek ve hükümlere karşı durmak meselesinde parlamentaryalar uğurlarını değiştirir. Turkmenistan'ın bu uğurda neticeli işler alınıp barlayan, cemiyette atudalığı ağda verilip için etmek, halk hakimiyetinin hem de demokratik hukuk dünya devletinin esaslarını berkitmek, Turkmenistan'ın devlet riyadatının ileri tutulan uğurdur. Turkmenistan'ın meclisi hem yurdumuzun beylik devletlerin devlet idarelerin birlikte bir katarda paraatçılıklı yaşayışı o dürlüğü arayışlı cemiyetlere yardım etmek, hükümlere karşı durmak meselelerini giyin cemiyetçiliğe yetirmek ve bu uğurda alıp barlayan işleri kamilleştirmek koyunca milli sevit ve halkara derecelerine geçirilen çarelerin mümkünçülüklerinden neticeli peydalanıyor. Biz şuun kımatlarının çayaklarına teredilen meseleler boyunca kabul edilecek çözgütlerin milli sevit hem de halkara derecelerine durmuşa geçirilme vavatına işlerde birlikte tağalarları koşan toşmağa tayyardığımını belirlemekleyen hormatlı asambleye katnaşçılar, hanımlar ve cenaplar, çıkışım cemlemek bilen asambleyenin işine katnaşçıları berkcan tağılığın avadançılık ve bütün dünyada parağatçılık hem de durnuklu ölçü üpçün etmenin hatiratını alıp barayan işlerine üstünlükler arzu ediyen dinlerin için köp sağ olun.
Thank you for your intervention. I would now give the floor to Lithuania.
President of the Inter-Parliamentary Assembly, Speakers of Parliament, dear colleagues. It's a pleasure to be here with you today and discuss topical matters. There is saying that society is only as strong as its weakest member. Ensuring equal opportunities is the basis of the inclusive society and prevention of intolerance. Equal opportunities constitute one of the key values and principles of modern society. The principle of equality of all people before the law is enshrined in the Constitution of the Republic of Lithuania and in a number of national laws. Each member of Lithuanian society has the same opportunities to pursue education, career, and professional improvement, and to be active in all areas of political and social life. Beyond doubt, there is still room for improvement. We still face the challenge of gender equality in the power domain. Lithuanian Parliament has 28% of women members, and I believe that this figure can and must be higher. However, we are pleased that the Seimas and the government of Lithuania are headed by women, and not so long ago, a woman served as the president of the Republic of Lithuania for 10 consecutive years. Lithuanian society is homogeneous, as Lithuanians account almost 85% of population. For hundreds of years, Lithuanians have peacefully coexisted with Polish, Ukrainians, Russian, Belarusian, Jewish, and other nationalities. National minorities are an integral part of Lithuanian society and have long-standing historical and cultural ties to Lithuania. For centuries, national communities have played an important role as they contributed on the creation of Lithuania state and the defense of its freedom and independence. Just over a year ago, on 24th February 2022, when Russia launched a brutal war in Ukraine, Lithuania, like other neighboring and European countries, faced a new challenge, a wave of war refugees from Ukraine. These were mostly women, children, and the elderly, left their homes in Ukraine to seek safe refuge from the atrocities of the war. Lithuanians welcome them with open hearts, and many residents shared their homes with them. In order to continue to build an inclusive and tolerant society and to help Ukrainians fleeing the war, the Seimas has regulated the provision of social assistance to Ukrainian war refugees, enabling them to receive medical care, study in their own language, and find employment. We are here today to discuss the building on exclusive society and fighting intolerance. However, while being here and sharing our experience, we cannot be tolerant of the war in Ukraine, Russia's violation of human rights and freedom, breaking the principles of international order and disregard for the democratic values. For as long as we are tolerant of the atrocities committed by Russia, no amount of legislation passed could smooth out the cracks of our national societies or our own consciousness. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your intervention. I would now give the floor to the Speaker of Iceland.
Madam Chair, ladies and gentlemen, first I'd like to thank Bahrain for hosting the IPU and doing it so well. And thanks to the IPU and the delegates for providing a forum for MPs from all over the world to debate the big issues that concern us all. But are we debating the issues as much as we should? As parliamentarians, we deal with many things, big and small. Few are as big as the ones we are discussing at this assembly. Peace is probably the biggest issue of all, and hopefully we all believe in the importance of fighting intolerance. But how do we want to achieve success in these fields and others? Do we really believe that free and open debate is the answer? And if so, are we acting accordingly? Sometimes it seems the bigger the issue, the more restrained allowed speech is. We can consider huge issues like the environment and the refugee crisis. If we really believe in the power of free debate, we need to be able to discuss these issues without fear. Is that not the best way to find the best solutions? Or do we secretly believe that we have the answers and need to prevent others from distorting the one true message? A person can be worried about the environment, but have reservations, for example, about wind power as a solution. Someone can be very genuinely concerned about the refugee crisis, but feel that the best way to tackle it is by maintaining control, to prioritize for those that are in most danger. Here I must criticize my own country and the Western countries that like to see themselves as being at the forefront of democratic values such as the freedom of speech and individual liberty. Because in my country and others, we are increasingly curtailing freedom of speech and even thought. These measures are said to be based on noble causes such as fighting so-called hate speech. No one supports hate or hate speech, so why would anyone be against such measures? The problem is that every time an authoritarian regime or a group of extremists say that we must move away from the rule of law, freedom and liberty, they always, not sometimes, but always explain that it is done for the greater good. It is done to protect the vulnerable. When governments gain new powers and tools to control what the citizens can say and think, they tend to change the definitions very quickly. Now we have people being arrested in Western countries for posting cartoons, jokes, or limericks on social media. We need to tackle hate and false information, but might it possibly be best to do that on the basis of education and the good old rule of law? And rather than dividing people into groups, should we not adhere to the principle that every individual must be granted the same rights regardless of any characteristics? Things such as racism, the worst idea in human history, are based on dividing people into groups and treating them differently based not on what they do, but which group they belong to. The best way to achieve inclusive societies and fight intolerance is not by dividing people into groups, it is by valuing every individual equally. We worry about fake news, but I've noticed that sometimes news that was considered fake turned out to be true, and news that was thought to be true turned out to be fake. So what is the solution? Might the solution be a belief in the importance of freedom of speech and democracy? The idea that people are really to be trusted to consider the information and make decisions about how our countries should be run. Do we really believe in free speech? Do we believe that debate and the freedom of people to choose between different options will lead to the best results? In other words, do we really believe in democracy? Or would we like to decide what is right and wrong and then tell people what to say and believe? We as parliamentarians need to mean it when we say that the freedom to say what you think is important. That will mean that we will need to put up with hearing all sorts of opinions we don't like. It will mean that idiots will be allowed to express their often strange opinions. But let's remember that sometimes those who were considered idiots turned out to be right. Or as Galileo Galilei puts it, I've never met a man so ignorant that I couldn't learn something from him. We should not believe that we can make the world perfect. To quote Galileo again, it still turns. And it will continue to turn. What we can do is preserve the principles that have served us best and will continue to do so if we continue to fight for them. Finally, I call on the Bahraini authorities to finish this great assembly of parliamentarians by releasing Danish Bahraini citizen Mr. Al-Kajava, imprisoned since 2011 for using his freedom of expression.
Thank you, dear colleague. I would now give the floor to New Zealand.
Tēnā koutou katoa and greetings from the New Zealand delegation. There's a statement that all of us in this room have uttered at some stage, and it starts like this: I'll always remember where I was when. For everyone in this room, there have been pivotal moments in our country's history involving acts of intolerance and hate that are bolted to our memories. On the 15th of March 2019, a gunman walked up to the entrance of the Al Noor Mosque in Christchurch, where Haji Daud Nabi uttered his last words, saying to the approaching man, "Hello, brother." We lost 51 lives that day to hate and intolerance. Days later, the Imam at Al Noor, Gamal Fuda, spoke in the trenches of extraordinary tragedy. He said, we are broken-hearted, but we are not broken. In so many ways, the Imam's words set the tone for the conversations that were to come. The Royal Commission, the Christchurch Call followed. And what we learned in New Zealand through our experience is that inclusivity is not a destination. It requires a commitment to a conversation in perpetuity, bound in trust and respect. Our former Prime Minister, Jacinda Ardern, spoke in our Parliament last year about what's responsible for fermenting the flourishing of women's rights in New Zealand. And she said, it is blood, sweat, and electoral reform. Blood and sweat, that's advocacy, a thriving civil society, citizens who have the freedom to not just ask why, but to ask why not. In New Zealand, we were proud in 2020 to share that we'd become the world's gayest parliament, and I believe we overtook our British colleagues. We have put free period products in schools. We have 50% women on our public sector boards. We teach te reo Māori in schools, and we've responded to calls to apologise for long-term wrongs against our Pacific and our Chinese community for historic discrimination. So much of the progress can be credited to the advocacy of our citizens and civil society. Feeling safe, to be present, to be free to actively observe in the room, to challenge and to propose ideas. This is where the genesis of change is born. So blood, sweat, and electoral reform. There's a saying that goes, good leaders are bound by conscience and are liberated by accountability. The crystallisation of convention into code is the cradle of inclusivity. For us, we've stood up legal architecture to legalise same-sex marriage, to ban conversion practices, to decriminalise abortion and create abortion-safe areas. But while 50% of our parliamentarians are women, 2/3 of the women who have ever been parliamentarians in New Zealand are parliamentarians now. These victories are sublime, but many of them are young victories, and it's important to recognise the vulnerability of these victories as we work to protect our progress. But our role in addressing intolerance is not simply local, it's global. I remember where I was when Ukraine was illegally invaded by Russia. I remember where I was when Kabul airport closed. I remember where I was when I learnt of the death in custody of Mahsa Zina Amini. I remember where I was on the 1st of February 2021 when the Tatmadaw deposed the elected Myanmar government. Colleagues, the physicality of your outrage that you felt echoed through to many of us across the globe. Your outrage sits with us too, and in fighting for human rights and inclusion, if we ever reach the point when we have exhausted all possibilities in our fight, remember this: we haven't. Thank you.
Thank you for your intervention, and perfect in the time. Now I would like to give the floor to Equatorial Guinea.
Distinguidos parlamentarios, séame permitido en primer lugar, en nombre y representación del Parlamento de la República de Guinea Ecuatorial, expresar nuestra gratitud al pueblo y gobierno de Bahrain por la calurosa acogida y las excelentes atenciones que ha brindado a nuestra delegación desde su llegada a este hermoso país. Nuestras felicitaciones y admiración igualmente por la perfecta organización de los trabajos que esperamos que se concluyan coronados de éxito. Apreciamos la decisión de escoger como tema principal de debate de esta 146 Asamblea, cual es promoción y coexistencia pacífica y sociedades inclusivas, lucha contra la intolerancia. Se trata de un problema social que debe ser analizado de forma diferente al hilo de cómo varían las condiciones y circunstancias en un momento caracterizado por la inseguridad, la violencia, la discriminación, la pobreza, la desigualdad, la corrupción, los conflictos armados, etc., partiendo de un análisis de sus principales causas como los factores culturales, económicos y políticos. La paz no solo es la ausencia de conflictos. Convivir en paz consiste en aceptar las diferencias y tener la capacidad de escuchar, reconocer, respetar y apreciar a los demás, así como vivir de forma pacífica y unida. Es un proceso positivo, dinámico y participativo en que se debe promover el diálogo y solucionar los conflictos con un espíritu de entendimiento y cooperación mutua. Excelentísimos señores, la República de Guinea Ecuatorial, como otros estados, ha asumido la obligación de hacer frente a las múltiples interrelacionadas formas de discriminación. En varias latitudes se observa una discriminación contra las personas refugiadas, las desplazadas internas, las solicitantes de asilo, la repatriada y las apátridas. La República de Guinea Ecuatorial, bajo el liderazgo de su excelencia Obiangema Mbasogo, jefe de Estado y de Gobierno, un país que viene acogiendo desde hace décadas a centenares de miles de personas de toda latitud, apuesta por terminar por la discriminación de cualquier tipo por motivo de raza, sexo, idioma, religión, opinión política o de otra índole, origen nacional o social, posición económica, nacimiento, discapacidad, edad u otra condición para garantizar la coexistencia pacífica entre las comunidades, por lo que podemos afirmar que la sociedad ecuatoguineana es cohesiva, pacífica y democrática. Excelentísimos señores presidentes de los parlamentos nacionales, distinguidos parlamentarios, la delegación del Parlamento de la República de Guinea Ecuatorial quisiera aprovechar esta magnífica ocasión para denunciar y condenar categóricamente la resolución del Parlamento Europeo de fecha 16 de febrero de 2023 contra el noble pueblo de la República de Guinea Ecuatorial como consecuencia de las insidias del Gobierno y demás instituciones del Reino de España, vertiendo graves acusaciones sin pruebas, la comisión sistemática de actos de violencia y persecución a disidentes y activistas políticos. Los hechos denunciados en la citada resolución se refieren fundamentalmente a la detención, enjuiciamiento y posterior condena a varios individuos de distintas nacionalidades, entre ellos súbditos españoles y ecuatoguineanos de supuesta nacionalidad española, inculpados en calidad de autores o cómplices de los delitos de terrorismo en el fracasado golpe de Estado contra el Gobierno de la República de Guinea Ecuatorial del 24 de diciembre de 2017, protagonizado por el Gobierno del Reino de España y la República Francesa. La permanente actitud de España de perturbar la política interna de la República de Guinea Ecuatorial, extrapolada al Parlamento Europeo, ha inducido a dicha institución parlamentaria a dictar la resolución antes citada sobre una supuesta violación de derechos humanos contra los mercenarios ecuatoguineanos que se vieron involucrados en los actos criminales ya descritos. En particular, el caso de Obama Fuman padecía de varias patologías crónicas con diagnóstico definitivo según consta en el parte médico. Esta inadmisible resolución ilustra una falta de neutralidad y objetividad en los asuntos internos del Estado de la República de Guinea Ecuatorial y el sospechoso interés real que subyace desde hace décadas bajo supuestas intenciones democratizadoras.
Sir, can I ask you to
en
conclude?
razón a todo expuesto, el Parlamento de la República de Guinea Ecuatorial hace constar su no reconocimiento a la legitimidad del Parlamento Europeo del derecho de pronunciarse sobre asuntos relacionados con países que no forman parte de su espacio geopolítico. Es en este sentido pedimos inmediatamente a la Unión Interparlamentaria instar a los gobiernos del Reino de España y de la República Francesa que cesen de intervenir en los asuntos internos del soberano pueblo de la República de Guinea Ecuatorial. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. I would now like to give the floor to Bolivia. You may have the floor.
Gracias, Presidenta. Un gran saludo a todas las ciudadanas y ciudadanos representantes del mundo entero desde el Estado plurinacional de Bolivia. Debemos hablar claramente. Y si es que tenemos por título de nuestra reunión la promoción de la coexistencia pacífica, la inclusión en las sociedades y el combate a la intolerancia, lo primero que debemos hacer todas y todos es rechazar de manera contundente la guerra, no solamente en unos continentes. Lo hemos visto hace un instante en la exposición de Guinea Ecuatorial. Formas de guerra que también reproducen la colonialidad del poder en el mundo entero. Hablemos claramente. Rechazar la guerra implica rechazar lo que sucede en Ucrania, lo que sucede en Palestina, lo que sucede en Guinea Ecuatorial, lo que sucede en todos los continentes del mundo. No podríamos mirarnos firmemente en el espejo si es que asumimos una actitud hipócrita de rechazar unas cosas y aceptar otras. Porque la guerra no es un mecanismo que nos permita solucionar los conflictos. La guerra socava la legitimidad de todas nosotras y nosotros, que somos electas y electos por el voto popular. Es lo contrario a la democracia. Pero también hay las guerras de baja intensidad, las que promueven golpes de Estado, las que promueven invasión para tener los recursos naturales a disposición de poderes extranjeros, las que permiten que las potencias militares generen una reproducción de la colonialidad del poder y del dominio del ser humano sobre la naturaleza. Hablemos con claridad. La fórmula de la coexistencia pacífica fue una fórmula inventada para sostener el equilibrio de las fuerzas militares luego de la Segunda Guerra Mundial. Y debemos hacer un salto cualitativo. Hablemos claramente, porque tal vez no estemos haciendo lo suficiente para contribuir a la paz, para contribuir a la inclusión y para frenar la intolerancia. Debemos ser intolerantes con los intolerantes. No podemos soportar los regímenes democráticos, la intolerancia del racismo, la intolerancia de la colonialidad, la intolerancia de la xenofobia, la intolerancia de la misoginia, la intolerancia debe ser desterrada y no la podemos tolerar. Y si es que representamos la legitimidad de nuestros pueblos por el voto ciudadano, entonces debemos, por supuesto, ir más allá del grupo de trabajo de la UIP sobre la paz y proponer una comisión especial de paz, una comisión general y una comisión específica para cada área geopolítica del mundo entero. Esto se resuelve con integralidad o no va a tener resolución. La paz significa también luchar por los derechos de la madre tierra. Bolivia humildemente trae acá una propuesta además adicional respecto de nuestra lucha por la paz, la inclusión de los derechos de la madre tierra y la intolerancia con ella. Proponemos que el 22 de abril del próximo año, en el seno de Naciones Unidas, con el patrocinio de la UIP, se pueda realizar una asamblea de la madre tierra, consagrar sus derechos, discutir otro tipo de matriz civilizatoria que nos permita alcanzar lo que queremos ahora: la paz, la inclusión también de la madre tierra y sus derechos, y la intolerancia a los intolerantes. Muchas gracias.
Thank you for your speech, sir. I would now like to give the floor to Mexico. You have the floor.
Muy buenos días. Gracias, Bahrain, por su hospitalidad. El tema de esta sesión se relaciona con muchos desafíos globales. La democracia en sí mismo, los derechos humanos, la igualdad, la paz. Desde este espacio de la Unión Interparlamentaria, quiero referirme a lo que obstaculiza la construcción de paz en México y que está generando violencia e intolerancia en la sociedad. En primer lugar, México atraviesa un problema serio de violencia. La alta tasa de homicidios hace del actual gobierno el más violento de nuestra historia. Y esto se debe a que su estrategia de seguridad ha fracasado y el crimen organizado se ha fortalecido. Pero el problema del narcotráfico es multidimensional. Si bien México es un país de tránsito de drogas. Requerimos de la ayuda de otros gobiernos para frenar su consumo. Pero es importante también decirlo. Necesitamos de la ayuda de sus legisladores, de sus parlamentarios para frenar la venta de armas que los narcotraficantes utilizan para sus homicidios. Es importante mencionar que la violencia no solo se genera desde la delincuencia organizada. Hay otros factores que están confrontando a nuestras sociedades, y me refiero a los mensajes y a los discursos de odio. En México, diariamente se utiliza la conferencia presidencial para atacar a diversos sectores de la sociedad. Lo mismo se ataca a partidos políticos, a legisladores, como a periodistas o medios de comunicación. Se exhibe y se ataca desde esa plataforma nacional tanto a empresarios como a gobernantes de otros países o legisladores de otros continentes, simplemente por pensar diferente, por señalar los riesgos para la democracia en México, por señalar el peligro que es ejercer la libertad de expresión, o simplemente lo hacen desde este espacio nacional y esta conferencia presidencial para dividir a la sociedad. Es increíble, pero los mensajes de odio van incluso para la clase media, atacándola simplemente por tener aspiraciones para su desarrollo. Esto sin duda alguna está causando división y confrontación todos los días en la sociedad mexicana. Pero este espacio de la Unión Interparlamentaria no solo es para expresar nuestras preocupaciones, sino también para compartir nuestras ocupaciones y nuestras propuestas. Yo quiero una sociedad con paz. Yo quiero un México que recupere la capacidad de convivencia. Yo quiero una sociedad que apueste por vivir auténticamente en comunidad. Por eso en los próximos días en el estado de Guanajuato, en México, estaré iniciando un gran proyecto y mismo al que quiero invitarles, a las embajadas de paz. Estamos a tiempo de construir la seguridad, estamos a tiempo de construir la paz. ¿Qué haremos para lograrlo? Estamos convocando a todos los sectores de la sociedad, a madres y padres de familia, a la iniciativa privada, a la comunidad educativa, a los medios de comunicación, a las iglesias, a los gobiernos locales, a la sociedad civil organizada. La paz se construye desde el interior de los hogares, desde las aulas, desde el espacio laboral, desde el apostolado en la iglesia, desde las comunidades vecinales, desde los medios de comunicación. La paz se construye desde los mensajes de los gobiernos. Necesitamos dejar los mensajes de odio y división. Necesitamos hablar de paz. Y es indispensable respetar y que se nos respete si pensamos diferentes. Requerimos tolerancia y respeto a la fe que profesamos. Así como la democracia debe de permitir la convivencia en una sociedad, es requisito terminar con los mensajes de odio que generan intolerancia y ponen en riesgo la libertad. Elijamos el diálogo en vez del conflicto. Elijamos la vida en vez de la muerte. Elijamos siempre la paz y no más guerra.
Thank you so much for your intervention. I would now like to give the floor to Guinea. And so you have the floor.
Monsieur le Président de l'Union interparlementaire, Monsieur le Secrétaire général de l'UIP, Messieurs les Présidents des parlements, chers parlementaires, c'est un honneur et un réel plaisir de m'exprimer du haut de ce podium au nom du Président de mon institution, de mes collègues parlementaires, de mon peuple lors de cette 46e Assemblée de l'UIP. Sur un thème aussi important, mais aussi préoccupant pour nos différents pays et parlements. Avant d'entamer mon propos, je voudrais adresser mes sincères remerciements aux autorités du Royaume de Bahreïn, au nom de la délégation guinéenne, pour l'accueil chaleureux et féliciter les organisateurs pour la réussite de cette 146e Assemblée de l'UIP. Chers parlementaires, la coexistence pacifique et la tolérance pour nous constituent le socle de la paix et du développement. Malheureusement, aujourd'hui, elles sont hautement menacées, principalement par la défense des intérêts personnels d'ordre politique, économique et social. Les intérêts politiques sont souvent liés à l'ambition démesurée des dirigeants à tripatuer les constitutions et se maintenir au pouvoir. Les mauvaises élections, les coups d'État, l'ingérence de l'Occident dans les affaires intérieures des États en cautionnant l'arrivée des leaders illégitimes à la tête de certains États africains. Sur le plan économique, l'exploitation anarchique et égoïste des richesses des pays africains par l'Occident à travers les dirigeants imposés et la détérioration des termes de l'échange dans lesquels sont maintenus les États africains. Sur le plan social, la manipulation des communautés par les politiques, l'injustice, l'exclusion, le déséquilibre, les difficultés d'accès aux services sociaux de base, l'usage abusif des réseaux sociaux avec ses conséquences négatives. Chers parlementaires, chers invités, la coexistence pacifique repose sur plusieurs principes, principalement la justice. Il ne peut avoir de coexistence pacifique et de tolérance sans justice. Nos dirigeants sont principalement concernés pour la réalisation de cette ambition. Du haut de cette tribune, j'interpelle tous les dirigeants du monde de mettre au centre de leurs priorités la dignité humaine et de renoncer à leurs ambitions et leurs intérêts personnels. Ma satisfaction que ce thème soit discuté à cette auguste Assemblée, c'est le fait qu'elle soit principalement composée des acteurs politiques, dont certains peuvent devenir des chefs d'État. Pour finir, je voudrais attirer l'attention des parlementaires ici présents pour la situation des peuples des pays de l'Afrique subsaharienne en Tunisie, victimes des exactions, des violences, des séquestrations de la part des Tunisiens à la suite du discours xénophobe des hautes autorités. Des étudiants, des touristes, des résidents et même des malades partis pour se soigner sont victimes de ces violences. Je voudrais appeler aux parlementaires tunisiens présents à cette Assemblée à l'arrêt immédiat de ces violences. Pour clore, je voudrais saluer les efforts inlassables de l'UIP pour le rapprochement des parlements et pour contribuer pour le bien-être des peuples du monde. Je vous remercie.
Thank you so much, and perfect within the time. Thank you for that. Now it is the time for Burkina Faso. So welcome. I'll give you the floor.
Madame la Présidente de l'Assemblée générale, Mesdames et Messieurs les présidents de délégation, chers participants, Mesdames et Messieurs, je rends grâce à Dieu qui me permet de me tenir devant votre auguste Assemblée pour délivrer le message de Son Excellence, Monsieur le Président de l'Assemblée législative de transition, j'ai nommé Dr Ousmane Bougouma, que je cite. En prenant la parole aujourd'hui, il me vient à l'esprit qu'il y a de cela 22 ans, du 9 au 14 septembre 2001, mon pays, le Burkina Faso, abritait la 106e Assemblée de l'Union interparlementaire et ses réunions connexes. Bien qu'ayant été perturbé par l'attaque des tours jumelles du World Trade Center aux États-Unis, intervenue le 11 septembre 2001, en plein travaux de l'Assemblée, 706e Assemblée de l'UIP a tout de même réussi le pari d'offrir à notre organisation mondiale une de ces assemblées mémorables. Toutefois, les Africains et les Burkinabés étaient loin de s'imaginer que ce qui venait de se passer à des milliers de kilomètres d'eux, une attaque d'envergure revendiquée par Al-Qaïda, allait, une vingtaine d'années plus tard, se métastaser et gangréner sérieusement aujourd'hui leur pays. Honorables députés, distingués invités, Mesdames et Messieurs, l'honneur me revient de m'adresser à vous à cette prestigieuse tribune de la 146e Assemblée de l'UIP au nom de l'Assemblée législative de transition du Burkina Faso. Je tiens avant tout à remercier l'Union interparlementaire, son secrétariat général et l'ensemble des parlements membres pour avoir accepté d'ouvrir largement leurs portes à l'Assemblée législative de transition du Burkina Faso. En effet, avant la présente rencontre des parlements du monde, j'ai eu l'insigne honneur de conduire une délégation de la représentation nationale burkinabé à une réunion de travail qui s'est déroulée le jeudi 9 février 2023 sur invitation de M. le secrétaire général de l'UIP, M. Martin Chungong, dans les bureaux de l'institution interparlementaire à Genève, en Suisse. Cette séance de travail a permis à l'organe exécutif de l'UIP de comprendre l'évolution de la situation socio-politique au Burkina Faso et, dans un esprit de dialogue et d'ouverture, nous avons élaboré, d'accord partie, une feuille de route qui dégage les actes d'accompagnement du Parlement burkinabé par l'UIP, ainsi que les différentes réformes à entreprendre par les autorités burkinabées pour un retour à l'ordre constitutionnel normal. Honorables députés, distingués invités, Mesdames et Messieurs, cette démarche, empreinte de courtoisie et de respect mutuel, me semble plus bénéfique à bien des égards que celle d'autres organisations interparlementaires et internationales qui ont fait le choix de l'exclusion et de la mise à l'écart. Ces mises à l'écart sont comprises par nos peuples comme un mépris, eux qui, face au péril terroriste, ont décidé de s'assumer. Nombre de pays dont les parlements sont ici représentés restent toujours, hélas, dans cette logique. Aussi, j'appelle les représentants de ces pays et organisations à user de tous les moyens pour ramener leur Parlement et leur exécutif à de meilleurs sentiments. Honorables députés, distingués invités, Mesdames et Messieurs, la 146e Assemblée de notre organisation se tient sur le thème « Promouvoir la coexistence pacifique et la société inclusive, combattre l'intolérance ». Ce thème évoque avec acuité des problématiques que vivent les pays de l'Afrique de l'Ouest. En effet, mon pays, le Burkina Faso et ses voisins de la bande sahélienne, que sont le Mali, le Niger, font douloureusement face à une guerre menée depuis 2015 sous la forme d'attaques terroristes. Ces attaques ont ainsi fait des déplacés internes et de nombreux enfants dans les rues. Alors j'appelle du haut de cette tribune des nations éprises de justice et de paix à condamner ces agissements et à aider nos États à combattre le terrorisme sur toutes ses formes. Et
je peux vous demander de conclure?
Oui, il y va de la quiétude des pays confrontés à cette menace, certes, mais il va également de la tranquillité de l'humanité. Je voudrais donc, sans remercier le pays hôte qui nous a donné toutes les commodités nécessaires pour que nous soyons pleinement dans de bonnes conditions. Vive la coopération interparlementaire, vive l'union interparlementaire. Je vous remercie.
Okay, and I would now like to give the floor to our neighboring country, to the Netherlands.
Salamu alaikum. Goedemorgen. Shalom, bonjour. It's a great honor to stand in front of you here at this amazing conference of parliamentarians. I would like to thank the Bahrainian host for their amazing hospitality. I stand here in front of you as a student of Arabic, as a former human rights diplomat. In the Middle East, I served in Egypt and Syria. I'm a senator from the Netherlands. I'm a feminist who has worked for her whole life for gender equality. I'm also a mother whose daughter's name, Soraya, is from a fantastic professor of anthropology from Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. We all share these multi-layers of identity, and we bring those multi-layers into our work as parliamentarians when we serve our people, our citizens. And I would like to share, my dear colleagues, my sincere belief that we can all learn from each other in how we can achieve peaceful coexistence. And for those of you who have some time to spare, I would recommend you to visit Beit el-Quran, the Museum of the Quran here in Manama. I visited on Sunday, and it reminded me of a beautiful sentence in the Holy Quran. And let me cite this sentence, and please apologize for my mistakes in Arabic, but I will try it. Ya ayyuha an-nasu, inna khalaqnukum min dhikrin wa untha, wa ja'alnakum shu'uban wa qaba'il litta'arafu. And I will, thank you. We can learn from this beautiful ayah in Surah 49:13. O humanity, we created you from male and female and made you into peoples and tribes so that you may get to know one another. So here we are, we're getting to know one another and we're learning from each other how we can make inclusive laws for everybody. But also, how can we peacefully disagree? Because in a real democracy, we will differ on how we achieve solutions for our people, how we end wars, how we create peace, how we create good education, healthcare, access to livable environment. And I would like to thank all the colleagues for sharing their experiences and insights in this debate. My dear colleagues, as politicians, we are serving the people. We have to be aware that we're not always doing it right. It is, as our Danish colleague said, we all have to do our homework when it comes to human rights, tolerance, and inclusion. However tough it sometimes is to look into the mirror and see that we're all making mistakes as politicians, as human beings. Please allow me to share an experience from the Netherlands, from the Senate. 2 years ago, the Dutch Senate, this is our upper house, decided to investigate the relationship between anti-discrimination legislation and its effects in practice. The Dutch Senate took this inquiry after a child care subsidy scandal in the Netherlands, which proved that government bodies had found to be discriminatory on the basis of ethnicity and racial background. In the report, called Doing Justice, our parliamentarian committee focused on 4 major domains in the field of anti-discrimination law: the labor market, education, social security, and the police, for a thorough understanding of the dynamics of discrimination. We spoke to a wide variety of experts, academics, civil society organizations, and we found that this gap between the law in the books and law in practice is connected to the persistence of what we call organizational and other cultures, an insufficient consideration of our citizens' vulnerability in legislation and policy. And we concluded, and I would like to share this with you as well, that when we are drafting and assessing laws, we should use an assessment framework to include 6 major themes. We need to work on our trust. We need to work on the attention for our citizens' needs. We need to have standardization of language that is accessible. We need to be simple in the way we express our laws, and we need to take responsibility and leadership. And to conclude, we also need clear and effective procedures and complaints procedures. Of course, we have to see how this framework is going to be in practice. We are happy to share this inquiry with you. We have a summary in English. Please come to the Secretary of a delegation. Madam Chair, to conclude, one lesson is that in our democracies, we have to be open to outside criticism from our citizens, from experts, from media, from non-governmental organizations and human rights activists. This can be uncomfortable. We have seen this in the days leading up to this conference. Therefore, on behalf of the Dutch delegation of the Netherlands, we would like to underline the concerns raised in the letter of the 12+ group to the President of the IPU about the fact that the visa for the Human Rights Watch delegation were withdrawn 2 days before the start of this IPU meeting. Human Rights Watch is an organization that defends core IPU values on which we cannot compromise in any way. So, as the Netherlands delegation, we agree with the request of the 12+ group to the President of the IPU to make an official statement clearly denouncing the course of events on behalf of the entire IPU. I thank you.
Thank you so much for your intervention. I would now like to give the floor to Singapore. You have the floor. Welcome.
Madam President, ethnic and religious harmony has been a fundamental objective in the governance of Singapore since our independence in 1965. We have consistently emphasized and celebrated that we are a multiracial, multicultural, and multi-religious society. This is despite the fact that our population is overwhelmingly constituted of one race. We are 74% Chinese, 13% Malay, 9% Indian, and 3% Eurasian and others. Our Constitution enshrines the fundamental principle of meritocracy, that all Singaporeans can progress and be rewarded based on individual merit, and that no one is discriminated on the basis of race, language, or religion. Our Constitution and laws also ensure the protection of minorities. At the highest level, we have, inter alia, provision to ensure that the President comes from a different race over time, a Presidential Council for Minority Rights, and a Maintenance of Religious Harmony Act and an upcoming Maintenance of Racial Harmony Act. However, aside from constitutional devices and laws to take action against divisive behavior, Singapore has also made significant effort to ensure inclusiveness and integration amongst our communities through public housing. 85% of our population lives in public housing, and the ethnic integration policy prescribes that every apartment block, and we have about 12,000 of these blocks, must be made up of roughly the same ratio as the national ethnic ratio. The effect of this is that we have families in every block living from every race in Singapore. So every public housing block is a microcosm of Singapore. Why have we done this? First, we wanted to ensure that all the races of Singapore interact on a daily basis with each other. Our view was that in order for us to build strong relations between our different races, it was important for them to see each other and talk to each other every day. Second, and related to the first point, we wanted to prevent ethnic enclaves, where people of the same ethnic or religious group live together, as this could promote insularity and such groups could become separate. Third, within each neighborhood, we also built religious and community buildings so that the reality of being in a multi-religious, multicultural society is emphasized every day. In every Singapore neighborhood, there are mosques, churches, and Taoist and Buddhist and Hindu temples. And in every Singapore neighborhood, at hawker centers and shopping centers, you will find halal food for our Muslim residents and vegetarian options for Buddhists and Hindus. Fourth, and most importantly, our children and young people go to schools in these neighborhoods. so that at the very start of their education, they are interacting with people of different races and religions, and they grow up together. This, of course, was not an easy policy to implement and to maintain. It has been described as an authoritarian policy. Then there have also been issues that have arisen from the policy. For example, some minority-owned apartments have become a little bit more expensive, but there are policies to deal with this. The government has been steadfast in maintaining and, where necessary, modifying this policy at significant effort and cost. But although this is admittedly Singapore's most intrusive social policy, it has turned out to be our greatest strength. Studies have shown that the policy has been extremely successful in promoting racial and religious harmony, fostering understanding amongst our different cultural groups, and preventing segregation. Polls have also shown that our population strongly supports our integration policies. Of course, this model has worked for Singapore, and it may not be transferable to other countries, which have different socio-political characters. But it demonstrates that in order to build inclusivity, promote peaceful coexistence, and to fight intolerance, governments and parliaments must have the political will to enact laws and implement policies that may not be popular with some segments, but that have a real impact on the ground. We can recite United Nations declarations, we can speak of lofty constitutional ideals and aspirations, all of which are important. But as legislators, our distinct role is to translate these goals and aspirations into laws and policies that make a real difference in the lives of our citizens. Upon Singapore's independence, our founding Prime Minister, Mr. Lee Kuan Yew, said, "We are going to have a multiracial nation in Singapore. We will set the example. This is not a Malay nation, this is not a Chinese nation, this is not an Indian nation. Everybody will have his place equal, language, religion, and culture." This was the lofty goal set down at the birth of our nation. But it was not merely a highfalutin proclamation. Over the 5 decades of our independence, we have enacted laws and put in place policies to try to achieve this in reality. And to a large extent, we have succeeded, but we continue to be vigilant against divisive forces that can threaten to tear apart the social fabric of our nation. And we continue to evolve our laws and policies to deal with changing circumstances. We do this because we know that our social harmony is hard-bought and that it is fragile. I will now conclude, Madam President. But we continue to work at it in the hope that one day we can create in all our people the natural impulse to say that, well, you may look different from me, you may sound different from me, you may do things differently from me, but despite all these differences, you are yet my sister and you are yet my brother. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, and perfect within the time. Thank you so much. I would now like to give the floor to Myanmar. Here you are. Thank you and welcome.
Honorable Madam President, distinguished IPU officials, distinguished fellow delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Mingalawa. I am Dr. Wimya a democratically elected parliamentarian in 2020 general election of Myanmar. On behalf of the committee representing Pidangsu Hluttaw, that is Myanmar Parliament, and all legitimately elected MPs in Myanmar, I would like to take this opportunity to speak here today and very glad to meet you all in person. Madam President and my colleagues, as you all know, in Myanmar, the military junta seized the power from the democratically elected civilian government on 1st February 2021 because they did not get the election results they expected. The President and cabinet members of the civilian government, including Myanmar's democratic leader Daw Aung San Suu Kyi, were unlawfully arrested and imprisoned. That day was the day when our new parliament will be held. The military dictator blocked us from going to the parliament and threatened to arrest us. However, we are able to convene a virtual parliament via the Zoom application to represent the people according to the people's mandate and remove the military dictatorship. At the first meeting of Union Parliament, the representatives of the union-level parliaments were able to form the CRPH a committee representing the parliament. We don't have a parliament building. We cannot stay at home because of threats to our lives from the military, and our houses were seized. However, the people of Myanmar are overwhelmingly supporting us as we are trying to perform parliamentary functions using technology from where we are. Holding the electoral mandate of the 2020 general election, we formed the National Unity Government in consultation with the revolutionary forces. Madam President and dear friends, I'm sure you all are aware that unlawful military junta has escalated their inhumane human rights violations and crimes against humanity, and has also neglected every effort of international community, including International Parliamentary Union. As the latest figures of yesterday, 3,124 people have been killed, including one elected member of parliament, and 20,335 people were unlawfully arrested, including over 100 members of parliament. At present, 60,470 are still under unlawful detention. This includes 33 union-level members of parliament and 80 regional members of parliament. In Myanmar, most of the people are facing the most serious human rights violations, such as threats, torture, illegal arrests, arbitrary detentions, and imprisonment, and confiscation and destruction of private properties. Over 1.5 million people have been displaced due to indiscriminate air attacks and targeted arson by the brutal military junta. Dear parliamentarian colleagues, since the continued violations of military junta across the country, the democracy gains in last decade have been lost. Peace, rule of law, and development have been worsening day by day. We don't want military to hold the power back again. Now we are trying to promote peaceful coexistence with all our resistant ethnic organizations and inclusive societies. We have our roadmap to build a federal democratic union. I, on behalf of all elected members of parliaments and the people of Myanmar, I would like to seek your continued support on this auspicious day. Please support us by passing resolutions in your respective parliaments that fully recognize the CRPH as the legitimate representative parliament of Myanmar people. Please make practical cooperation between us through parliament-to-parliament engagement to protect democracy and human rights and military dictatorship in Myanmar and the world, and to end the military dictatorship in Myanmar and the world. Please pass resolutions in each of your parliaments urging your government to recognize the National Unity Government as the legitimate government of Burmese people. Please encourage respective governments to help and provide emergency humanitarian assistance to Myanmar people who have been displaced because of the oppressions and brutal killings by the military junta. Please ask ASEAN to implement the ASEAN 5-point consensus to stop the brutal killings by the military junta as soon as possible and to restore democracy in Myanmar. Please join us in bringing to justice the dictatorial military leaders and their accomplices who have committed crimes against humanity, war crimes and human rights violations with impunity for decades to this day. We look forward to furthermore cooperation with you. Thank you, IPU, for all that you stand for and act upon. And thank you, dear friends, for your solidarity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Before I give the floor to the East African Legislative Assembly, I would like to invite Mrs. Hastings Williams from Guyana. She's the foreign minister and she's an indigenous leader, and she will take the floor from me She will do the presidency of the rest of the debate. Thank you for that. And now I give the floor to the East African Legislative Assembly. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you. Thank you so much. Welcome. You have the floor. You have the floor. Here you are.
Thank you. The President of the IPU, our host, the Right Honorable Speaker, Parliament of Bahrain, the Secretary General of the IPU, distinguished speakers and head of delegation, good morning. I'm delighted to be here today to address you all. And I thank the Kingdom of Bahrain for the excellent organization of the 146th IPU Assembly and for making our stay memorable here in Manama. This year, IPU conference is anchored on the theme, promoting peaceful coexistence and inclusive societies, fighting intolerance. The theme is quite timely because it reflects the current issues that are affecting our human population. It further reflects the issues that my parliament, the East African Legislative Assembly, is dealing with as top agenda items. The Treaty for the Establishment of the East African Community recognizes the significant contribution that women make towards progress of socioeconomic transformation, gender equality, the inclusion of people with disabilities, and democracy in all areas of cooperation and good governance. The IALA Election Act further directs partner states to elect members of IALA who represent all shades of opinion, gender, and special interests. The ratio of female to men is 50% to 50%. The community also operates on a gender policy which advocates for women and girls equal rights, combating discrimination practices. The policy has helped us in ensuring the gender equality and empowerment of women are integrated into every aspect of work to eradicate poverty and reduce inequalities. The IALA is made of 7 partner states. We have Burundi, Democratic Republic of Congo, Kenya, Rwanda, South Sudan, United Republic of Tanzania, and Uganda. One of our member states, DRC, is facing conflict. In effort to restore peace, the EAC deployed forces to one of its 7 member states for the first time since 1999, in what has proved to be a good test of ability to respond to violence in the region. Hopefully, DRC will soon recover its peace in his eastern region. In times of conflicts and war, women and children are the most vulnerable and suffer excessively. Those who survive often have to live with the vivid and terrifying images of rape, war, and death for the rest of their lives. Women are also suffer from sexually transmitted diseases, stigmatization, and sometimes unwanted pregnancies, and yet they have to continue providing food, clothing, and housing for their families. This is terrible. Fellow delegates, proliferation of small arms and light weapons is a major cause of instability and insecurity, especially in developing countries. There is need to eradicate illicit flow of weapons that have massively destroyed lives. In some countries, especially in East Africa where I come from, there is serious drought that has affected agricultural productivity. Many people are going to bed hungry as a result. I cannot help but wonder whether the issues that are affecting my region are not examples of exclusions and an infringement on human rights. I call upon you all to look into the real issues affecting humanity and come up with concrete resolutions that will restore hope to the citizens globally. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Iyala, and you presented on time. Thank you, Madam Previous Chair, for allowing me the opportunity to chair this very important 146th IPU Assembly debate. With that said, I will now call on the ECOWAS Parliament to take the floor, followed by Chad. Followed by Eswatini.
Good morning, Madam President, distinguished colleagues. The ECOWAS Parliament this morning would like to first begin by thanking the loving people of Bahrain for the warm hospitality we've received, our delegation has received since our entry into your beautiful country. The ECOWAS Parliament in 5 minutes would like to speak about some of the issues that we're faced with today that are driving forces for intolerance and exclusion. Some of the reasons we have intolerance and exclusion in our region today is first, religious extremism. Over the years, we've experienced religious extremism in most of our countries, especially using the example of the Boko Haram situation we face with in Nigeria. As you all know, Nigeria happens to be the host of the ECOWAS Parliament and the entire community, and the Boko Haram has been a major issue due to religious extremism. One of the other issues we have is the enduring tradition practice of social placement. Most times we place people into categories that are not befitting of them. Sometimes we believe that women should have a separate role, limited role in our society than the men. Or sometimes the youth should have a limited role than the adults. Those exclusions sometimes bring about political disagreement, which hasn't been helpful for the drive towards working together. Over the years in our region, the ECOWAS Parliament has suffered some military juntas. We've had military takeover in our region. Today we have Guinea, Conakry, we have Mali, and we have Burkina Faso. Some of the reasons for the coup, even though we cannot justify any coup attack, but some of the reasons have been due to exclusion and tempering of constitution. Those reasons have given cause to exclusion, violence, and extremism. The other reason we've looked at in our parliament or in our region is weak state institutions. Weak state institutions allow bad governance and corruption. It fosters corruption in most countries, and as you know, corruption has always served as a driving force to exclusion and problems. Today, we are suffering from hate speeches. Hate speeches and incitement has always served as one of the driving forces why people today are going about with violence, exclusion because most times people go on Facebook, on the social media, and promote hate speeches that have not been helpful to our community. Now, what has the ECOWAS Parliament done over the years to work with some of these problems? The ECOWAS Parliament has been very involved with what we call parliamentary diplomacy over the years. Over the years, we've launched our delocalized meetings where we visit member countries, work with the disadvantaged, work with young people and women in our member states and citizens. The ECOWAS Parliament has a very strong gender force, referred to as ECOFIPA, the ECOWAS Female Parliamentarians. This strong group of women in the ECOWAS Parliament has worked over the years in not just bringing women and young people together, but bringing all sectors together, all sects together in working towards avoiding exclusion in our society. Today, we want to extend special thanks to two of our member states, Sierra Leone and Senegal, who were able to pass, with the assistance of the leadership of those political leadership of those countries, today have a gender parity bill have been passed in the parliament, and women are now standing firm in those countries as they make political decisions. We also want to take this time, the ECOWAS Parliament, to state that the ECOWAS Parliament has been very involved in monitoring elections in our region. In January and February of this year, the ECOWAS Parliament, working along with the ECOWAS Commission, conducted observation missions for elections in Benin and Nigeria. Later on this year, we will be visiting Guinea-Bissau, Sierra Leone, and Liberia that will be going for legislative and presidential election. We also have our early warning mechanism. The early warning mechanism in ECOWAS has served our region in fostering peace and averting conflict. I ask you all today to join the ECOWAS Parliament as we use some of your good examples you share here with us today so that we all together can make our world a better place. There is nothing we can do, nothing positive we can do by excluding others that are meaningful to our society. Thank you very much. It's a nice time being here, and God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eswatini. I will now invite Eswatini to take the floor.
May I kindly express on behalf of the delegation of the Kingdom of Eswatini the gratitude that we have for having been invited to speak in this 146th IPU Assembly. May we also extend our heartfelt appreciation to the King and Government of Bahrain for the reception and hospitality that we have experienced. This 146th IPU General Assembly debate themed Promoting Peaceful Coexistence and Inclusive Societies, Fighting Intolerance, sets the stage for lively debate on the need to vigorously fight intolerance and as a means for the attainment of peaceful coexistence. Winning the fight against intolerance and attaining peaceful coexistence leads to the creation of inclusive societies and the achievement of national peace and security. The fundamentals of fighting intolerance and promoting peaceful coexistence begin in the home setting. They then transcend through societies and eventually are magnified in international cooperation between countries. The speech from the throne delivered by His Majesty King Mswati III during the opening of the final session of the 11th Parliament highlighted the importance of unity and tolerance as essential and key factors in achieving the process of nation building. The King further pointed out that it is God that gives each nation its own unique identity. And through that identity, the nation garners unity and strength to overcome conflict of whatever nature, trials, tribulations that may test its unity. Tolerance and peaceful engagements is key in such situations, as the objective for all is building a good and strong nation. In the Kingdom, our customs and traditions seek to ensure the entrenchment of respect, peace, unity within our differences and diversity, and that allows us to lead good livelihoods. It's regrettable, however, to note that globally there still exists severe conflict, which has caused serious destruction to livelihoods of mankind within affected nations and spilling over to nations that are not directly affected. Rejoicing from the suffering of fellow human beings is regrettable. Causing another human being to suffer is criminal. Such actions are amplified when these issues involve sovereign states. No single state should encourage suffering of another, and it's unthinkable that some states would sponsor the suffering of another. Fellow parliamentarians, the theme of this assembly will only bring peace and order to individual countries and to the world if we take it seriously. There should be no interference in other people's matters. We should have respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity. In conclusion, the delegation from the Kingdom of Eswatini would like to assure this 146th IPU Assembly that the Parliament of the Kingdom of Eswatini is committed to undertaking all necessary measures, working with all relevant structures and constituents of the Kingdom to achieve harmony, peace, and stability, despite the natural disasters, economic situation experienced. And we urge our fellow parliamentarians here today to note the importance of the theme that we are here to discuss. I thank you.
Thank you, Eswatini, for that presentation. I will now invite Chad to the floor.
Monsieur le Président de l'Union interparlementaire, Monsieur le Secrétaire général de l'Union interparlementaire, Mesdames et Messieurs les participants en vos rangs, grades et qualités, tout protocole observé, distingués invités, chers collègues parlementaires, Mesdames et Messieurs, c'est pour moi un honneur inestimable de prendre la parole devant cette auguste Assemblée de l'Union interparlementaire pour partager avec vous les efforts du Conseil national de transition du Tchad pour la promotion de la coexistence pacifique et les sociétés inclusives à travers le combat de l'intolérance au sein de la société tchadienne. Mais avant de vous inviter à ce partage d'expériences, permettez-moi, Mesdames et Messieurs, chers participants, de m'acquitter d'un devoir, celui de vous présenter au nom de toute la délégation tchadienne les excuses de son Excellence Dr Haroun Kabadi, président du Conseil national de transition, qui a bien voulu prendre part personnellement à cette 146e Assemblée de l'Union interparlementaire, mais n'a pas pu faire le déplacement de Manama pour des raisons de contraintes de calendrier interne. Cependant, il m'a fait l'insigne honneur de présenter en son nom la communication dont la teneur suit. Mesdames et Messieurs, chers participants, l'intolérance est un concept utilisé par celui ou ceux qui s'en servent pour qualifier un manque de respect envers des pratiques ou des croyances autres que les leurs. Elle implique le rejet systématique de toutes les conceptions ou les perceptions différentes. Comme telle, la manifestation de l'intolérance varie selon les civilisations, les valeurs sociales et culturelles qu'incarne un individu ou un peuple. En République du Tchad, les causes de l'intolérance et de l'exclusion sont multiformes et construites sur des préjugés diffus ou des facteurs sociaux culturels. Ces principales causes qui mènent la société tchadienne sont, entre autres, l'organisation du système politique et de gouvernance, les pratiques religieuses, les conflits intra- et intercommunautaires, l'ignorance, l'injustice, la pauvreté, la diffusion des discours haineux sur les réseaux sociaux, l'absence d'une perspective d'avenir prometteur. Comme conséquence, le Tchad a été secoué pendant des années durant par des troubles politiques, des violences et des comportements extrémistes de ses habitants comme moyen d'expression et de revendication de leurs droits. S'en est suivi des violations des droits fondamentaux et la restriction des libertés. Mais depuis plus de 30 ans, le pays s'est résolument inscrit dans la quête d'une société tolérante et inclusive par des actions concrètes. Ainsi, la République du Tchad a adopté une constitution en 1990, qui prône la tolérance et l'inclusion comme principes cardinaux pour la coexistence pacifique et les sociétés inclusives. Il a ensuite ratifié les textes internationaux relatifs à la lutte contre l'intolérance, la discrimination, la promotion du respect et de la compréhension mutuelle. Le Code pénal a été révisé pour ériger les comportements et les attitudes caractéristiques de l'intolérance et de l'exclusion comme infractions. Au-delà de la prohibition de l'intolérance et de l'exclusion par des lois, le Tchad a mis l'accent particulier sur le dialogue interreligieux et intraconfessionnel, la sensibilisation de la population et des modes de vie différents des communautés qui la composent, et enseigne aux enfants et à la jeunesse la tolérance, le respect des droits de l'homme. Il a encouragé la création et l'organisation des plateformes d'engagement au sein des organisations à vocation confessionnelle, entre celles-ci, incluant les chefs religieux et les messagers crédibles. Sur ce chapitre, le gouvernement du Tchad a même institué par décret la journée du 28 novembre de chaque année comme journée de prière interconfessionnelle. Cette prière, qui se déroule en présence des officiels, regroupe toutes les confessions religieuses. Elles ont vocation à la recherche de la paix, la prévention des conflits religieux et la promotion du dialogue interconfessionnel. En agissant ainsi, la République du Tchad espère contribuer à la promotion non seulement d'une coexistence pacifique et de sociétés inclusives, mais contribuer à la recherche d'un monde tolérant et inclusif où chaque individu doit vivre dans le respect de l'autre. Malheureusement, la sous-région de Sahel à laquelle appartient la République du Tchad vit aujourd'hui une crise d'une extrême gravité qui menace la cohabitation pacifique et exacerbe l'intolérance et l'exclusion. Du haut de cette tribune, je vous invite à la solidarité de tous les parlementaires présents dans cette salle, dont nous saluons les efforts en faveur de la stabilité et la sous-région et demandons plus d'engagement et de soutien pour la mise en œuvre du plan d'action de l'appel du Sahel. Avant de conclure, je voudrais relever que les efforts visant à combattre l'intolérance, à promouvoir la coexistence pacifique et à bâtir des sociétés inclusives exigent une réponse globale de la part des différents acteurs dont les parlements sont la voie par laquelle les préoccupations et les besoins sont exprimés. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Chad. We will now invite the delegation from our observers to take the floor. And the first speaker will be from WHO, World Health Organization. Kindly take the floor.
Madam President, in the words of the Director General of WHO, Dr. Tedros, there cannot be health without peace, and there cannot be peace without health. Around the world, we see a concentration of global crises, leaving an ever-increasing number of people with humanitarian needs and eroding human rights. Honourable members, senators, colleagues, the long-standing collaboration between WHO and the IPU, enhancing parliamentary engagement on health, has never been more critical. Health is both a precondition and an outcome of inclusiveness. It challenges there is discrimination and delivers on the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. It is also a tracer indicator on how successful societies are in efforts to promote peaceful coexistence. WHO supports countries to strengthen health policies, including through the Global Health for Peace initiative, research on sexual and reproductive health and rights, and leadership on the global health security architecture. We address challenges that affect the ability of women, men, and LGBTQI+ people to access quality health services. We also promote diversity within our organization, addressing abuses and challenging unequal gender relations. We harness the power of science to translate the best evidence, innovation, and digital solution. But health for all is a political choice. We know nearly all maternal deaths are preventable, but every 2 minutes a woman dies during pregnancy or childbirth. We know sexual and reproductive health and rights are central to every person's health and well-being, but 270 million women have an unmet need for contraception. We know universal health coverage is essential for a healthier population, but almost 2 billion people face catastrophic or impoverishing health spending. WHO is proud to be further strengthening our collaboration with IPU, recognizing the critical role of parliaments play for health in legislation, government accountability, budgeting, and representing people's needs. WHO will celebrate on 7 April its 75th anniversary, fighting for health for all, and we invite you to celebrate with us. As we move towards the UN high-level meeting on universal health coverage this September, let us renew our shared vision: health for all, rich and poor, able and disabled, young and old, urban and rural, citizen and refugees, everyone, everywhere. Thank you.
Thank you very much, WHO, for that presentation. I will now invite Unite to take the floor, followed by Asian Parliamentary Assembly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Esteemed colleagues and friends, it is an honor to be here at IPU Assembly in the beautiful Kingdom of Bahrain. And I must say that, as it was mentioned, I'm representing here today the Unite Parliamentarians Network for Global Health, and we are extremely grateful to the President of IPU, the Honorable Duarte Pacheco from my beautiful country of Portugal, but also to the Executive Committee and to all of you who were at the Assembly in Kigali for approving our permanent observer status, and Unite is committed to working with IPU, using our observer status to bring health for all. We are currently present in nearly 100 countries around the world. We are partners with the World Health Organization, who just spoke. We work in a peer-to-peer manner towards ensuring well-being and health for all citizens around the world. And the truth is, we are living in a time of polycrisis, of intolerance, of extremism, of violence, a violation of human rights, misinformation, and a lack of trust in democracy. And the truth is, health can be a path to solving these challenges. Health is a prerequisite for sustainable development. Health is a building block towards peace. I saw this firsthand working as a volunteer medical doctor in Ukraine during the parliamentary break last summer. And I saw how healthcare workers would treat Ukrainians, but they'd also treat Russians. They treat anyone, because the value of human life is above all. And I think we as politicians, as policymakers, need to learn from the healthcare workers from around the world to embrace health as an instrument for peace, capable of overcoming poverty and inequalities. Health can empower those that live in most vulnerable situations and rise the quality of life, well-being, and happiness for all. And if you don't know how to achieve that, there's an IPU WHO handbook outside on universal health coverage. Read it and get the job done in your own country. And as parliamentarians, it is also our obligation to protect citizens we represent. And so we call on governments from around the world, and we call on you as members of parliaments, congresses, and senates to keep your governments accountable when it comes to the negotiations that were initiated by the World Health Assembly towards reaching a pandemic accord. Let me be very clear. The next pandemic will come. It's not a question of if, it's a question of when. There are no more excuses for us not to be prepared for the next pandemic. And this time, it's on your watch, it's on my watch, it's on the watch of all parliamentarians around the world to get a pandemic approved at the World Health Assembly next year, and to make sure that governments and parliaments around the world ratify it. Esteemed friends, health should be like love. It should be unconditional. And together as MPs, we can make universal health coverage a reality. The people around the world are truly counting on us to achieve this goal. It's time for us to ensure health for all. It's time to unite. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Unite, for that passionate presentation and for staying within your time. I will now invite Asian Parliamentary Assembly to take the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. السيد الرئيس المندوب المحترمون الزملاء الكرام شكرا للبحرين شعبا حكومة وبرلمانا على كرم الضيافة وحسن الاستقبال والترحيب والتنظيم المتميز. Dear colleagues, to promote the values of diversity and tolerance is the responsibility that to a great extent rests on the shoulder of parliaments and their members in the fight against racism, racial discrimination, and related intolerance. Building the foundations for a more tolerant, inclusive, and respect toward peace, security, and the rule of law are the enduring objectives the parliaments as elected officials are tasked to pursue as core values of every society. To this end, parliaments and their members are duty-bound to use all means available to them to promote peaceful coexistence and constructive cooperation between different communities and to prevent any undesirable discriminatory treatment arising from their belonging to an ethnic, cultural, or religious group in a spirit of tolerance and dialogue. Dear colleagues, Madam Chair, based on this premise, building peace and preventing violent extremism cannot be won with hard power only. We need soft power also. We need to win the battle of ideas through education, through democratic debates, through a better understanding of each other's cultures and religions. Religious, cultural, and ethnic diversity should not make a cause for intolerance. Rather, they should be considered as a base for dialogue and respect within and among civilizations as valuable means of peaceful coexistence and cooperation. This is a vitally important dichotomy that has been recognized and pursued by the Asian Parliamentary Assembly in the context of multicultural dynamism in Asia for making a strong Asian community based on mutual respect and recognition of all Asian cultures and civilizations with due respect to fundamental values of humanity. Dear parliamentarians, on cultural diversity, APA encouraged further promotion of international dialogues and interreligious exchange through Asia. Accordingly, it rejects all manifestations of discrimination that are based on racism, xenophobia, and all other related forms of intolerance. As a result, it appreciates and promotes the benefits of diversity and good governance among Asian nations. I thank you.
Thank you, APA. I will now invite GOPAC to take the floor, which will be followed by the Global Fund. GOPAC, you may now take the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace be upon us all. I am grateful for the opportunity to be here at the 146th Assembly of the Inter-Parliamentary Union in Manama, Bahrain. I feel empowered since just a few days ago, members of our organization, the Global Organization of Parliamentarians Against Corruption, gathered to have a dialogue on the UN Convention Against Corruption, UNCAC, an opportunity for us to reassess the progress of the convention and how parliamentarians can help to implement its provisions effectively. One of our particular dialogue topics, entitled Parliament and People, Addressing the Emergencies, was strongly related to the IPU Assembly theme today, Peaceful Coexistence and Inclusive Societies. GOPEC's parliamentary dialogue highlighted how we as parliamentarians and Parliament must promote measures towards parliamentary openness and transparency in order for us to have inclusive, participatory, and representative parliament, a parliament that is for all. Corruption fuels conflicts. It feeds divisions, political polarity, and even xenophobia. These are evident when we witness favoritism in giving a rule break to some groups while a hard one to the others. When we create a discriminatory law, accidentally or deliberately, to our citizens, when some groups benefit from a corrupt status quo while others, mainly to vulnerable, feel the pain of inefficient public service. GOPAC calls for Parliament as the representative body of all citizens to work towards enhancing its openness and transparency, just as UNCAC Article 13 on participation of society mandated to us to do so. In a larger context, it is high time for us, as Parliament and parliamentarians, to review and assess the state of participation of our society in every part of the public sector governance process. By having equal access and participation for all citizens in every public decision and all public services with no exceptions, we have already one step closer to tackling the divisive community we have today. One of the means to assess such a state would be to ensure the provisions implementation of UNCAC in general and its Article 13 implementations in particular. Moreover, there needs to be collectively agreed norms and guidance to ensure that the participation of society is meaningful. Within that framework, GOPEC calls Parliament and parliamentarians to take part and strengthen their involvement at the Conference of the State Parties to UNCAC. As an organization with members from different backgrounds, practice different political ideology, and interact at all levels of society, GOPEC will continue to deeply engage at the COP's UNCAC so as to ensure that the Article 13 of participation of society will be critical to promote an inclusive society. Thank you. Wassalamu alaikum warahmatullah.
Thank you for your presentation, Gopak. We have a slight change. I will now invite Onra to take the floor. Onra, you may have the floor, followed by the Global Fund.
Dear parliamentarians, distinguished delegates, first allow me to thank the International Parliamentary Union for the invitation and the Kingdom of Bahrain for their hospitality. It's a pleasure and a privilege to address this assembly on behalf of UNRWA, the United Nations Agency for Palestine Refugees, as we wish to enhance the valued dialogue that we have with parliamentarians worldwide. Created in 1949 by the UN General Assembly, through crises, wars, and pandemics, UNRWA has tirelessly provided support to the Palestine refugees, a community now numbering nearly 6 million throughout the Middle East. UNRWA is a quasi-governmental organization, strong of its direct education to 545,000 children in over 700 schools, 8,000 students in vocational training centers, and a large network of 140 clinics where 2 million refugees receive basic health support. UNRWA provides life-saving humanitarian food, cash, and other assistance to nearly 1.7 million people, and has the largest microfinance program in the Middle East, which has distributed over 29,000 loans last year alone, and created hundreds of thousands of jobs in a region riddled by unemployment. We operate in a region affected by conflict and economic downturns. All our fields of operations are facing some sort of crisis. Gaza, which has suffered numerous conflicts in past years, with an economy constricted by a 15-year-old blockade, and where UNRWA provides life-saving assistance, including food, to 1.2 million people. The West Bank, which is currently undergoing its worst cycle of violence of the last 15 years. Syria, where the war has devastated the peaceful existence of hundreds of thousands of Palestinian refugees, most of whom are currently displaced, while some are returning to the rubbles of their former homes. Not mentioning the latest earthquake, which affected over 50,000 Palestinian refugees. Or Lebanon, where levels of poverty, unemployment, and desperation have reached unprecedented heights. In December 2022, the vast majority of member states of the UN General Assembly voted to extend UNRWA's mandate for another 3 years, demonstrating strong political support for the agency and Palestinian refugees. Unfortunately, however, member states have not followed through with adequate funding, thus putting at risk our services and therefore our ability to implement our mandate. What would happen, I ask, if over 500,000 children through the Middle East would suddenly lose access to education? Or if the most vulnerable, like those affected by the recent earthquake in Syria, the poorest in Gaza, would stop receiving food or cash assistance? Despite these challenges, all of us should be proud of our common accomplishments. We should be proud of an organization which, under your guidance and with your support, has achieved universal infant vaccination, reduced maternal mortality that exceed global standards, gender parity in its school since the 1960s, created hundreds of thousands of jobs, and much more. Throughout its emergency and human development, UNRWA is playing an active role in the economic development and the stability of the Middle East. As I'm now surrounded by so many parliamentarians, I cannot end this address without mentioning UNRWA's own young parliamentarians, who, like you, are elected by their peers. UNRWA school parliaments empower students to enjoy and exercise their rights, uphold human rights values, and contribute positively to their society and community. I encourage you all to visit our fields of operation and meet these brilliant, motivated young parliamentarians. In conclusion, let me say that Palestine refugees are tired of being refugees. They ask for a solution to their plight, and while a solution is being sought, as reiterated in numerous UN resolutions and by world leaders, Palestine refugees need to be supported. And in that, parliamentarians, you in the room, have an important role to play. Thank you.
Thank you, Anra, for that presentation. Global Fund, you're now being asked to take the floor.
Good morning, honorable members of Parliament. The Global Fund to Fight AIDS, Tuberculosis, and Malaria is the largest international funder for tuberculosis and malaria and the second largest funder for HIV. We're also the largest multilateral grant funder for health system strengthening, including building stronger laboratory networks, supply chains, surveillance systems, and health data systems. Too often, the people most vulnerable to disease are the same people who don't have access to health care because of criminalization, stigma, and discrimination. HIV is a prominent example. Gay and bisexual men are 28 times more likely to contract HIV than other adult men. UNAIDS reports that 67 countries still criminalize same-sex sexual activity. Often the punishments are extremely harsh, including the death penalty in several countries. In these 67 countries, safely accessing HIV prevention, testing, care, and treatment is often impossible. This continually drives new infections. Similarly, transgender women are 14 times more likely to contract HIV than other adult women. And 20 countries criminalize or otherwise prosecute transgender people. Sex workers and people who inject drugs are also at much higher risk for HIV than the general population. Again, this creates significant barriers that drive new infections. In countries where there's criminalization, we see significantly less progress against HIV, including fewer people who are tested and know their HIV status, and fewer people accessing life-saving treatment. As a result, these criminalized and marginalized groups account for 70% of new HIV infections globally, and 94% of new infections outside of sub-Saharan Africa. Within sub-Saharan Africa, they account for 51% of new infections. While moral debates continue, the data shows that intolerance is preventing the world from ending HIV. While the UNAIDS global target for 2021 was to reduce the number of new HIV infections to 500,000, the actual number for 2021 was 1.5 million new infections, a severe miss. The Global Fund is trying to confront this challenge by requiring all funding requests to include programs that address the severe barriers to accessing health services caused by criminalization, stigma, and discrimination. Programs shown to successfully reduce these barriers include sensitivity training for healthcare workers and law enforcement, legal literacy or know your rights programs for those at risk, and funding for legal services so marginalized people can exercise their rights. Most importantly, our new strategy for 2023 to 2028 commits to providing more community-based and community-led services to ensure outreach, prevention, care, and treatment reaches those in need, and that communities lead monitoring and evaluation to ensure marginalized populations are being reached effectively. Changing the laws, policies, and practices that create barriers to health services requires political will. Parliamentarians are the drivers of political will, and the IPU and parliamentarians across the globe have a major role to play going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Global Fund. We'll now invite the Amazonian Parliament to take the floor, followed by PNND.
Meus cumprimentos, senhora presidente. Meu nome é Nelson Trade Filho, sou médico, senador da República pelo estado de Mato Grosso do Sul, no Brasil. É com muita alegria que venho a este prestigiado plenário para representar o Parlamento Amazônico, o colégio que reúne parlamentares de 8 países que possuem território amazônico: Bolívia, Brasil, Colômbia, Equador, Guiana, Peru, Suriname e Venezuela. Gostaria de dizer que o trabalho do Parlamento Amazônico está relacionado à necessidade de enfrentarmos os graves problemas que são postos sobre os nossos países e os povos da Amazônia. Portanto, sua reativação representa a expressão da vontade da nossa população amazônica. E aqui estamos para fazer o nosso trabalho de diplomacia parlamentar pela região amazônica. É importante alinharmos as necessidades dos países amazônicos à agenda global por meio de uma agenda amazônica ampliada e para todos. Temos vários desafios. São 20 milhões de pessoas vivendo no território amazônico, sendo que 2/3 da Amazônia está no Brasil e já foram, infelizmente, destruído 20% da floresta. O Brasil, apesar disso, é líder mundial em biodiversidade. Como desenvolver a economia e avançar no desenvolvimento sustentável, mantendo a floresta intacta? É importante implementarmos políticas públicas por dentro dos nossos parlamentos. Temos que buscar uma economia da floresta, que é algo muito desafiador para cada um dos nossos países. Temos ainda os desafios das mudanças climáticas, que afetarão a todos, mas de maneira muito severa os que são mais pobres e os que possuem menos recursos para suportar as mudanças do clima. O nosso papel parlamentar é muito relevante. É preciso mudar a narrativa negativa que temos sobre o território amazônico. Temos que preservar a floresta através de um modelo sustentável. Também queremos a gestão sustentável dos recursos hídricos e dos recursos pesqueiros. E ainda temos que atrair investimentos e indústrias para a Amazônia. Estamos prontos para nos inserir nos debates globais e nos colocamos à disposição para recebermos representantes da União Inter-Parlamentar nas nossas assembleias. Viva a Amazônia! Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much, Amazonian Parliament. PNND, could you please take the floor now? Followed by Algeria.
Mrs. Chair, distinguished parliamentarians, dear friends, whenever I speak on behalf of parliamentarians for nuclear non-proliferation and disarmament, I bring with me this peace messenger from Nagasaki, which was brought to me to Switzerland by young people from Nagasaki. Because let us never forget the catastrophic humanitarian and environmental consequences of the nuclear bombings of Nagasaki and Hiroshima, of the nuclear tests in the Pacific, and of Chernobyl and Fukushima. Let us recall that from the ashes of World War II, and in the wake of the nuclear bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the UN was established with a common vision to end war and with its very first resolution to eliminate all weapons for mass destruction. Today, we are discussing peace inclusion. We highlight from PNND a few international initiatives for such inclusion which you can implement as parliamentarians. First, the UN Security Council Resolution 1325 on women, peace, security. The UN Security Council Resolution 2250 on the role of youth, peace, and security. Second, the IPU PNND Handbook on Disarmament titled Assuring Our Common Future. It includes examples of parliamentary action to implement these important UN resolutions. Third, the handbook, Nuclear Disarmament for Religious Leaders and Communities, which I strongly recommend to you. It was published by Religions for Peace in cooperation with PNND and highlights commonalities and cooperations between religious faiths. Fourth, the UN Alliance for Civilization, which was established to explore the roots of polarization. PNND and peace women across the globe, whose board I also represent, stand ready to cooperate with you to build peace and inclusion. But let us be clear, in order to reach peace and inclusion, we must stop the ongoing war race. The money this deadly arms race absorbs is urgently needed for health, climate protection, humanitarian aid, peace promotion, and the fulfillment of the SDGs. Let me conclude. PNND stands for preventing war, including nuclear war. PNND stands for the vision of a world free of nuclear weapons. The UN Summit for the Future must recommend the global elimination of nuclear weapons by 2045, the 100th anniversary of the United Nations. We count on you, distinguished parliamentarians, to join forces for a culture of peace to save mankind and the planet. I thank you.
Thank you very much, PNND. Algeria, please take the floor.
معالي رئيس الاتحاد البرلماني الدولي، السيدات والسادة رؤساء البرلمانات ورؤساء الوفود، أصحاب السعادة أيها الجمع الموقر. أود في البداية أن أعرب عن خالص شكري وامتناني لمملكة البحرين الشقيقة التي تحتضن في ظروف جيدة فعاليات الجمعية العامة 146 للاتحاد البرلماني الدولي وللبرلمان البحريني على الترحيب الحار الذي حظينا به. كما أغتنم هذه الفرصة لأبلغكم تحيات السيد إبراهيم بوغالي رئيس المجلس الشعبي الوطني وتمنياته بالتوفيق لأشغالنا هذه. هذا ولا يفوتني أن أتقدم مرة أخرى باسم الشعب الجزائري بالتعازي الخالصة لإخواننا في سوريا وتركيا جراء الزلزال المدمر الذي خلف العديد من الضحايا. هذه الفاجعة التي تستوقفنا مرة أخرى لإعادة النظر في ترتيب الأولويات ورفع مستوى الوعي العام لدى الحكومات بأهمية التعاون الدولي والتضامن الإنساني. من المهم جدا في هذا الظرف العالمي أن يخصص الاتحاد البرلماني الدولي هذا الفضاء لمناقشة سبل تعزيز التعايش السلمي من خلال الموضوع المختار الموسوم بتعزيز التعايش السلمي والمجتمعات الشاملة، مكافحة التعصب، والأهم أن يقدم مقاربات شاملة ونابعة عن تجارب أثبتت نجاعتها في الميدان. فأي مسعى جدي لإحقاق السلم وتعزيز العيش في سلام يجب أن ينطلق بلغة أساسها الصراحة وجوهرها الحياد ومبتغاها الموضوعية في التعامل مع مختلف الأزمات بغض النظر عن المتغيرات العرقية والإيديولوجية. سيداتي سادتي، لقد عانت الجزائر ولاية الاستعمار ودفعت ثمنا باهظا مقابل الحرية ليرفع الشعب الجزائري بعدها بسنوات تحدي مكافحة الإرهاب والقضاء على التطرف الذي كاد أن يلوث المجتمع ويفرض عليه تيارات منافية للقيم المشتركة التي أسست لها مبادئ الثورة. هذه المفاهيم الدخيلة رفضتها الأمة بقوة، رافعة خيار المصالحة والوئام والالتزام بإعادة تشكيل المشهد الاجتماعي وإغلاق حلقة مؤلمة من تاريخنا المعاصر. لقد تحقق هذا الانتصار بمنح الناس بعدا حقيقيا بالشعور بالكرامة في أذهانهم، ومنذ ذلك الحين قرر الشعب الجزائري مشاركة خبرته النابعة من تجربة حقيقية نتائجها ظاهرة للعيان. ومن هذا المنطلق بادرت الجزائر على المستوى الدولي من أجل إعلان يوم 16 ماي من كل سنة يوما عالميا للعيش في سلام، وهي مبادرة نابعة من قيمها التاريخية ومبادئها لتقية السلم والمصالحة والتسامح في العالم. سيداتي سادتي، تؤمن بلادي أن تكريس العيش معا بسلام مستحيل دون تنفيذ خطط التنمية المستدامة، فتراجع المردودية الاقتصادية وغياب الإطار الاجتماعي الملائم للعيش الكريم هي مسببات رئيسية في تفشي مظاهر العنف والتطرف، وكانت ولا تزال من الدول الفاعلة في العمل المتعدد الأطراف، حيث أنها تدعم الأمم المتحدة وكافة المنظمات الدولية والإقليمية وعلى رأسها الاتحاد الإفريقي، وتناشد الجزائر من أجل إصلاح الحوكمة وتقية العمل المتعدد الأطراف في ظل شراكة متجددة وشاملة. ثم إننا كنا وما نزال بحكم تاريخنا النضالي ندعم بكل وضوح جميع القضايا العادلة عبر العالم كمبدأ ثابت في سياساتنا الخارجية. وضمن هذا السياق يندرج موقف رئيس الجمهورية السيد عبد المجيد تبون الذي يولي الأهمية البالغة لمسائل تصفية الاستعمار، ولطالما أكد بأن الجزائر لن تحيد عن مبادئها نصرة للحق والتزاما بالشرعية الدولية، وغايتها الوحيدة في ذلك دحض الاستعمار في كل أشكاله، وخاصة ذلك القائم على المؤامرة والتضليل. ومن هذا المنطلق نرى بأنه لا حديث عن السلام دون التطرق إلى معاناة الشعب الفلسطيني، فالجزائر التي لا تقبل استمرار المأساة المفروضة عليه ترفض إفلات الاحتلال من العقاب، وتدين أي محاولة لضم أراضي فلسطينية أخرى أو تغيير الوضع القانوني لمدينة القدس الشريف، كما نؤكد دعمنا للقرارات الأممية ولمبادرات السلام العربية كأساس القضية الفلسطينية وفق مبدأ الأرض مقابل السلام. ونفس الأمر ينطبق على ما تبقى من عملية تصفية الاستعمار. في الأخير أقول أن تفاقم الأزمات في مختلف أرجاء العالم يدعونا كبرلمانيين ممثلين لشعوبنا لضرورة تحمل مسؤولياتنا والعمل من أجل التخفيف من حدة التوتر بموجب القانون الدولي، وكذا تعزيز العمل المتعدد الأطراف لإيجاد الحلول المناسبة لمختلف التحديات المشتركة. ومن هذا المنطلق نجدد دعم البرلمان الجزائري بغرفته للاتحاد البرلماني الدولي، معربين عن أملنا في أن يؤدي دورا مهما في توسيع مدارك وأفق البرلمانيين ورؤيتهم حول القضايا المختلفة وإطلاعهم على خبرات البرلمانات الأخرى والسياسات والتشريعات التي تبنتها برلمانات تلك الدول ومدى نجاعتها وفعاليتها وإمكانية تطبيقها، فضلا عن دور النواب من خلال الدبلوماسية البرلمانية في دعم القضايا العادلة والمسائل ذات الاهتمام المشترك. شكرا على حسن الإصغاء، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you very much, Algeria. We are now closing the B list of speakers, and we will start the C list, which is the list of second speakers from the delegations. So I invite Japan to take the floor, followed by Canada.
私は日本国会代表団の副団長、参議院議員の三浦靖と申します。さて、本年1月、岸田内閣総理大臣は、施政方針演説において、すべての人が生きがいを感じられる多様性が尊重され、意欲のあるすべての人が十全に能力を発揮できる包摂的な経済社会を作るため、特に女性、若者、地方の力を引き出していくための政策により力を入れて取り組んでいく決意を表明し、私も与党の一員としてその実現に向けて努力をしております。私は出身の島根県大田市において市議会議員を3期務め、その経験から地域コミュニティの重要性を肌で感じており、国会議員になってからは田舎に暮らす人々に寄り添い、地方の痛みや苦しみの声を東京、国に届ける地方創生につなげていく役割を果たしてまいりました。例えば、2021年5月に成立した日本のデジタル化の司令塔たるデジタル庁の設置などに定める法案審査の際には、地方における人材確保の難しさ、財政措置の必要性などを強調しました。ICT を活用し、日本が提案するサイバー空間とフィジカル空間を融合させ、貧富の格差を解消するソサイティ 5.0 を実現することで、 包摂的な社会の促進が図られ、地方のニーズに的確に応えることが期待されることから、その取り組みを進めています。また、2021年11月に総務大臣政務官に就任し、約1年間、政府の一員として活動してまいりました。担当した行政評価局においては、行政の対応に納得がいかない市民から苦情や意見などを受け付け、その斡旋等を行う行政相談員との懇談の機会を設けて、状況把握に努めてまいりました。各人を取り巻く環境、社会全体が平穏であれば、健康な生活を続けられ、寛容な心を持っていけることから、地道ではありますが、市民の声に耳を傾け、それを施策に反映していくことが重要だと感じております。生活向上の政策にはもう一つ付け加えるとすれば、日本では新型コロナ感染症の影響もあって、孤独・孤立の問題が深刻しております。人とのつながりを実感できることで、社会関係資本の充実にもつながると踏まえ、孤独・孤立対策の基本となる法案成立を目指しております。現在、あらゆる分野でグローバル化が進み、世界全体が深く密接に関わっており、今こそ地球規模で平和を希求し、人類の限りない幸せのため、日本として包摂的社会の形成に向け、積極的に取り組んでまいります。ご清聴ありがとうございました。Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Japan, Canada, kindly take the floor. Followed by Italy.
Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon, fellow parliamentarians and colleagues. I am honored to stand before you today to speak of peaceful coexistence and inclusive societies. As a Canadian senator, I am proud to say that Canada is a safe, welcoming and inclusive society for those seeking refuge from violence. However, we are not immune to the rise in hate. Inclusivity and peaceful coexistence require governments and citizens alike to put in the required effort. The Senate Committee on Human Rights has been studying Islamophobia in Canada for nearly a year, and the testimony paints a bleak picture of Canada's treatment of Muslim Canadians. I propose this study as chair of the committee after learning that nearly 5% of Canadians are Muslim, and that more Muslims have been killed in targeted attacks in Canada than any other G7 country. Even more distressing, when compared to other types of hate crimes, incidents targeting Muslim populations are more likely to target women. The committee visited the mosque where the scars from a terrorist attack that killed 6 people and wounded 19 are still fresh. We also heard heartbreaking stories from across the country. We have heard of complete strangers yelling at Muslims to go back home, of young women being harassed and physically assaulted because they wear a hijab. Canadian Muslims are feeling unsafe in their own neighborhoods and mosques. Colleagues, Canada is our home. And I chose to speak of Islamophobia today because I believe it is important to hold up a mirror and reflect on our home's problems to better fix them. We must speak against bigotry and hate. There is now a greater understanding of the challenges the Muslims face and a commitment from Canadians to overcome these challenges. We need to acknowledge our problems to fix them. Today, I ask you, my colleagues, to take a stand with me against the growing tide of hate. It is our responsibility that everyone feels safe within their communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Canada. Italy, I will now invite you to take the floor. Which will be followed by the speaker from Mexico.
Madam Chair, friends, we are all here to debate about a common aspiration, promoting peaceful coexistence. The question is, how do we coexist in a world that goes faster and faster with growing complexities on a global scale? We are all interconnected. We are all entwined. But interconnection doesn't mean coexistence. Interconnection is a fact. Coexistence is a choice. How we turn a fact into a choice. We can do it by restoring our faith in single human beings, by protecting them in their lives, in their beliefs, in their rights. This way, we can overcome inequalities and threats to peace. First right, alphabetization, a key fact to eradicate intolerance. My country, Italy, my government are facing a new wave of migration on these days. Populations are displacing themselves in the Mediterranean Sea at great risk of their lives. Almost 80 people, among them children, drowned last week in our seawater. We are saving lives in our sea. Most times we succeed, sometimes we fail, and it's unbearable. Sometimes we have the feeling like this wave is only a problem for Italy, but it's not. It's a common challenge, and we have to face it as such. All of us dealing with many complexities feel alone in some case. And that's why we are here, members of our national parliaments, and we are demanded specifically to work together to cooperate in these very difficult times and show that our common work, in spite of long procedures, necessary compromises, and sometimes a perceived inefficiency on the part of our peoples, can nonetheless provide solid responses to strategic challenges that expect us today and expect us in the future. So let's broaden IPU, let's broaden its scope, and let's use our extraordinary network to effectively strengthen each other and promote coexistence. Thank you.
Thank you, Italy, for that presentation. Mexico, you may have the floor, which will be followed by the speaker from Norway.
Bueno, honorable asamblea, hoy nos convoca la idea de promover la paz para la coexistencia de las sociedades inclusivas y poner fin a la intolerancia. Y yo me pregunto si esto lo podemos hacer sin las mujeres. Las mujeres tenemos que estar presentes siempre en todos los procesos, en los procesos políticos, en los procesos económicos, en todos, absolutamente todos los procesos que implica el de mejorar una sociedad. Y me viene a la mente hoy el tema de los 17 Objetivos de Desarrollo que precisamente estamos discutiendo, el número 16 de promover sociedades pacíficas e inclusivas. Sin la visión de las mujeres no lo podemos lograr. Hoy por hoy tenemos parlamentos que nunca adoptaron las cuotas. Tenemos parlamentos que sí tienen mujeres, por supuesto, y se han hecho esfuerzos, hay que reconocerlo. Pero hay otros parlamentos que pasaron de las cuotas a la paridad. Y eso hizo cambiar la visión de la política. Y cuando se cambia la visión de la política, empieza a ponerse en el centro a las personas, con las agendas verdaderas que implica la Agenda 2030 de la sostenibilidad. Las mujeres representamos el 50% de la sociedad y tenemos derecho a participar a plenitud en todos los procesos. Nosotros estamos también siendo vulneradas con la violencia política, con la violencia digital. También aportamos a la educación inclusiva, pero necesitamos trabajar juntos, hombres y mujeres. Como dice el dicho, él por ella por él. Necesitamos unidad y necesitamos eliminar la visión patriarcal para avanzar en una igualdad sustantiva por un mundo mejor, por un planeta que merece verdaderamente sobrevivir pese a nosotros mismos. Hoy, en México, tenemos la igualdad. Tenemos igualdad en todo. Esa reforma la hicimos en el 2019 y en el 2014 hicimos la reforma paritaria en la Cámara de Diputados. Somos 50% hombres y 50% mujeres. Y esto ha ayudado muchísimo. A los hombres un poco les costó al principio, pero ahora todo va mejor. La verdad es que el poder hay que compartirlo. Hay que compartir también la economía. Hay que compartir todo lo que, las visiones para mejorar en una sociedad que sea verdaderamente incluyente y poner fin a la intolerancia. Es cuanto y muchas gracias.
Thank you, Mexico. Norway will take the floor, followed by Denmark.
Thank you, President. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, IPU have a motto, democracy for everyone. And in order to reach that goal, we have to get rid of the intolerance and discrimination. A democracy is built on tolerance, respect, and equality. But I'm worried. In reality, democracy is under pressure in an increasing number of countries. Today, only a minority of the world's population live in democracies, and the number of authoritarian regimes is on the rise. The freedom of expression is gagged. The free press is disappearing and censorship imposed. NGOs are brought to silence, LGBT people harassed, human rights activists put in jail, and women discriminated. The UN Women's Commission estimated that it will take 300 years before the world achieves gender equality. Men and women of various ethnic backgrounds have marched under the banner of women's rights in Afghanistan and been killed for it. To deprive 50% of the population the right to education is a crime, a violation of human rights and destructive to the future of Afghanistan. The United States Supreme Court ended the constitutional right to abortion. Life has changed dramatically for millions of Americans when it comes to their health care choices. In the year of 2023, there is stronger regulations for women than guns in the United States of America. As many as 22% of Norwegian women have been victims of rape, according to a new report. Half were under 18 when the abuse occurred. Dear colleagues, I might be tempted to say that we are moving backwards in time, but that is not correct. We are moving forward in the wrong direction. When it comes to equality and women's real rights, we are moving in the wrong direction. We have many challenges that must be solved together, and we need every nation's full potential, both men and women. Not so far from this conference center, the Danish Bahraini citizen, Mr. Al-Kawaye, has been imprisoned since 2011. He is sentenced to life imprisonment. Like our colleagues from the Danish Parliament, we call for his release. His imprisonment is in contradiction with the values of the IPU and the theme of this debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Norway. Denmark, I'll invite you to take the floor, followed by Poland.
Honorable members, dear colleagues, thank you, Bahrain, for hosting this event. It's a great honor to me to speak for you today, something I've been looking forward to. I wish to tell you a story about a brave man, a story about the world, the life, respect, and love for each other. This man, born in Bahrain, found his life in Denmark and became a Danish citizen. He found a good life here and made a choice. He decided that he wanted to fight for the good life of his people in Bahrain, where he came from. He saw that it was possible to fight for democracy, human rights, freedom of speech, freedom of the media, in respect, of course, for other people's lives and traditions. His name is Abdul Hadi al-Kawaya. According to the UN, he was unjustly arrested in 2011 in his peaceful protest for human rights in his mother country, Bahrain. He is still in prison. He is now dying. I ask of all of you, should he not be allowed to go back to his family in Denmark? Should he not be released and find peace and freedom with his family? I ask you, representatives of Bahrain, who are present here today, please send Mr. Al-Kawaya home to his wife and daughter for democracy, for our love and respect for human rights in the world. It would also be an important step towards a better dialogue between us. Thank you.
Thank you, Denmark, for your presentation. I will now invite France to take the floor at this time.
Merci Madame la Présidente, Mesdames et Messieurs les parlementaires, chers collègues. Comme l'a dit hier mon collègue et président de notre délégation, Frédéric Marchand, le cadre législatif peut être un terreau favorable pour les sociétés inclusives. En France, la loi de 2005 pour l'égalité des droits et des chances a traduit en actes les valeurs de fraternité et d'égalité en renforçant l'inclusion des personnes en situation de handicap, autant à l'école que dans les entreprises. Plus récemment, la loi organique de 2020 relative à l'autonomie a créé une nouvelle branche de la sécurité sociale afin de tenir compte des enjeux liés au vieillissement de la population. Dans un autre registre, l'Assemblée nationale sera soucieuse lors du prochain examen du projet de loi relatif aux Jeux olympiques et paralympiques de 2024 de faire de la prochaine Olympiade un moteur pour l'inclusion. Ensuite, les structures mêmes du Parlement français se sont étoffées pour adapter le cadre législatif à la société nouvelle. Je citerai en particulier les délégations des droits aux femmes consacrées par une loi de 1999 qui éclaire les débats législatifs pour lutter contre toute forme de discrimination fondée sur le sexe. À l'Assemblée nationale, ma collègue Véronique Riotto, ici présente, préside cette délégation dont je suis membre. Les violences sexistes et sexuelles restent un fléau mondial. Ce dont témoignent les chiffres glaçants de l'ONU Femmes. Effectivement, en 2021, chaque jour dans le monde, plus de 120 femmes sont tuées par un membre proche de leur famille. Ainsi, pour initier de véritables changements culturels et adapter la politique pénale, la reconnaissance légale de la notion de féminicide est nécessaire. Également contre la récidive, je suis convaincue que la prise en charge professionnelle, psychologique, voire médicale des auteurs de violences est absolument cruciale. Rappelons que la récidive intervient dans 88% des cas sur la même victime. Pour lutter contre ce fléau, l'éloignement du conjoint violent hors du domicile familial est un excellent levier. C'est une disposition choisie en France. Depuis plusieurs années, je suis mobilisée sur ce sujet à l'Assemblée nationale, mais également en circonscription, avec l'aide des associations et des tribunaux. Les résultats des premières expérimentations sont véritablement encourageants. Pour la seule année de 2020, l'hébergement des auteurs sous contrôle judiciaire a permis de faire baisser la récidive à 6%. Cet éloignement des auteurs leur permet une véritable prise de conscience et contribue à casser le cycle des violences par là même mieux protéger les femmes et leurs enfants. Les sociétés inclusives reposent donc sur une vraie volonté de lutter contre toutes les formes de discrimination et permettent d'atteindre, in fine, la coexistence pacifique. Je suis convaincue que les parlements nationaux doivent plus que jamais jouer un rôle majeur dans un monde traversé par des tensions et une intolérance croissante. Dans cette quête, ils doivent devenir eux-mêmes ce que l'on appelle des institutions politiques inclusives pour mieux tenir compte des aspirations des citoyens. L'ambition de promouvoir des sociétés inclusives s'inscrit plus largement dans la lignée des objectifs de développement durable des Nations Unies à l'horizon 2030. Je vous remercie. Shukran.
Thank you very much. France, Poland, you may have the floor, which will be followed by Ireland.
Dear Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, referring to the focus of our Assembly, it's crucial to ask ourselves a question. What is peaceful coexistence today? As we already know, that is not just a state of absence of war. By analyzing the last decade, it's fair to say that democratic, peaceful world must be vigilant, as freedom and peace are not given to us once and for all, and economic interest doesn't always go hand in hand with tolerance, respect for others, and peaceful coexistence. An important element for the peaceful coexistence of states is undoubtedly democratic and fair elections. Internally stable states whose governments are guided by the voice of the people. Don't seek confrontation in foreign policy and seek peaceful resolution of potential conflict is the interest of their society. For elections to be fair, which is a guarantee of state stability, not only the transparency of vote counting is needed, but also equal opportunities are disturbed when there is no equal access for all political parties to the public media. It's also difficult to talk about fair elections when the public media are monopolized by the ruling party and their coverage doesn't mean the qualities of objective reporting. A main condition for the stability of states and societies is also the reduction of inequalities in various areas of social, political, and economic life. This includes ensuring equal opportunities for women versus men, helping particular social groups facing different degrees of exclusion, and needing support and involving young people in public discourse. In conclusion, I would like to add that one of the tasks that we, as parliamentarians, can undertake today to combat intolerance is to persistently fight hate speech and misinformation. Efforts should be made to ensure that politicians set a good example for society and don't use hate speech in political dispute. Moreover, they should show more responsibility for what they say, avoid populist statements in political debate, and use only verified information as arguments. In this context, the Inter-Parliamentary Union could adopt a resolution calling on parliamentarians from around the world to actively combat hate speech and disinformation. Thank you.
Thank you, Poland. Ireland, you may now have the floor.
Díomh is Misha Roisin ní Garvaí as Éireann Cúnda an Clár. Is Misha Ceandan na Daoine atá an seo ó Comhaontas Glas in Éireann. Hello, my name is Roisin Garvaí. That's my native tongue Irish. I'm from Ireland. I am a Green Party senator, and I'll just take a couple of minutes to make a few points. It's an honour to be here today. If we are serious about promoting peaceful coexistence and fighting intolerances, we have a lot of work to do. And if we, the politicians, are serious about this, we absolutely have to put climate and the biodiversity crisis front and centre. If we do this, and only if we do this, we will stop climate refugees being forced to leave their countries. We will have enough food to feed everyone. We will have cleaner air and cleaner water. We will be able to tell our grandchildren, and they will be able to tell theirs, that we listened to the young, the scientists, the small island people of places like the Maldives and Seychelles. If we don't, we face water and resource wars, worse than anything we have ever seen to date. The complete opposite of a peaceful coexistence. If we don't, we will no longer be able to grow food, as we will have killed off all our pollinators. We need our insects, we need our pollinators, or we will not be growing food. We will have much unhealthier people, as we see more and more developing countries following the footsteps of us in the West and spending half their day sitting in SUVs stuck in traffic, choking our cities and towns, contaminating our air, and causing childhood obesity because there's no longer safe places for our children to walk or cycle or play. We give all the space to the big metal boxes. I want to thank Bahrain for signing up to the Paris Agreement and COP26, and even the Crown Prince Salman bin Hamad Al Khalifa coming to Scotland. But action speaks louder than words, and us politicians need to talk a lot less and take a lot more action. We met with the Irish company ESB International this morning, who have done great work with the EWA here in Bahrain on a successful PV solar and wind project and on super plans for fast rail. But these are all just tokenism. We have all the solutions we need, actually, and that's the only reason I got into politics, because I've seen all the solutions. But we need to manifest them now. Finally, no matter what we want to achieve as a human race, we will not achieve it without equality for women. We are needed, we are ready, willing and able. We do not want token gestures. We do not want you to just see us. You need to hear us, listen to what we have to say. It is 2023. I implore all men to understand we are not a threat. We are, in fact, the planet's biggest asset. So work with us, please, or step aside. It is either a gender-equal green future or no future we face. Inshallah.
شكرا السيدة الرئيسة. السيدات والسادة البرلمانيين المحترمين، السيدات والسادة الحضور الكرام، أتشرف بأن آخذ الكلمة بصفتي برلمانيا شابا عضوا بالبرلمان المغربي في موضوع هذه المناقشة العامة لإدلاء برأينا في شأن القضايا المرتبطة بدور الشباب في تعزيز أسس العيش المشترك، للتأكيد أساساً على أهمية الحوار بين الأجيال وبين مختلف المكونات المجتمعاتية الإثنية منها، والثقافية أو الدينية أو السياسية، لتشييد المجتمعات الدامجة للجميع، وذلك وفق مقاربة تعتمد أساساً مرجعية حقوق الإنسان في سعينا الجماعي كبلدان وأمم وشعوب لتحقيق أهداف التنمية المستدامة ل 2030. ففي عالم اليوم حيث يوجد أكثر من 2.8 مليار شخص تتراوح أعمارهم ما بين 16 سنة و 35 سنة، ويعيش ما يقارب 70% منهم في البلدان النامية، يوجد الشباب في صلب التحديات المرتبطة بالأزمة الاقتصادية والاجتماعية الناجمة عن جائحة كوفيد-19 وتداعيات التغيرات المناخية وشبح تدهور الأمن الغذائي والطاقي والصحي وتنامي خطاب التعصب والتطرف العنيف والكراهية من جراء اندلاع نزاعات واضطرابات وحروب في مناطق عديدة كما هو الحال في منطقة الشرق الأوسط ومنطقة الساحل والصحراء ومنطقة البلقان. في هذا السياق المتوتر والمضطرب يدعو الشباب إلى ضرورة الإسراع بتفعيل ثقافة الحوار وإعمال آليات الاندماج الاجتماعي لبناء مجتمعات تحكمها قيم ومبادئ السلم والعيش المشترك. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you very much, Morocco. We now have young parliamentarians, which will be on the D list, and Ms. Austria is on the floor at the moment. Who will be followed by Armenia.
So, dear colleagues, first of all, I want to say thanks to our Bahraini friends who are hosting us here in the historic and very beautiful country. Thank you very much. Yes, promoting peaceful coexistence and inclusive societies, fighting intolerance, what a difficult and wide-ranging topic, but also, of course, a very important one. The issues we face to create inclusive societies are different in every country, and the separation between people is not alike in any two countries. I would like to focus on an issue we are facing in Austria, Europe, the integration of refugees into our society. With more and more tangible climate crisis, more and more people will leave their lands and more conflicts will arise. Hence, we will face more challenges to integrate the affected people who are forced into fleeing and into new societies. The discourse surrounding integration is often one that puts a lot of expectations on refugees. When politicians talk about integration, what they actually mean is assimilation. Refugees should be as invisible as possible. That is not what integration means to me. Integration means to be able to communicate with each other, to work with each other, and to have meaningful social relationships with each other. It does not mean to live alongside each other without noticing each other, but to live together, as we are discussing all the difficult issues here together as well. In Austria, but also in many other European countries, we need to do better in allowing refugees access to the labor market, providing language courses, protecting them from discrimination, but also to allow them to become members of our societies. In order to allow for integration, we must not leave individual countries alone, shouldering the challenges, but to create safe migration routes for refugees living in a few large camps on our European borders, so they can move to places able to provide better living situations. The challenges lying ahead of us are certainly not small, but we have to face them. They will not be solved by Islamophobic, xenophobic rhetoric, but by facing them head-on. Because we do not only face a challenge, but also a chance to create more diverse, more cooperative societies in Europe at all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Austria. I will now invite Armenia to take the floor, which will be followed by Australia.
Madam Chair, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, peaceful coexistence is based on mutual respect, mutual non-aggression, equality and mutual benefit. This theory ceases to exist when you turn your attention to the situation in Nagorno-Karabakh. Dear colleagues, since 12 December 2022, Azerbaijan has been blocking the Lachin corridor, which is the only route connecting Nagorno-Karabakh to Armenia, and thus the only lifeline to the rest of the world. As a result of this action, 120,000 Armenian residents of Nagorno-Karabakh are now effectively under siege. The blockade and isolation of thousands of people causes a dire humanitarian situation and creates an existential threat for the Armenians of Nagorno-Karabakh. The humanitarian crisis in Nagorno-Karabakh is worsening with each passing day. During the severe weather conditions, the people of Nagorno-Karabakh are deprived of vital supply of medicine, food, and fuel from the outside world. Closing the Lachin corridor was not enough for Azerbaijan. From time to time, it also closes the gas pipeline, and also frequent power outages take place. With all this, the government of Azerbaijan pursues one goal: to break the will of the Armenians of Nagorno-Karabakh to live in their homeland. Moreover, according to the information we have, Baku's plan is as follows: to bring the economic and psychological pressure in Nagorno-Karabakh to a certain culmination point, then to open the corridor for a few days, expecting that the Armenians of Nagorno-Karabakh will leave their homes en masse, to close the corridor again and then open again for a few days, and so on until the last Armenians leave Nagorno-Karabakh. This is, of course, blatant policy of ethnic cleansing. And I must record that if until now the international community was skeptical regarding our alarms about Azerbaijan's intentions to subject the Armenians of Nagorno-Karabakh to ethnic cleansing, now we already see that this perception is slowly but steadily growing stronger among the international community. Dear colleagues, I also want to thank the countries and organizations that respond to the situation objectively and impartially, relying on human rights and international obligation of the countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Australia. I will now invite Australia to take the floor, followed by representative of Korea.
Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon, everyone. Kaya Wanju. Hello and welcome. A greeting in Noongar language as I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land, the Whadjuk country, as my home base, where I live, care for, and maintain continuing reciprocal relationships with all those who share the land commonly known as Western Australia. Madam President and fellow delegates, I'm honoured to participate in this debate on a matter of great importance to the Australian Parliament and to me personally. As I noted in last year's Assembly, I am the youngest senator in Australia's 47th Parliament and proud to be so. There are more than 3 million young people in Australia, comprising 15% of our population. Australia's youth are fundamentally diverse, and it is that diversity that makes them uniquely placed to inform the government on how to build inclusive societies and fight intolerance. With 1/5 of the world's population made up of people aged 15 to 25, the political inclusion of youth is vital for democracy. Governments that not only work for young people but also with them will be far more effective than deliver a better future for those they represent. Worldwide, young people continue to show they're politically engaged and want to be involved in policy decisions that impact their lives and their futures. It is young people who are most affected by housing instability and affordability. It is young people who are affected by effects of climate change. It is young people who are most exposed to changing workforce conditions and unstable work. The insights of young people can offer are invaluable, and the Australian Parliament is committed to listen. We have committed to establishing an Office for Youth in the Australian Government and will be accountable to the Australian Parliament as well as the new youth engagement model. The model will be co-designed by a youth steering committee made up of diverse and at-risk cohorts, including our First Nations people. Now, in conclusion, by embedding engagement structures that afford young people the opportunity to be heard and make meaningful contributions, it is my hope that Australia will lead the way in inclusivity and fighting intolerance for the next generation. Thank you.
Thank you, Australia. Representative of Korea, you're now on the floor. Followed by Canada.
Good afternoon, everyone. Dear my colleagues, I'm Yejik Kim, a professional representative member of the National Assembly of the Republic of Korea, representing minorities, especially people with disability, as a person with disability myself. Today, I would like to deliver my remarks to garner your support and encourage your action regarding the rules and responsibilities of parliamentarians in creating an inclusive society that upholds everyone's right. Various data and indicators show that intolerance and discrimination are on the rise globally, while peaceful coexistence and tolerance are declining. The internet has become an unrestricted territory where hate speech and discriminatory remarks thrive. Adding to this, the media's pursuit of attention-grabbing content has fueled the propagation of such material without proper scrutiny. Regrettably, some politicians capitalize on this confusion by criticizing and stigmatizing vulnerable groups instead of adopting a balanced stance to mediate the situation. In this context, the role of proportional representative like myself become more crucial, as we are not directly constrained by votes. But parliamentarians who are not free from votes should not neglect and must find solutions to build a society where no one is left behind. Today, the world has made significant economic and technological advancements. While rapid changes have brought some benefits, they have also resulted in discrimination, undermined trust in human rights criteria, and restricted rights, thereby exacerbating social division and widening the gap between the privileged and underprivileged. Additionally, people across the globe are facing hardship, including war, natural disaster, and economic crisis. And it is becoming increasingly challenging to show generosity towards others. In such an atmosphere, the role of parliamentarians who represent the voice of the people public is crucial. It's essential to refrain from misusing vocabulary and expressions, since they can further inflame the hatred, stigmatization, and discrimination of citizens whose intentions are already high. Changing one's attitude towards others to be positive takes a tremendous amount of time and effort, while it's effortless and immediate to hate and despise those who are considered to be different. I understand it is human nature to feel uncomfortable sharing society's limited resources with vulnerable groups, as the laws of jungles reminds us. But we must go on with education and self-examination to find a solution. Isn't it what sets us apart from wild animals? The rules of a National Assembly and its members as an independent
Can you please conclude your presentation?
Yeah. an independent constitutional body must be emphasized in such unfortunate situations. With our collective efforts, I look forward to a day when we can create a real inclusive world where everyone's rights are respected. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Representative of Korea. Canada, you may have the floor, followed by Denmark.
Chers parlementaires et collègues, nous savons que des membres de groupes ethniques, linguistiques et religieux sont victimes de discrimination et d'exclusion dont les conséquences sont amplifiées par les injustices intergénérationnelles. Les données sont alarmantes. D'après un rapport des Nations Unies, au moins 20% des personnes sur Terre déclarent avoir subi de la discrimination. Les jeunes jouent un rôle important et positif sur ce plan, car ils ont pris l'initiative de s'attaquer à ce phénomène en unissant leurs forces depuis les 4 coins du monde pour promouvoir la paix et l'inclusion. Par conséquent, le thème du débat général de la présente Assemblée, promouvoir la coexistence pacifique, les sociétés inclusives, combattre l'intolérance, est fort à propos. Les jeunes sont aux premières lignes de la lutte contre l'intolérance, notamment dans les mouvements mondiaux de protestation contre les injustices. Néanmoins, les jeunes se heurtent toujours à des obstacles qui nuisent à leur participation véritable à la vie publique. En plus de faire l'objet d'intolérance, beaucoup d'entre eux doivent aussi composer avec des perturbations dans leurs études et des perspectives d'emploi assombries. C'est à nous, parlementaires de tous les âges et de toutes les origines, de les aider. Tous ensemble, outillons-les pour qu'ils puissent contribuer pleinement à leur collectivité. Par exemple, en renforçant les institutions, en adoptant des lois inclusives et équitables qui protègent les droits fondamentaux de toutes et de tous pour lutter contre la montée de l'intolérance et en veillant à ce que le dynamisme, la participation des femmes et des jeunes, que leur représentation à tous les niveaux, que ça caractérise nos processus décisionnels. Parce que partout dans le monde, nous assistons à une montée alarmante de la xénophobie, du racisme et du fanatisme. Luttons contre l'intolérance pour créer des sociétés inclusives où règne la coexistence pacifique. Les médias sociaux et d'autres voies de communication sont exploités pour véhiculer une intolérance qui attaque particulièrement les femmes et les jeunes filles avec cyberviolence. D'ailleurs, la violence sexiste est omniprésente et a atteint des sommets durant la pandémie de COVID-19. La situation est si désastreuse qu'ONU Femmes la qualifie, cette violence sexiste, de pandémie de l'onde. Agissons pour leur sécurité. Et en terminant, le nombre de conflits, la montée des extrêmes et les événements perturbateurs climatiques sont également en hausse et la situation des femmes et des jeunes filles dans ces zones et dans les camps de réfugiés y est particulièrement alarmante. Nous devons nous en préoccuper, agir en solidarité avec humanité pour célébrer la diversité. Et en tant que députée femme et mère de ma jeune fille Naomi, 13 mois, je veux lui transmettre toutes ces valeurs féministes, lui laisser une planète plus verte, plus prospère et plus juste. Merci.
Thank you very much, Canada. I'll now invite Denmark to take the floor, followed by Ireland.
Dear President, fellow parliamentarians, it is an honor for me to stand here, and it is a unique opportunity to engage with colleagues from all over the world. I was elected to the Danish Parliament for the first time 4 months ago. Before the election, I was a school teacher teaching 13 to 15-year-old kids. These kids were full of optimism and confidence in the future. We spoke a lot about dialogue, the importance of mutual understanding, and the right to disagree. Talking to each other and expressing our points of views are basic conditions in every democracy. If we are not able to speak with each other, it really looks difficult. We, parliamentarians, have an obligation to show our young citizens that they can express their own opinions without risking imprisonment or other kinds of punishments. Not so far away from this conference center, the Danish Bahraini citizen, Mr. Al-Kawadia, has been imprisoned since 2011. He is sentenced to life imprisonment. The UN Working Group on Arbitrary Detention has concluded that his arrest was arbitrary and as it resulted from his right to fundamental freedoms of expression and peaceful assembly. The Danish IPU delegation called for his release. Unfortunately, Mr. Al-Kawadia is not the only human rights defender who is imprisoned for exercising their fundamental freedoms. Such incidents undermines hope and optimism among the young generation. Dialogue is sometimes difficult, but it is vital for our democracies. Here at the IPU, I speak as a young parliamentarian. However, back home, my students sometimes found that I was old-fashioned on certain issues, for instance, when it comes to communication on social media. I think a lot about their future, and I want to show them that the old teacher, in fact, has understood the message from the young generation. If we are going to live together in peaceful coexistence, and we have to, then dialogue is one of the most important tools to help us moving in the right direction. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Denmark. Ireland, you have the floor, followed by UK.
Acáirde, is mór an honor atá orm a bheith os bhórgórniú ar son bhuinter na hÉireann. Good afternoon, friends. With war raging in Ukraine and many other countries around the globe, it is more important than ever that we gather to discuss the role of inclusive and tolerant societies in promoting peaceful coexistences. Conflict and war destroys lives and devastates generations. Inclusive, tolerant societies are the route to stability and peace. Equality in reproductive health, including access without discrimination to affordable, quality contraception, including emergency contraception and abortion services, and the right to decide the number and spacing of children all play a key role in the inequality for women. Children should not be forced to marry, and girls need to be afforded the same access to education as boys. Women need to be economically empowered, and a zero-tolerance approach to gender-based violence needs to be adopted if equality is to be achieved. As members of parliaments worldwide, we need to commit to these goals today. Due to the power dynamics of gender, conflict has a different effect on women, girls, boys, and men. We are currently hearing of rape being used as a weapon of war in Ukraine. We know the devastating effect rape as a weapon of war had in Rwanda, the last host country of the IPU Assembly. This is reflected in many other countries globally also. Women in war zones need to have access to emergency contraception and abortion services to mitigate against the harmful effects of this brutal war tactic. Diverse, inclusive and gender-balanced parliaments and local government assemblies give women a seat at the decision-making table. The importance of involving women in peace talks and peace building can never be underestimated. We in Ireland will shortly celebrate the 25th anniversary of the signing of the Good Friday Agreement, which brought peace to our island. The role that the Northern Ireland Women's Coalition played in peace talks and the post-conflict peace building was immeasurable. Women had a seat at the table 25 years ago and continue to have a seat at the table in communities right across the island of Ireland as we travel along the road of reconciliation and towards a new Ireland. Thank you very much, Acáirde.
Thank you, Ireland. UK, you may take the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Good afternoon. I'm delighted to be speaking to you today as the delegate of the United Kingdom, but also as the newly elected President of the Forum of Young Parliamentarians here at the IPU. I want to start with a remarkable fact. 52%, a majority of the world's population, is now under 30 years of age. And when we look at legislators, our parliamentarians, only 2.6% come under 30. Sustainable Development Goal 6 obliges us to leave no one behind. That means making young people full stakeholders in political decision-making. But instead, today, they face exclusion in every one of our communities and in all walks of life. No wonder they want a different kind of society than the one they've been told to accept. And what if we listened to young people? Well, they want a society that responds to the climate catastrophe, so that so many of the countries here that are already enduring that impact, things will get better. And they want a society that rejects the wars and conflicts of dictators and ideologies, that destroys people's homes and livelihoods, and that tosses away human life. Just as we have seen in Europe with the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And young people call for a society that affords each one of us autonomy over our own lives, where a person has the freedom to determine who they are, who they love, who they marry, if they marry at all, and the education and the career that they pursue. So as the President of the Forum of Young Parliamentarians here at the IPU, I commit to being an ally to young people fighting to have their voices heard. And inside the IPU, I want to see some change too, so that we can lower the age of what counts as young to people in their 30s and their 20s, and to find new ways to get legislators in their 20s and younger to our assemblies speaking to us here. And I want to see us challenge parliaments to scrap age limits that exclude young people standing for election, because that's what no decision about us without us means. Everywhere we turn, no matter the attempts at oppression, young people are uniting to make sure their voices are heard. And so as the head of Young Parliamentarians here at the IPU, let me say they have my support and solidarity every step of the way. Thank you very much.
Thank you, UK, and congratulations on your election as the President of the Forum of Young Parliamentarians. Before we close this session, we have one speaker remaining from List C, and I will now invite him to take the floor. Guyana, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Honorable delegates, colleagues, I first want to congratulate all of the progressive parliaments and governments globally for your drive to ensuring that you live in an inclusive society. And I stand before you as testament to one of those small democracies. I am an indigenous person from Guyana, which is a visible minority in the country. I'm also the Deputy Speaker of the Parliament of Guyana, a first in the country's history. And the Honorable Presiding President over this session is also an indigenous person. All of us, at least both of us, from the opposition parties in Parliament. I represent 3 political parties within 1 seat. And I think that in itself is testament to an inclusive democracy that is birthed out of a very tolerant society. Our Constitution encapsulates the United Nations Declaration on Human Rights, and it is provided for in the provisional articles of the Constitution. Our Constitution also is one of the more progressive constitutions in our side of the hemisphere. The country in itself has enacted a law called the Armenian Act, which is also a very progressive piece of legislation that governs indigenous peoples in the country. These are all testament to the political will of nations when they set their minds to a goal. I've listened over the course of our presence here to countries speak about inclusion, tolerance, and a variety of things. And despite being a very young democracy, I would say that Guyana is well on its way. And I would encourage all of you, I want to congratulate New Zealand for being such a progressive society, amongst a variety of you. And I want to implore all of you who have not yet taken some of these bold steps to muster that political will to ensure that your societies become more tolerant and inclusive. Madam President, I thank you.
Thank you, Guyana, for your presentation. At this point, we have received 2 requests for a right of reply, one from Bahrain and the other from Spain. Bahrain, you will now take the floor. 2 minutes, please, from your seat, followed by Spain.
شكرا سيدة الرئيسة. سيدة الرئيسة، ضيوفنا الكرام من الدنمارك والنرويج لم يتوقفوا عن الخلط بين العمل البرلماني والعمل غير البرلماني. العلاقات البرلمانية سيدة الرئيس تقوم على الاحترام المتبادل وعدم التدخل في الشؤون الداخلية للدول الأخرى. يجب أن نتعلم كيف نحترم بعضنا البعض ونعزز التعايش السلمي بالحوار. وأنا سعيد أن أسمع من الشاب من الدنمارك بأنه يدعو إلى الحوار، وكنت أتمنى في الحقيقة أن يبدأ ذلك بنفسه ويتحاور معنا في البحرين، لا من خلال توزيع المنشورات أو التغريد أو الخطاب من جهة واحدة. بخصوص الشخص البحريني المسجون، نحن طبقنا قانوننا على مواطنينا، وهم من حقهم أن يطبقوا قوانينهم على مواطنينهم سيدة الرئيسة. أرجو التوقف من الزملاء في هذه الدول للإساءة للعلاقات البرلمانية التي نعمل نحن في الاتحاد البرلماني الدولي على توطيدها بين الشعوب والدول. دعوناهم بالأمس للحوار والاجتماع معنا، ولكنهم مع الأسف الشديد لم يطلبوا أي اجتماع حتى هذه اللحظة. وأتمنى فيما تبقى من أيام هذا المؤتمر أن نلتقي بهم ونشرح لهم ونجيب على استفساراتهم بدل من التعرض لنا في الجمعية العامة. سيدة الرئيس، أنا أتساءل أحيانا، هل نحتاج فعلا أن نشرح لزملائنا النواب من هذه الدول ما معنى عدم التدخل في الأمور الداخلية؟ لماذا يعتبرون أنفسهم أوصياء علينا؟ نحن دولة حرة مستقلة، عضو دائم في الأمم المتحدة ولنا كيان مستقل، وهم دولة مستقلة، نحترمهم ونحترم سيادتهم. فأتمنى منهم جميعا في الحقيقة أن يحترموا البحرين ويحترموا سيادتنا. وشكرا سيدة الرئيسة.
Thank you, Bahrain. Spain, you may now have the floor.
Thank you. Sorry, this microphone don't. Perdón. Por parte de la delegación española queríamos tomar la palabra simplemente para rechazar las graves acusaciones que el representante de Guinea Ecuatorial ha mencionado con respecto a mi país, también ha mencionado a Francia, respecto a una serie de hechos por los cuales este señor explicaba que había sufrido una injerencia Guinea Ecuatorial por parte de España. Quiero rechazarlo con contundencia. El Gobierno de España, el Reino de España, solamente se dedica a defender los derechos humanos, la democracia y la libertad. Y yo al representante de Guinea Ecuatorial lo único que le quiero pedir es respeto. Respeto al Reino de España, respeto a las instituciones europeas que el pasado 16 de febrero aprobaron una resolución. Le recuerdo que el Parlamento Europeo están representados 27 países de Europa con 705 diputados y una resolución con más de 500 diputados a favor, donde efectivamente se le pedía al Gobierno de Guinea Ecuatorial respeto a los derechos humanos, respecto a unos hechos que efectivamente han acontecido ni más ni menos que a un ciudadano español, Por lo tanto, España tiene todo el derecho del mundo también a requerir a las instituciones de Guinea Ecuatorial que respeten el derecho internacional y, desde luego, el respeto fundamentalmente a los derechos humanos. Nos parece que hace falta todavía una gran revolución en el mundo y es la revolución del respeto que ojalá todos los países abanderaran hoy. Posiblemente tendríamos un mundo mucho mejor. Desde luego España va a seguir trabajando en esa línea aquí y en todas las instituciones mundiales para garantizar los derechos humanos en el mundo. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Spain, for your reply. At this time, I want to thank all of you and my able secretaries who are here, Ms. Andrea and the previous young man who was here. Thank you once again. We will now close at this time, and the debate will reconvene at 2:30 this afternoon. Thank you.
And welcome to the general debate. We are continuing with the D list, which is the list of young parliamentarians. I would like to call the Speaker of Norway to the floor, followed by the Speaker of Sweden. Norway, you have the floor, please.
Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, when I, as a 25-year-old, first ran for Parliament, one of the core issues I argued was promoting equality. Because I know that fighting for equal opportunities, equal rights, and against hate and intolerance is bringing us closer to a society that the younger generation I represent hope and strive for. As a parliamentarian, I recognize that the path to achieve equality is not a straight one. One of the main barriers we face is discrimination. And as a parliamentarian, it is my job to combat all forms of discrimination, as the President here in the IPU confirmed during his opening speech. I know that my country still has plenty of steps to take in order to be a society that truly ensures equal opportunities and equal rights. We do see progress in some areas, and of course we should celebrate this, but this should not strive as an excuse to put progress on hold. It is heartbreaking to read testimonies of people who experience hate being discriminatory events or violence. Reported hate crimes in Norway went up by 11% from 2020 to 21. Even though it is positive that more people feel it helps to report these crimes, it still shows that the level of hate is all too present in our society. However, there is one group that is seeing an increase in hate and discrimination, not only in my home country, but also internationally. A horrid expression of this hate was shown last summer during the brutal attacks in my hometown of Oslo during Oslo Pride. We know that the level of hate the LGBTIQ+ communities receive contributes to lower quality of life, higher prevalence in health problems, and sadly, even horrific levels of suicide. Accepting, tolerating, or even legitimizing this level of hate towards marginalized groups contributes only to corrupting any and all attempts to achieve truly inclusive societies for all.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker of Sweden, take the floor, please, followed by India.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I want to thank the Bahrainis for the great hospitality. I would say Bahrain is the undetected pearl of this part of the world. Dear colleagues, I want to draw your attention. Just over the sea, the Persian Gulf, have men and young women, mostly young women of Iran, stood up for the freedom the last 6 months. They are risking their lives for the freedom of choice, the freedom of expression, the freedom of assembly. Me, as a representative from Sweden, are proud that men and women have equal rights, equal opportunities, and equal duties. And it's our duty as members of all the parliaments of the world, show solidarity with the women of Iran. It was the women of Afghanistan who were the first women who stood up for the Iranian women. And the Iranian society has shown how men and women can coexist as a civil society, because the brave young women are supported by the brave young men in Iran. And the only thing they are saying is, we want our rights. The right to believe, the right not to believe. The right to wear hijab, but the right not to be forced to wear the hijab. That's real coexistence. We have to be tolerant against towards them who are tolerant. But we should be intolerant against those who are intolerant. So, Mr. Chair, women, life, freedom, and it's all our duty to show solidarity with the young men and women of Iran. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Next speaker from India. May I take the floor, please? Followed by Speaker of Afghanistan.
Honorable Chairperson and distinguished delegates, from the land of India to everyone here, Namaskar. This is a traditional way of greeting, and I greet you from 1.4 billion people of this planet, India, the largest democracy in the world. Since ancient times, India has been globally recognized for promoting peaceful coexistence and inclusive societies. The fact that India has never attacked a foreign country and has adopted Mahatma Gandhi's principles of nonviolence in its conduct bolster our character of strong belief in peaceful coexistence. As the world's largest democracy, India is committed to promoting democracy, inclusive society, and peaceful coexistence. India believes in the concept of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. The whole world is one family. It is with this belief of peaceful coexistence and inclusive societies that India provided more than 291 million doses of Make in India vaccines, COVID vaccines, to 99 countries and 2 United Nations entities, including more than 14 million doses of COVID vaccines as a grant to 50 countries and United Nations peacekeepers, totaling a support to 150 countries. India has a perceptible participation in the United Nations peacekeeping, with more than 253,000 Indians having served in the various UN peacekeeping missions around the world. As for our achievement under the SDG 16, which aims to promote a peaceful and inclusive society, is concerned, India aims to ensure that citizens not only have access to fundamental rights, but have effective use of them. In this direction, various national initiatives have been introduced in the Indian Parliament in the form of legislation, policies, programs, and schemes. Today, India is moving ahead pursuing the principle of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Vishwas, Sabka Prayas, which means companionship for all, development for all, trust of all, efforts of all, the all-inclusive, peaceful coexistence mantra. In closing, distinguished delegates, we as young parliamentarians across the world have a lot to contribute towards global peace, sustainability, and inclusiveness of developmental efforts. People of our nations look forward to us for guidance, support, and redressal of their grievances. The youth of the world consider us as role models. We have a huge responsibility. We are duty-bound and taking responsibility of people we represent. Let us work together in a common voice to build a sustainable, inclusive, progressive, peaceful, healthy, and happy society. May the values of Mahatma Gandhi, the values of truth and nonviolence, continue to inspire us and be our guiding lights as we work towards peaceful coexistence and inclusive societies. Jai Hind, Namaskar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Speaker of Iran, take the floor, please.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحیم. به همه همکاران، خصوصاً همکار سوئدی خودم توصیه می‌کنم که حرفای منو به دقت گوش بده. من یک زنم از جمهوری اسلامی ایران. به ایشون توصیه می‌کنم به جای دخالت در امور داخلی ایران حتماً پاسخی برای نقض حقوق بشر و حقوق زنان و حمایت از تروریست ها در کشور خودش باشه. آیا پاسخی دارید؟ رئیس محترم، خانم ها و آقایان، سلام علیکم. سمیه رفیعی هستم، یک اکولوژیست، نماینده پارلمان جمهوری اسلامی ایران، رئیس فراکسیون محیط زیست از ایران، کشوری که همزیستی مسالمت آمیز، احترام و به رسمیت شناختن تنوع فرهنگی را به طور عینی و نه شعاری تحقق بخشیده است. در ابتدا تمایل دارم از مجلس کشور بحرین برای میزبانی گرم و صمیمانه این اجلاس تشکر کنم. همگی می‌دانیم جوانی سرشار از صداقت، عدالت‌خواهی است و قلب جوانها در پی حقیقت جویی ذاتی است که دنبال می‌کنه صلح و امنیت و صمیمیت رو و این ویژگی‌ها در پی فطرت الهی انسان‌ها از بدو خلقت به ودیعه گذاشته شده. جوانها معماران اصلی دنیا و پیشرانهای اصلی تحقق صلح پایدار و همزیستی مسالمت آمیز بر پایه مهربانی و نوع‌دوستی هستند. اما چه چیزی باعث شده که این جریان سیال انرژی مثبت که باید در خدمت پیشرفت بشریت باشد تبدیل به امواجی برای ترویج رفتارهای منفی شده، رفتارهایی که نارودارانه است و تخریبگرایانه؟ دوستان، پاسخ روشن است. پاسخ روشن است. تأمین منافع کلونی کوچکی از یک جانب گرایان و زیاده‌خواهان، که من مثال امروزش رو برای شما نمیگم، همتون دیدین که فکر تسخیر دنیا را در ذهن‌های کوچک مادی‌گرایانه خودشون پرورش میدن و مهمترین اهرم اونها استفاده از امپراتوری رسانه هاست که حس صلح و مهربانی را از مردم خصوصاً جوانها سلب می‌کنند و مکرر فریاد حمایت از جوانها سر می‌دهند. همکاران ارجمند، همکاران ارجمند، شکستن انحصار رسانه‌ها که قدرت تفکر و آزادی اندیشه را از جوانان گرفته و به جای آنها تصمیم می‌گیرد، باید حقیقتاً با هم براش فکری بکنیم. در ایران درصد قابل توجهی از ترکیب نمایندگان مجلس شورای اسلامی را جوان، به ویژه زنان جوان تشکیل دادند. این نمایندگان فراکسیون جوانان را تشکیل دادند که در آن برای نیازهای فعلی و پیش روی جوانان برنامه می‌ریزند. ما در فراکسیون جلسات مختلفی رو با اقشار مختلف جوانها داریم و این میتونه یک مدل برای کشورهای عضو اتحادیه بین المجالس جهانی باشه. رهبری خردمند جمهوری اسلامی ایران به حضور مؤثر جوانها در عرصه‌های حکمرانی، علم و تکنولوژی تأکید دارند و این راهبری ایشان است که ایران را حائز رتبه‌های برتر در حوزه‌های مختلف علمی از جمله نانوفناوری، پزشکی پیشرفته، انرژی‌های پاک، هوا، فضا، زیست فناوری، سلول‌های بنیادی و هوش مصنوعی کرده است. و این یعنی باور به جوان‌ها، نه شعار برای جوان‌ها. تشکر از توجه شما.
Thank you. Next speaker, Speaker of Pakistan, you may take the floor, please, followed by the Speaker of Afghanistan.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Honorable President of the Assembly, distinguished parliamentarians, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. It is my profound honor to stand here today and address this august assembly on the topic of coexistence and inclusive societies by negating intolerance. This topic is very close to my heart and the heart of the geopolitical dynamics of the part of the world I come from. As the world thundered towards the 21st century, achieving great feats and conquering mountainous challenges of technology and development, we as people started to eclipse facets that held our society together in times of war and peace, facets that allowed us to disagree, but still coexist, mark territories, but still share resources, compete vigorously, but still graciously accept each other. Ladies and gentlemen, in the quest for glory and the race to greatness, we as human race continue to shrink space for others and move towards hegemonic societies, where dissent was quashed through force and difference of opinion considered as rebellion. This trend at the dawn of the 21st century has shaped societies that are far less inclusive and far more divided than ever before. We as humans are drawing daggers in the name of religion, land, class, and creed. We differentiate based on gender and the color of our skin. Self-righteousness is our new motto, and the right to enforce our opinions on others is the new code we aspire to live by. Distinguished delegates, as parliamentarians from diverse backgrounds and cultures, it is up to us to sit together for as long as needed and ponder as deeply as required to chalk out a path forward that defends the weak and speaks on behalf of the oppressed. A path that unites people from faraway lands, and a path that inspires us to make space for all. Man or woman, American or Asian, dark or fair, religious or atheist, rightist or leftist, rich or poor, pedigreed or an orphan, we as sons of Adam and daughters of Eve deserve the same rights, privileges, protections, and opportunities across the board. A Muslim man in rural Maharashtra should be allowed to listen to the azan and freely pray in the mosque, just like as a Hindu should be allowed to celebrate Diwali in the heart of Sindh. A transgender should feel safe while walking in the streets at the middle of the night. A young boy from sub-Saharan Africa should be given the tools and opportunities to study chemistry or history in the Ivy League schools of Boston, and the women should be encouraged to further explore the deepest frontiers of space. Dear colleagues, assembled here in Manama, let us pledge to go back to our homeland and constituencies and inspire those whom we represent to open their heart and minds and allow divergent views, opposing ideas to flow through society. Let us strengthen the voice of each one of us, and let us empower every citizen and soul to envision a future that allows us to celebrate freedom and cherish liberty. For no matter how many lines we draw across the map, no matter how many divisions we carve across the globe, we all will continue to call this one planet our home for today, tomorrow, and eternity. Pakistan, Zindabad. I thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker of Afghanistan, you may take the floor, please.
Ready? Dear Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for Bahrain and the IPU for hosting us here. We are very grateful for the IPU to give us this platform to raise the voice of Afghan people that has been silenced for the past 2 years under the brutal Taliban regime. Thank you so much for adopting this resolution and remembering the right of Afghan people. Afghanistan is facing multiple crises at the same time under the Taliban regime. The top 2 crises are the humanitarian crisis and the women rights issue. The Taliban regime should be held accountable for all this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The next speaker from Uruguay, you must take the floor, please, followed by Speaker of New Zealand.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. En su persona quiero agradecer la hospitalidad con la que nos recibió Bahrein. Estimados colegas, hoy nos encontramos aquí con la delegación de Uruguay en un día muy especial en donde queremos promulgar el trabajo realizado por parte de la delegación uruguaya, encabezada por la vicepresidenta Beatriz Argimón, quien ha manifestado un gran apoyo y ha practicado un gran apoyo a lo que es la campaña Yo digo sí a los jóvenes en el Parlamento. En las pantallas vamos a estar pasando un video en donde les vamos a mostrar los legisladores de mi país, senadores, diputados, integrantes del Poder Ejecutivo, el presidente de la República Oriental del Uruguay, Luis Lacalle Pou, ministros que se han sumado a esta campaña de acercar a los jóvenes al Parlamento. Uruguay viene trabajando fuertemente para lograr que se dé el cambio en la práctica con respecto a lo que sucede en la actualidad. Más de la mitad de la población del mundo son jóvenes menores de 30 años y la realidad es que los parlamentos no tienen ni de cerca esa cantidad de jóvenes de representantes. Es fundamental que esta generación de jóvenes sea una generación bisagra que permita cambiar esta realidad y que permita aportar con una nueva generación, con ideas nuevas, en donde la paz sea algo frecuente en nuestras sociedades, en donde el respeto sea algo frecuente en nuestras sociedades y no haya la desigualdad. Que apoyemos la igualdad en nuestras sociedades y creemos que con esta generación de jóvenes que vienen trabajando, felicitando el trabajo de todos mis compañeros integrantes del Foro de Jóvenes en la Unión Interparlamentaria, vamos a estar aportando un grano de arena para que este cambio se dé. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Will Speaker of New Zealand take the floor, please, followed by the Speaker of Portugal.
Tihe Māori ora, e ngā mana, e ngā reo, e rau rangatira mā, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Mā lola sui fo maua malelangi e mamā. Assalamu alaikum, sastrikal, shalom, namaste, and warm Pacific greetings. Mr. Chair, distinguished guests and colleagues, it is a privilege to be here to share with you a perspective from a Kiwi Samoan living in New Zealand. My name is Dr. Anai Nerileavasa, and I'm the MP for Takanini, which takes in a constituency from South and East Auckland. We have a diverse population, 41.9% originate from Asia, 31.9% from Europe, 21% Pacific, and the fourth largest being our Māori indigenous people. We have a very young population as well. Just over a third are under 24 and over 2/3 are under 45 years old. We have Christian churches, Hindu temples, mosques, Sikh temples, and so forth, which I've had a real privilege of building relationships across our faith communities. I share these things to say that peaceful coexistence and inclusive societies begin at home. Fighting intolerance begins at home. As a young parliamentarian, I believe engaging our youth is one important avenue to promote peace and inclusive societies. The sharing of ideas, cultures, values, and our differences helps in improving understanding and therefore tolerance. We engage our youth in New Zealand with having youth parliament each term. However, I've extended that to having an active youth council for my constituency of Takanini. I asked them, what do you want me to share on this international platform? Because it's so important to hear the voices of our youth. And let me just summarize their thoughts. And this is youth of Takanini under 24 years old. They have said, as a global family, let us use our minds to understand each other, our ears to listen to each other, our eyes to see each person in their context, and our mouths to speak life into each other with a heart of respect. So on that note, whawhatai mole awa noa, thank you for the opportunity to share. So I fua mai manuia, kia ora.
Thank you. Well, Miss Speaker of Portugal, and take the floor, please, followed by the Speaker of Biro.
Senhor Presidente da Assembleia, caros colegas, não podemos falar de sociedades inclusivas e da promoção de uma coexistência pacífica sem que todos reconheçam o papel dos jovens na construção de uma sociedade segura, coesa e harmoniosa. Os jovens têm estado sempre na linha da frente das lutas democráticas, são os protagonistas mais proeminentes no aumento da mobilização social. Continuam, no entanto, a estar entre os mais afetados por múltiplas formas de violência e a sofrer no tempo com as consequências devastadoras, sejam elas humanas, sociais ou económicas. Mais de 600 milhões de jovens vivem atualmente em contextos frágeis e são alvo de conflito. Alterações climáticas, tráfico de seres humanos, desemprego, exclusão social têm impactos diretos e conduzem a uma crescente marginalização, ao aumento do populismo, dos discursos de ódio e xenofobia, levando a uma radicalização violenta que afeta a defesa e a promoção dos valores democráticos, da nossa identidade multicultural e da paz. Por isso, os jovens devem e querem ser intervenientes ativos na manutenção e na promoção da paz e da segurança, enquanto agentes de mudança rumo a uma verdadeira sociedade inclusiva e pacífica. É sim fundamental que exista uma adoção de políticas que fomentem desde cedo nos jovens discursos pacíficos e que lhes proporcionem oportunidades de participação na governação democrática e na prevenção e resolução dos conflitos. Porque esta é uma causa de todos, por um mundo mais inclusivo, com mais liberdade, com mais igualdade e mais respeito pela dignidade humana. Os jovens dizem sim, estamos aqui e em conjunto lutaremos por um mundo melhor, com diálogo e paz. Obrigada.
Thank you. Speaker of Bureau can take the floor, please, followed by the Speaker of Japan.
Excelentísimos representantes de los países miembros, mi país es multiétnico, multilingüe, multicultural, con diferentes prácticas, costumbres y formas de ver la vida. Esas diferencias han originado iniquidades y discriminación que el expresidente de la República, Pedro Castillo, hoy preso por intentar dar un golpe de Estado, las ha polarizado y ha logrado desunir a mis compatriotas, haciendo nacer irrazonablemente sentimientos de odio por cuestiones raciales, económicas y sociales. En el mundo necesitamos promover relaciones positivas y de respeto mutuo, desarrollar las capacidades de los ciudadanos por encima de las diferencias culturales y sociales, confrontar la discriminación y exclusión para tener una democracia justa, igualitaria y plural. Finalmente, felicitar por la brillante organización de la 146 Asamblea de la Unión Interparlamentaria UIP. Agradezco la hospitalidad del Reino de Bahrain en quechua, lengua de los incas, kunan ayin punchau, kachun ñujanchikpaj, yapanchikpaj, causachun Perú. Que sea excelente día para todos nosotros hoy presentes aquí en este recinto. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you. Will the Speaker of Japan to take the floor, please, followed by the Speaker of Bolivia.
Thank you, Chair and everyone. I am Hitoshi Aoyagi from the Japanese delegation and a member of Nippon Ishin no Kai, Japan Innovation Party in English. In democratic countries, the legislature is expected to reflect a diversity of views and ideas into the nation's decision-making process. While the national legislature functions by politicians with similar views and values, coming together to form groups. The group that holds the majority commands legislative power. When only a single group holds power in the society, that group's view and ideas become the norm, resulting naturally in a loss of diversity and inclusiveness. At times, it can also result in intolerance or discrimination against conflicting views and ideas. To keep this from happening, it is important that we think of our legislatures not as a collection of parties, but as a collection of diverse politicians. Our legislature floors should not be the site of power struggles between political parties, in which individual legislators are bound to toe the party line. They should more serve as forums to which individual politicians can bring a diversity of views and ideas and reflect them into the nation's decision-making process through free expression and vigorous debate. In this context, majority and minority should not even refer to the rigid concepts of ruling party versus opposition party. The number of votes for and against is different each time, and legislatures are meant to function such that the majority and minority shifts regularly and irrespective of party lines. I believe that if each of us works in our respective legislatures with that attitude, we would be able to contribute to the promotion of peaceful coexistence and an inclusive society. Thank you.
Thank you. Will the Speaker of Bolivia take the floor, please? Followed by Speaker of Netherlands.
Muy buenas tardes a las autoridades locales, hombres y mujeres de Bahrein, Estado que hoy cobija la 146 Asamblea de la Unión Interparlamentaria. Un saludo muy especial a todas y todos los parlamentarios presentes. Mi nombre es Aleisa Rodríguez, soy una joven mujer parlamentaria de Bolivia, proveniente de la Amazonía, región que alberga más de una treintena de pueblos indígenas y 40% de especies a nivel mundial, tanto en fauna y flora. Los pueblos indígenas que hoy se encuentran sin voz y sin voto en instancias parlamentarias mundiales. Es por ello que hoy quiero hablar por lo que están sufriendo, a causa del gobierno de turno que no promueve la coexistencia pacífica entre indígenas. Por el contrario, los divide y los hace confrontarse. El día de ayer, el vicepresidente del Estado Plurinacional de Bolivia, David Choquehuanca, exigió ante la Comisión de Estupefacientes de las Naciones Unidas en Viena respetar el legítimo derecho de los pueblos para efectuar un uso tradicional, nutricional, terapéutico, ritual, industrialización y comercialización de la hoja de coca en su estado natural, cuando la realidad es otra. El Timnis es un territorio indígena y parque nacional de Bolivia que está siendo avasallado, destruido por el gobierno de turno que financia la expansión de coca, maltratando a los indígenas, quitándole su territorio por la siembra de coca y no la coca sagrada de los pueblos andinos, sino la que siembra odio y exclusión social, lo que hace que esto sea un negocio lucrativo, pero para lo ilícito. Hay muchos brasileros que han sido asesinados en Bolivia por ajustes de cuentas del narcotráfico. Cada semana la DEA en Paraguay captura avionetas provenientes de Bolivia llenas de cocaína. Dios me cuide y me proteja porque no es fácil ser ambientalista y ser oposición. En Bolivia se atraviesa un régimen tan alto de intolerancia que quienes pensamos diferente estamos encarcelados con 20 detenidos políticos en Bolivia. Simplemente pido que por favor en estas instancias se tome en consideración de los pueblos indígenas y que de alguna forma podamos tener democracia sustantiva. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Well, the Speaker of Netherlands can take the floor, please, followed by Speaker of Tanzania.
Honourable Chair, distinguished colleagues, the concept note for this general debate opens in an alarming tone. The world is becoming a more divided and less tolerant and peaceful place. Alarming, but also realistic, as many of us can underline from their personal experience. And sometimes it seems that the quote attributed to Cicero, "When weapons speak, the laws fall silent," is painfully true. We live through challenging times, and I am glad that the IPU urges to work towards peaceful coexistence, inclusive societies, and fighting intolerance. Someone who pointed this out long before the IPU was even founded was my 17th century fellow countryman Hugo de Groot. A theologian and a brilliant lawyer, Hugo de Groot laid some of the cornerstones of today's international public law, but also a fundament for human rights as we know them these days. The Holy Bible teaches us, give justice to the weak, maintain the right of the afflicted and the destitute. And in that line, Hugo de Groot emphasized the importance of making laws that enhance freedom of belief and religion, freedom of speech, and access to justice. Laws that contribute to peaceful resolution of conflicts instead of warfare. As lawmaking is one of the key functions of parliaments, I respectfully paraphrase Hugo de Groot's call upon every one of us holding this responsible position. Let us be guardians of the rule of law, deliverers of justice and peace, strivers for human rights, so that even in times of crisis and when weapons speak, the laws may never be silent. Shukran. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Will Ms. Speaker of Tanzania take the floor, please? She will be the last speaker of the lead list.
Yes, Mr. President, all the members of the IPU in this assembly, dear young members of the parliament, good afternoon. Youth in Tanzania consists of a very heterogeneous group with a variety of needs determined by age, sex, marital status, educational levels, residence, and other socio-economic characteristics. According to the Integrated Labor Force Survey of 2021, the total youth population in Tanzania mainland stands as 17.71 million, of whom male are 8.4 million, which is 48%, and female are 9.3, of which is 52% of 17.7 youth population. 14.2 million youth labor force is active, and the remaining 3.5 million are inactive. This implies that a large population of youth, which is 80.3%, are ready to participate in the production of goods and service with high rate of male at 2.4% as compared to female, of which are 78.3%. Out of the active youth population, 12.5 million are employed and 1.7 million are unemployed. Tanzania, as a country, has always recognized the importance of youth in all aspects of the country's development. Thus, it has had the plans for youth development since independence, where in the 1970s, the government established a specific unit at the Ministry of level to coordinate youth affairs, where it is continued to expand into a department since 1990s. The role of youth in promoting peaceful coexistence and inclusive societies, the contribution of young people in Tanzania in maintaining peace is great, and peace cannot be achieved if they are not evolved, because the youth are good agents of peace if they are properly contained. The government of the United Republic of Tanzania has made effort of enacting various laws, policies, regulations, and guidelines to ensure productive participation of community, especially youth, in matters of peace and security. These efforts include the enactment of the Prevention Terrorism Act of 2002, the national guidelines for the Office of Defense and Security, the Prevention of Terrorism regulations, and various criminal laws. Along with these efforts, the government has continued to create an enabling environment and cooperation with the development stakeholders in motivating the community, especially the youth, to live in peace and stability, as well as community, especially as providing training to empower women and youth economically and in leadership, self-awareness, independence, and encouraging the good use of social networks in order to maintain peace. I so submit, Mr. President, and I thank you so much.
Thank you. We have the last speaker from the D list from Ukraine. Will you take the floor, please?
Honorable IPU delegates, friends, distinguished colleagues. I'm supposed to speak to you about promoting peaceful coexistence, inclusion societies, and fighting intolerance as a young member of parliament. But it is incredibly difficult to talk to you in 2 minutes, being a young member of parliament and a woman from a country that faces a war of aggression from another IPU member, a Russian Federation. I was never prepared to do that. And I was never prepared to talk about intolerance when Ukraine is facing the worst kind of intolerance, which is a genocide, killings of our people, of civilians, of women, of children every day. The thing that keeps me still inspired, it keeps me strong, is that the world is united towards an aggressor, is that the world is united in saying that each territorial sovereignty and integrity of each state still matters something, that IPU principles, UN principles still matters. And I'm incredibly grateful for you all for the support that you showed women and kids of Ukraine and us every day. I'm incredibly grateful that you condemned the invasion of Ukraine by Russia and annexation, illegal annexation by our territories by Russian parliamentarians who are present here, unfortunately, last year in our assembly in Kigali on the 14th of October. But unfortunately, I have counted the number of strikes Russia did against my country since then, because since October, more than 1,327 missiles and rockets were sent from Russia to Ukrainian civilians and killed more than 41 children only during the past 6 months. The invasion continues, the war of aggression continues, the genocide continues, and this is the worst form of intolerance. I think that we as an IPU can do more, should do more, and should react on that. It is our duty as parliamentarians to speak about this, to stop it, and to talk about the ways how to implement previous IPU resolutions. Thank you for your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have the speaker from Bureau, from the C list. Can take the floor, please.
Gracias. Buen día con todos y todas. Mi nombre es, soy el profesor Alex Antonio Paredes González, pertenezco al grupo parlamentario del bloque magisterial del Congreso del Perú, integrado solamente por 10 maestros. Nuestra felicitación a la Unión Interparlamentaria por la magnífica organización de esta 146 Asamblea Parlamentaria. Asimismo, agradecer al pueblo de Bahrain y todas sus autoridades por todas las atenciones recibidas hasta el día de hoy. Coexistencia pacífica. Históricamente presupone la renuncia a la guerra como forma de resolver controversias de todo tipo, para lo cual se necesita comprensión y confianza recíproca entre los actores involucrados. Significa la no intervención en los asuntos internos de los pueblos, implica el fomento de la colaboración económica y cultural entre los países. Paz no es solo la ausencia de conflicto, sino que requiere la participación de todos los hombres, mujeres, niños y niñas para vivir en armonía entre sí y con la tierra. Requiere también el respeto a todos los ciudadanos y la creencia que todo el mundo merece un mismo trato y que nadie debe ser visto como el otro. En consecuencia, hay dos actores que deben ser protegidos y fortalecidos. Me refiero a las dos células básicas de una sociedad que se precie de ser humana y humanizante. En primer lugar, la familia, donde nacen y crecen los ciudadanos de bien, de hoy y de mañana. En segundo lugar, la escuela, porque allí los niños y adolescentes gozarán de su derecho humano a la educación de calidad con equidad. Entonces, preocupémonos de generar leyes que fortalezcan la familia y la educación, por lo que solamente habrá coexistencia pacífica cuando valoremos el rol humano y humanizante de la familia y la educación. No más versos, ni doble rasero, menos doble moral. Sociedades inclusivas. Una sociedad inclusiva es aquella que considera que todas las personas tienen los mismos derechos, simplemente por su condición de seres humanos. Cuando una sociedad no reconoce el mismo valor a todos sus integrantes, se socavan los cimientos básicos de la dignidad y se fomenta la desigualdad y la injusticia. Uno de los mayores retos de una sociedad inclusiva es tener un sistema educativo que promueva políticas y prácticas de inclusión que permitan que todos los estudiantes tengan la misma posibilidad de alcanzar los aprendizajes fundamentales. Finalmente, eliminar la intolerancia es un imperativo por ser un acto inhumano, que muchas veces está terminando en el lenguaje del odio. Y una de las medidas que debemos hacer desde nuestro espacio parlamentario es penalizarla y sancionarla porque genera violencia. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Thank you all for participating in this debate, which is now closed. If you allow me to speak in Arabic. والآن نقف مع كلمة لمركز الملك حمد العالمي. والآن نقف مع كلمة لمركز الملك حمد العالمي للتعايش السلمي، حيث يجسد المركز في رؤيته ورسالته وأهدافه المبادئ المستخلصة من تاريخ وحضارة مملكة البحرين عبر عصورها، والمتمثلة في الانفتاح على جميع الحضارات والأديان والثقافات وتعزيز قيم التعايش والتسامح والسلام. يعمل المركز على إبراز القيم والمشتركات الجامعة بين الحضارات والثقافات والتعريف بها، والعمل على إثراء مسيرة التسامح والتعايش السلمي من خلالها، والتوعية بأهمية تلاقي الحضارات وتمازجها لتحقيق السلم العالمي والعيش الإنساني المشترك، إلى جانب مكافحة الفكر المتطرف المقاذي للعنف والكراهية والإرهاب، وإظهار إيجابية التعددية والتنوع والتعايش والتسامح في حاضر المجتمع البحريني وموروثه الثقافي. تفضل سعادة السيدة بيتسي ماثيوسون نائب رئيس مجلس أمناء مركز الملك حمد العالمي للتعايش السلمي بإلغاء الكلمة.
Mr. Speaker, good afternoon. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, good afternoon and welcome to the Kingdom of Bahrain, where we are honored to host the 146th Inter-Parliamentary Union Assembly with the theme of promoting peaceful coexistence and inclusive societies, fighting intolerance. This theme works perfectly with the work of the King Hamad Global Center for Peaceful Coexistence, and I have listened with great interest to the debates and speeches over the last few days, and it is clear that the delegates here are genuinely committed to these lofty goals. The King Hamad Global Center for Peaceful Coexistence was created by royal order of His Majesty, King Hamad bin Isa Al Khalifa, in 2018. The King Hamad Global Center bases its work on the inclusive and diverse society of the Kingdom of Bahrain. Multicultural, multi-faith communities living harmoniously in an inclusive and diverse society is not new to Bahrain. Bahrain has always been an oasis of peace and love, where all cultures, faiths, and ethnicities are not simply tolerated, but are warmly embraced and respected as members of the Bahraini family in the spirit of mutual respect and love which prevails in the kingdom. The Kingdom of Bahrain has centuries of evidential history to support this. From circa the 4th to the 7th centuries AD, the North Island of Muharraq was a major center of Christianity. Around this time, Christians in the region were targeted for persecution by the Byzantine Empire, and the Nestorian Christians of the Church of the East found a safe haven here in Bahrain. And archaeological evidence is still being uncovered today that further supports this. Bahrain has always recognized the importance of religious freedom, hosting the first church in the region in 1904, the first synagogue in the region in 1935, and the oldest Hindu temple, where we have just celebrated Holi, in the whole of the region, which was established in 1817, making it over 200 years old. Today, Bahrain has many hundreds of mosques, the magnificent new Our Lady of Arabia Cathedral, the largest ever built in the Arabian Peninsula, and many churches and temples that serve the needs of the faithful, with religious services being delivered in over 10 languages. Bahrainis and expatriates alike were enjoying the right to freedom of religion or belief over 150 years before the United Nations Universal Declaration of Human Rights addressed this in Article 18 in 1948. Today, His Majesty King Hamad bin Isa Al Khalifa passionately and sincerely continues the historic commitment of his noble ancestors to religious freedom. And this right is enshrined in Article 22 of the Constitution of Bahrain. Today, we live in a world where terrorists and extremists use religion for their evil intent. There is a global increase in religiously motivated hate crimes, with the cyberspace being used to radicalize and sow the seeds of hate and violence. While we may be fortunate enough to be able to worship freely, there are many who are not so fortunate. Statistics reveal that up to 80% of the world's population live in areas where religious freedom is either denied or severely restricted. His Majesty the King was so moved by these statistics that he authored the Kingdom of Bahrain Declaration. I think you may find this at your seats. The Kingdom of Bahrain Declaration launched in 2017, and it calls for religious freedom for all peoples of the world. And the Kingdom of Bahrain Declaration has been universally acknowledged as one of the most important and influential declarations of our time. Today, the world's population stands at 8 billion. This means that over 6.4 billion people's lives are not blessed with freedom or religion or belief. Your Excellencies, esteemed delegates, let's be clear, peaceful coexistence is impossible without freedom of religion or belief. And without it, sadly, wars and conflicts will continue to devastate our world. Post-COVID, and in the midst of serious conflicts, the global economy is suffering badly. Research has shown that the Religious Freedom Index and the economic prosperity of a country are directly linked. The higher the religious freedom index in a country, the higher the economic prosperity of that country. So it makes sense, not just from a human rights perspective, but also from an economic perspective, that governments consider paying more attention to this most fundamental of human rights. His Majesty King Hamed's opening words in the Kingdom of Bahrain Declaration are, "Ignorance is the enemy of peace." And the focus of the King Hamed Global Center is on youth educational programs. These include the King Hamed Chair in Interfaith Dialogue and Peaceful Coexistence at La Sapienza University in Rome. Established in 2018, it's offering bachelor's, master's, and doctorate programs, and a summer school that attracts students from over 60 countries. The King Hamed Faith in Leadership Fellows program in conjunction with Oxford and Cambridge universities in the United Kingdom, with graduates having the option to also become internationally certified trainers in this program, creating an exciting new career path. Our young ambassadors of peaceful coexistence now travel the world, teaching and learning from other young people. The Cyber Peace Academy, utilizing real-life case studies of religiously motivated hate crimes, extremism, terrorism, radicalization, bullying, and violence, in both a mobile application and online programs for children and adults. The King Hamed Medal for Peaceful Coexistence, to be awarded to individuals or entities for their outstanding and sustainable contribution to global peaceful coexistence. We are also proud to have signed various memorandum of understanding with our esteemed partners, including UNITAR, the United Nations Institute for Training and Research, where we jointly hosted an event at the United Nations General Assembly in New York in September 2022. An MOU with the United States of America's State Department, the Office of the Special Envoy to Monitor and Combat Anti-Semitism, and an MOU with the Brazilian Ministry of Women, Family, and Human Rights. The Kingdom of Bahrain Declaration is the foundational document for all our work both inside Bahrain and globally. It has been translated into several languages and is used by educators, religious leaders, civil society organizations, and is currently being merged into school curricula. The Kingdom of Bahrain Declaration is a powerful and courageous document written in simple, no-nonsense language designed to touch the hearts of every man, woman, and child on our planet. It so touched the heart of His Holiness Pope Francis, who warmly embraced it and quoted it several times during his historic apostolic visit to Bahrain in November 2022. Inspired by the apostolic visit and Pope Francis's words encouraging us to work harder for the good of humankind, the King Hamed Global Center hosted a two-day conference in Rome, Italy, entitled "Ignorance is the Enemy of Peace," and celebrated the official European launch of the Kingdom of Bahrain Declaration. This was followed by a visit to the European Parliament in Brussels for a youth seminar on peaceful coexistence, and a two-day conference on cyberspace and how to use it to combat hate crimes and bring about peaceful coexistence. This was done with the joint EU-Bahrain Youth Working Group on freedom of religion or belief. Bahrain works diligently and sensitively towards achieving the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, and the King Hamed Global Center focuses mainly on SDG 16, promote peaceful and inclusive societies for sustainable development, provide access to justice for all, and build effective, accountable, and inclusive institutions at all levels. And also SDG 17, strengthen the means of implementation and revitalize the global partnership for sustainable development. Dear delegates, we are actively looking for new partners and would be happy to meet like-minded partners for such future collaborations. I'm also pleased to announce today that the King Hamad Global Centre will be hosting the second annual joint EU-Bahrain Conference on Freedom of Religion or Belief in Bahrain from the 2nd to the 4th of May 2023. The theme of this year's conference is twofold. Number one, cyberspace as a means to decrease terrorism and increase the peace index through freedom of religion or belief. And number two, the impact of climate change on freedom of religion or belief. I note that these are two areas of concern to the esteemed delegates of this Assembly, and I warmly invite you all to join us in Bahrain for this special conference, where we can continue these important conversations together. Further details of the conference and copies of the Kingdom of Bahrain Declaration and other publications are available at the King Hamad Global Centre stand, where myself and members of our Board of Trustees will be waiting to warmly welcome you after this presentation today. So please do visit us. I would now like to congratulate you all on this important assembly and to thank you all for your hard work and your heartfelt dedication in the pursuit of a more just and peaceful world for all. No one should underestimate or underappreciate the vital importance of your work. In conclusion, I noted with interest that the concept note for the general debate invited member parliaments to answer certain questions, including: what role could collective parliamentary action play in helping address drivers of intolerance or promote inclusion and peaceful coexistence? A very good question. Today, I humbly call on the esteemed delegates of the 146th Inter-Parliamentary Union to endorse and adopt the Kingdom of Bahrain Declaration as an IPU collective action to promote inclusion and peaceful coexistence and extinguish the flames of intolerance. This would be a truly noble outcome from such a distinguished and revered assembly of parliamentarians. The King Hamad Global Centre for Peaceful Coexistence applauds you all, and we clearly state our willingness to move forward with all of you on this crucial path to peace for humankind. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll take a 5 minutes break, please.
from Canada for her professional and outstanding chairing. She was able to obtain consensus on every single paragraph and amendment proposed. My special recognition to all of whom worked very hard to draft this document: Lucila Crexel, Juan de Dios Cincunegui, Blas Cuevas, Diego González, the entire Chilean delegation. And my recognition also goes for Andris Grifroy, Peter Berkamen, Beate Walter Rosenheimer, Ralph Brinkhaus, Katalin Sador, Arda Gerkens, Jan-Heinrich Halsma, and to the Ukrainian delegation. And of course, to Nora Babic and all the IPU staff. At the drafting committee, we managed to strengthen the language to clearly state our shared objective, which is to raise awareness of the meaning of living in a world where 1 out of 23 people, that means 340 million people, are out there and desperate for in need. Wars must end, civil wars stop, climate change be fought. Most of the humanitarian crises that we are raising awareness of are sadly underreported, and some are long forgotten. We also note that women and children are the main victims of this humanitarian crisis. We express our particular concern for Afghani women suffering under the oppressive Taliban regime, the 7 million Ukrainian women scattered throughout Europe, and were deeply disturbed with the assassination of Mrs. Mursal Nabizada. Mr. President, we ask the Assembly to adopt this emergency item, hopefully by consensus, and hopefully with very few abstentions, hopefully none, to send a clear and unified message to millions of Yemenis, Afghanis, Ukrainians, Syrians, Venezuelans, South Sudanese, Congolese, Iraqis, Pakistanis, Nigerians, Haitians, Nicaraguan, Burundi, Myanmar, and so many more, especially women and children suffering the consequences of this crisis. A message that the world have not forgotten them. A message that we care and that we understand that we have to do more. In the end, overcoming misery, violence, and starvation, it is no task of charity. It is an act of justice. Shukran, muchas gracias. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards, for the work you have done. You achieve a consensus that we all know how difficult it is in a drafting committee with different perspectives about the issue to reach the consensus. Thank you all the members of IPU that participate in this process. Dear colleague, okay, I just say that if it is one point of order, I will give the floor to Paraguay, because in accordance with the Article 32.2, if any delegation wish to explain their votes briefly, of course, or to present a reserve, should do it after the adoption to take place. And so this is the rules. That's why I said that I hope that Paraguay that wish to raise the floor should be a point of order. Please, Paraguay. Where is Paraguay? Ah, it's there.
Gracias, presidente.
Sí,
muy brevemente, felicitar al comité de redacción y secundar la moción de aprobación del punto de urgencia. Gracias.
Okay. So, I will ask if you are in the conditions to adopt the resolution. No opposition, no abstentions. It may be approved by acclamation. It's adopted, and so I will ask the floor if someone, very briefly, wish to say that have a reservation on each point. If no one each, much better. Yemen. I think there is a micro.
Okay.
Okay.
My reservation is that أو تحفظي على هذا القرار الذي صوتنا عليه بالموافقة أنه تجاهل واحدة من أهم الأزمات الإنسانية الموجودة والممتدة لسنوات، وهي الأزمة والمأساة التي تمر بالشعب الفلسطيني المتنوعة والمتعددة، والتي من المؤسف يعني أن نرى أن هناك في هذا المكان في الاتحاد البرلماني الدولي تكرار محاولة تجاوز هذه المأساة وعدم الوقوف الجاد والإنساني مع معاناة الشعب الفلسطيني، خاصة في ظل التطرف الكبير الذي يتعرض له الآن من الحكومة الحالية، وفي ظل أيضا سجن ممثليهم من البرلمانيين ومنع الانتخابات الفلسطيني أن تجري لتجديد العهدة البرلمانية ومن يحكم الشعب الفلسطيني من ممثليه. هذه كلها تستوجب حتى نكون مقتنعين بعدالة العمل في إطار الاتحاد البرلماني الدولي أن يكون هناك وجود لأهم مأساة في العصر الحديث وممتدة منذ 70 سنة، وهي مأساة الشعب الفلسطيني. هذا هو تحفظي.
Thank you. Thank you. Dear colleague, you have the right to express your reservation. I just wish to express that on point 27, there is a reference on Palestine. And so maybe, Your Excellency, you don't have time to read the whole document since the beginning until the end, but the reference to Palestine is there on point 27. But India?
India abstain.
Okay. Thank you. Dear colleagues, no more. And so, chat, please.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Nous félicitons la commission qui a travaillé et nous estimons que c'est un bon travail qui est fait. Mais nous voyons que nous avons été exclus. Nous avons plus d'1 million de réfugiés et de déplacés au Tchad. Donc sur le point 27, il faut insérer le Tchad, s'il vous plaît. C'est ce que nous demandons. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. Mali, yes. This way it's easy to read if you put in horizontal. Mali.
Merci infiniment. J'aborde dans le même sens que le Tchad. Au Mali aussi, nous avions de nombreux réfugiés dus à la guerre qui dure depuis plus de 15 ans. Merci.
Mali, as I understood, is also on chapter, what point?
Same
27 as well. Yes, I saw.
Oui, tout à fait.
Iraq, Mali, Myanmar, Nicaragua, Nigeria, Palestine, Somalia, and the Sudan. So on point 27, we have a reference also to the situation of Mali, because we needed to be worried, of course, with our show solidarity with our colleagues of Mali. Niger.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Donc, à l'instar des autres pays membres du Sahel, le Tchad, le Burkina, donc au Niger également, nous avons un afflux massif de réfugiés, particulièrement dans la zone du lac Tchad. En tout cas, c'est au moins 600 000 réfugiés, en tout cas nigériens, qui sont en territoire nigérien. Mais cela, ce n'est pas seulement le Niger. Moi, je préfère dans ce rapport que vous mettiez tous les pays du Sahel. Parce qu'aujourd'hui, il n'y a pas un seul pays du Sahel où il n'y a pas de réfugiés, soit internes ou externes. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. We all know, dear colleagues, that the countries of Sahel suffered a lot with terrorism and so with refugees that try to run away from the radicalism and the extremism organizations in this region. And so it is a real problem that we as IPU address frequently, and we will come back to it very soon. Secretary, our Secretary General, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do understand that this was raised, this issue of the number of countries affected by the refugee influx was raised in the drafting committee, and the way that you addressed it, Mr. Rapporteur, you may want to confirm, was to include that reference to including but not limited to, so that it is open-ended. Of course, you may want to take note of those proposals that have been made to add Mali, not Mali, because Mali is on that list. I think it's Niger, and then and Chad, and then you can close that particular paragraph, because we do think that it is actually very inclusive of all the refugee situations in the world. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you for your help, Secretary General. As I told you in the beginning, when we have the grand difficulty in our organization is because we are a global one. Because when we have a regional parliamentary association, it can be European or just African or Latin America, the point of view will be more or less similar. And sometimes it is not this way, but it will be the probability to have this is more, is higher. Then we have a global organization with representation from all the continents and from countries that have different experience and different sensibilities to the same issue. And so sometimes the discussion, I was in the past member of drafting committees, the discussion about one word took hours, because for a country A, this word is fundamental, and for the country B, never he will agree to have this word in the final declaration. So it will never be the declaration, ideal declaration for each country, because it's the consensus that was possible to obtain at the drafting committee. And again, thank you so much for all the efforts of our colleagues. Without your effort, we will not have a text in front of us to be approved, to be adopted, as it was, just with some few reserves that don't affect the result we had done. And thank you again for it. I think we did a great job. And so, allow me to go forward, because it was adopted by consensus, our declaration, to the other points of our agenda. Not yet. Secretary General, to add something, please.
Mr. President, I'm Mr. Procedure. I just want to make sure that the records of the organization are straight. And I would like to use this opportunity to make a technical announcement regarding the record of the votes that were cast for on the occasion of the emergency item. That decision, that voting took place, you remember, yesterday. Was it yesterday or 2 days ago? And we were informed after the voting took place by a delegation, and I think I can call that delegation Spain, that its vote had, for Proposal 3 had been recorded incorrectly. This was due to a technical hitch in the room during the roll call for the vote interrupted. So we looked at the situation and we've realized that correcting the votes does not change the overall outcome of the voting, but we just wanted to properly record the votes as recorded or registered by Spain. We have corrected that now, and this will be part of the record, and it will be reflected in the Assembly summary records. We just wanted, for reasons of transparency, to let you know about this. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Martin. I was near to have a heart attack. Because when they said we need to correct the results, I said, Mamma mia, if we need to come back and we discussed one item that was not the real one, it should be another one, it's better, I don't know what may happen, but thank God it didn't happen, so the correction did not, how we said, affected the final result. Mamma mia. Now, to the segment about accountability. We will discuss, dear friends, this segment that is relevant to the IPU, because I defend that and we all, because we approve our strategy. And when we approve it, we talk about accountability, that we should have accountability about the decisions we take during our assemblies. And so, welcome to this fourth edition of this special segment of the general debate. And accountability is for all members of parliament, to each member of parliament, to our parliaments, and between our assemblies. Otherwise, it seems that we came to an assembly of IPU, we approve a resolution, we take decisions, then we go home, and we forget it until the next assembly. In the middle while, we don't put in practice what we approve. We should do it. And so, this is a very important segment of the accountability with IPU declarations, resolutions, and outcomes, how we transform it to the national level in our countries and people. And a brief point of the upcoming 23 reporting exercise. Accountability on all levels means that the members of parliament, as per the IPU status, need to share details on results accomplished in follow-up decisions back to the organization. And to facilitate this process, each year a number of parliaments from each geopolitical group are designated to report and answer a questionnaire. Of course, all countries that decide to answer are very welcome. And this is the results we had this year. I'm trying to identify if the Portuguese flag is on the right side of the screen. I hope so. Because we should know, by transparency, all countries that answer, but also the countries that didn't have time to answer the inquiry of IPU. And this way, may will incentive for the future all the colleagues to push your parliaments to have a positive answer. The Portuguese flag is on the right side, thank God. And this way, it's good to understand that the countries should answer the inquiries of IPU. Why? It is a very, very important strategy reported by the Secretariat. We decided to have not to call every year all countries, because sometimes we have also many other answers to other international organizations that need to be given, and the parliamentarians and the staff has a lot of work to do. We understand that. That's why we choose small groups by rotation, and this way every 5 years everyone will be in our list. But we accept very well that in a voluntary behavior, others decide to answer. If they decide, it's great, and we will accept it very well. And now we will have a discussion of this special segment. As I answered a few seconds ago, the strategy of IPU this year is focused on climate change. We will see that about the Cremi Pass Award. We will see that on the time we choose to the Assembly in Angola, and we try to incentive also to have this debate here. But allow me to say, this is just, and because it's really important, we, as IPU, we approve different resolutions on this issue, the Nusa Dua Declaration, the outcome document of the COP26, the IPU resolution of the parliamentary strategies to strengthen peace and security against threats and conflicts, and the IPU resolution of October 2019 about climate change. So we adopt a lot. But this is the recommendation. This is not one obligation, because in Kigali, we approve many other resolutions. And so this is the focus, but it is not just about it. If a person, a member of this assembly, wish to express how you implemented or the difficulties you felt to implement one of the IPU decisions, you are free, because it is a segment about accountability. We try to have a guideline, but just as a recommendation about it. And this way we will open the floor. Each one will have 3 minutes. We are very generous today. 3 minutes, and before we have the first one, we will see a video from Canada, and then I will give the floor to Ms. Raymond Saint-Germain from Canada itself. So, a small video, and then we have a list of speakers for 3 minutes each. The first one is Mrs. Raymond Saint-Germain from Canada, but before the video, please.
The number of bees is declining worldwide. To help the bee population, about 100,000 honeybees were given new homes beside the recently restored and modernized Senate of Canada building. The bees settled into 13 hives, 1 for each province and territory. The beehives are from a local family-run business and managed by the Fairmont Chateau Laurier as part of the hotel's sustainability program. The honey collected will be used in dishes served at the hotel. The beehives are just one way this building was made greener.
So, Mrs. Raymond Saint-Germain, please.
Merci, merci, Monsieur le Président. Alors, en matière d'action climatique, notre défi est de taille. Nous sommes l'un des plus grands exportateurs de combustibles fossiles au monde et nous sommes confrontés à des impacts environnementaux extrêmes. Les scientifiques nous disent que le Canada se réchauffe 2 fois plus rapidement que le reste de la planète. Nous avons donc l'obligation d'agir pour éliminer le carbone de nos bâtiments et des secteurs des transports, de la fabrication, de l'agriculture, pour trouver des moyens efficaces de capter et d'entreposer le carbone, pour adapter davantage de solutions au maintien des forêts, des prairies, des zones humides et à leur régénération. Et, défi majeur, transformer notre économie en profondeur tout en veillant à ce que personne ne soit laissé pour compte. Alors ce défi, il est à la fois politique, environnemental, social et économique. Relever un tel défi exige de l'ambition et nos cibles sont ambitieuses. Quelles sont-elles, ces cibles? D'ici 2030, réduire nos émissions de 45%, émissions par rapport à celles de 2005, et ce, conformément à nos engagements en vertu de l'accord de Paris, et atteindre la carboneutralité en 2050. Le gouvernement a proposé et le Parlement a voté en juin 2021 une législation qui est déterminante pour y arriver. Il s'agit de la loi concernant la transparence et la responsabilité du Canada dans le cadre de ses efforts pour atteindre la carboneutralité en 2050. Cette loi, en plus d'enchasser ces deux cibles, exige l'établissement d'un processus de planification et d'évaluation aux 5 ans, évaluation des progrès dans leur atteinte. 2 ministres sont imputables de la mise en œuvre de la loi, le ministre de l'Environnement et le ministre des Finances. Le ministre de l'Environnement pour la gestion de tous les risques environnementaux dans la production, la publication, il doit publier et produire des plans quinquennaux sur la mise en œuvre. Et le ministre des Finances qui est chargé de la gestion des risques économiques qui sont, je l'ai dit, majeurs. Donc, il doit préparer et rendre public un rapport annuel sur les mesures que prendra le gouvernement pour gérer ces risques et saisir les occasions d'ordre financier pour la reconversion économique. Les ministres, ces 2 ministres doivent rendre des comptes publiquement devant le Parlement, les 2 chambres du Parlement et aussi devant les médias. La loi crée en plus un groupe consultatif sur la carboneutralité, un groupe qui va conseiller le ministre, mais le ministre est obligé de publier les conseils qu'il a reçus de ce groupe et d'expliquer le suivi qu'il en a fait ou l'absence de suivi. À noter aussi l'obligation pour le ministre de l'Environnement, lorsqu'il établit les cibles et les mesures requises pour les atteindre, de tenir compte des 4 facteurs suivants: les meilleures données scientifiques disponibles, les engagements internationaux du Canada, ce qui est très important, les connaissances autochtones et les observations de l'organisme consultatif que constitue la loi. Une garantie de transparence et de crédibilité additionnelle, bien sûr, c'est celle du fait que ces rapports des ministres seront étudiés par les 2 chambres du Parlement et le commissaire à l'environnement et au développement durable, qui est un officier qui se rapporte directement aux parlementaires, sera aussi chargé de faire rapport et d'attester de la qualité de la mise en œuvre des mesures qui seront prises par le gouvernement du Canada en vertu de cette loi. Et le commissaire doit déposer son premier rapport en juin 2024. Alors, ultimement, ce sont les 2 chambres du Parlement qui auront le mandat d'examiner avec rigueur la reddition du gouvernement en vertu de la loi canadienne sur la responsabilité en matière de carboneutralité et de faire rapport de leurs constats, tout comme de leurs recommandations, à tous ceux à qui nous sommes redevables. Et ceux à qui nous sommes redevables sont bien sûr nos compatriotes canadiens, mais aussi les organisations internationales auxquelles nous souscrivons. Alors, je vous remercie.
Okay. Merci beaucoup, Madame. Mr. Egbert Egle from Seychelles.
Good afternoon.
Seychelles?
Yes, yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, fellow members of Parliament. Just to recap on the climate change agenda, following up the 145 IPU resolutions on climate change, the Seychelles has on its agenda the continuations on these programs that was raised during the 145 IPU Assembly, the adoption of the wetland mangrove sites, which is within the vicinity of our own Assembly. Following this adoption, activities supported by our local stakeholders and especially the University of Seychelles, we are in the process of implementing a boardwalk to facilitate the visit by education students and all who wish to be part of it. Also, we are engaging in financing a grant to support this project through SECAT, which is the Seychelles Conservation and Climate Change Adaptation Trust, which will further support this cause. And we also take part, our Assembly, during the World Wetlands Day, in which we are fully engaged in it. And last year, 2022, our Assembly also approved a transsectoral committee that will deal mainly with the food security and sustainable development. As you are aware all, Seychelles being a small island state which comprises of around 115 islands, we are very prone to any shock or disasters, natural disasters that may happen. And doing that, as Parliament, one of our roles is to do oversight. Oversight mainly with what kind of development should we see within our country, our islands. And we also not just don't do politics in the Assembly, but we have to support the policy that the government put in place in regards to climate change. And with that, we also put strong emphasis on our forests and biodiversity, which is one of our pillars when it comes to our scenery and our greenery. And during the COP27, we do hope that the decision to create the Natural Disaster Fund, Global Fund for countries vulnerable to natural disaster and address to loss and damages from climate change should be one of the priority and that we seek member support. I will end by saying that, and a quote by Stephen Ross, is to remember when disaster strikes, the time to prepare has surpassed. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you all for your statement. I will ask now, before I give the floor to the next speaker, Mrs. Eli Jarvirin from Finland. I will ask His Excellency the Speaker of Tonga, a country that suffers so much with climate change, to run for 10 minutes this segment, and then I will come back. But I need a small stop. Please, Mr. Speaker. Finland, you may take the floor, please.
Señor Presidente, estimados colegas, mis amigos, es un momento un poco emocional porque voy a terminar mi carrera política esta primavera y por eso este es mi último discurso aquí en UPI, pero también en la política nacional. Pero me siento orgullosa también porque la lucha contra el cambio climático está en centro de la política finlandesa. Nuestra meta es ser carbono neutral ya en 2035. Es la meta más ambiciosa del mundo. El gobierno ha hecho mucho para ayudar al desarrollo. Hemos realizado soporte para los coches eléctricos, subsidio para cambiar la calefacción de aceite a energía renovable, apoyo para invertir en energía renovable y hemos legalizado procedimientos rápidos para las empresas, para las inversiones en energía renovable y hemos establecido la responsabilidad de las gasolineras de mezclar bioaceite con petróleo en los combustibles. Ningún gobierno tiene suficiente dinero para lograr la meta solo. Las empresas y los inversores tienen el dinero pero también las ganas. Su mensaje muy claro ha sido que la meta es indispensable y que todos los políticos deberíamos hacer más, no menos. Lo más importante es que el Gobierno garantice un camino claro, atractivo y duradero para las empresas y los inversores. Y lo hemos hecho en Finlandia. Ahora tenemos una ley de clima, dependiendo de que los gobiernos nuevos también estén comprometidos con nuestra meta. Y tenemos evaluadores exteriores que van a controlar los resultados y soluciones anualmente. En este trabajo climático necesitamos también las familias y los individuos. Cada uno puede pensar y decidir qué come, cómo vive, qué consume y cómo se mueve. Por eso tenemos que cuidar que las alternativas amables para nuestro clima también sean más baratas y fáciles que otras. Finlandia tiene mucho que aportar a otros países también. Educación, economía de reciclaje, digitalización, tecnología de salud y sistemas para limpiar agua. Con la cooperación de todos podemos lograr nuestra meta, ser carbono neutral en 2035. Que tengan suerte con su trabajo, mis amigos. Gracias.
Thank you, Finland. Can I please call on Mr. Raúl Lozano from Uruguay?
Thank you, Mr. President. Para Uruguay, la mitigación y adaptación al cambio climático es una prioridad nacional, enmarcada en el Plan Nacional de Cambio Climático. Si bien Uruguay no contribuye mayormente al calentamiento global, el aporte total de emisiones globales de los gases del efecto invernadero es un porcentaje muy bajo, es apenas el 0,04%. Paradójicamente, es muy vulnerable a los efectos adversos del cambio climático. La contribución de Uruguay en reducción de gases del efecto invernadero incluye una serie de objetivos relacionados con el uso de la tierra y la silvicultura. La forestación genera hasta el momento valores favorables a las remociones del carbono. Los bosques nativos representan el 4,8% de la superficie del territorio nacional. Con la regulación de la ley forestal se mantiene la superficie de este ecosistema con el objetivo de mantener el 100% del área actual del bosque nativo. Algunos de estos territorios pertenecen al Sistema Nacional de Áreas Protegidas. En el Parlamento uruguayo se establece el 11 de noviembre como el Día del Campo Natural, como señal de compromiso con la conservación y utilización sostenible de estos ecosistemas. En comisión del Senado se encuentra para su discusión el proyecto de ley para incorporar los delitos contra el ambiente. En el marco de la política energética nacional, la contribución está en la consolidación de la descarbonización de la matriz energética. Cerca del 98% de la energía generada en Uruguay proviene de fuentes renovables, especialmente la hidroeléctrica, la solar y eólica. Ahora el país va por una segunda transición energética, con la incorporación del hidrógeno verde. Con respecto a los recursos hídricos, se están implementando planes de seguridad del acceso al agua potable y saneamiento. Se aprobó la Ley de Gestión Integral de Residuos, promoviendo la economía circular. En la gestión parlamentaria se aprobó la Ley de Prohibición de Usos de Envases Primarios No Retornables y la Ley de Reducción de las Bolsas Plásticas. 2022 constituyó un año de realizaciones conjuntas. La primera, Expo Ambiente, el simposio Abordar la basura marina y la contaminación por plásticos, la primera Convención Mundial sobre los Plásticos, la Unión Interparlamentaria y el Parlamento de Uruguay organizaron conjuntamente un seminario regional sobre el cambio climático para los parlamentos de América Latina y el Caribe. Se está trabajando en acciones para reducir la vulnerabilidad social y económica en las medidas de adaptación al cambio climático. El bono indexado a indicadores del cambio climático que emitió Uruguay por 1.500 millones de dólares es un hito en las finanzas sostenibles, ya que fue pionero en introducir el ajuste de las tasas bidireccional en el mercado global de bonos vinculados a la sustentabilidad. Sigamos accionando desde los parlamentos con una estrategia de visión de futuro en materia de cambio climático, ambiciosa y al mismo tiempo alcanzable con la información, conocimiento, tecnología disponible y colaboración internacional. Muchas gracias. Shukran, Bahrain.
Thank you, Uruguay. I would like to call Ms. Mira Al-Suwaidi from the UAE.
شكرا. السيدات والسادة، أود في البداية أن أشكركم على دعوتي للحديث في الجزئية الخاصة بمساءلة ومتابعة البرلمانات للنهوض بالعمل المناخي، وهي قضية صعبة ومعقدة، إلا أننا كبرلمانيين وممثلين لشعوبنا في موقع يمكننا تحقيق نتائج استثنائية من خلال أدوارنا التشريعية والرقابية. وفي حديث اليوم أود أن أركز على 3 جوانب هامة في العمل المناخي في دولة الإمارات. أولاً، إن قضية المحافظة على البيئة والمناخ ليست بجديدة على دولة الإمارات، حيث كانت حماية البيئة في صميم رؤية الوالد المؤسس الشيخ زايد بن سلطان آل نهيان طيب الله ثراه. وأعلن صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن زايد آل نهيان رئيس الدولة حفظه الله عام 2023 عاماً للاستدامة، ليتوج مسار دولة الإمارات في الاستدامة. لذا كانت دولة الإمارات من أوائل دول المنطقة التي وقعت اتفاق باريس، واعتمدت استراتيجية الوصول إلى الحياد المناخي بحلول عام 2050. ثانياً، على المستوى البرلماني، عمل المجلس الوطني الاتحادي مع حكومة دولة الإمارات في سن العديد من التشريعات اللازمة لإيجاد التوازن المناسب بين النمو الاقتصادي والمسؤولية البيئية. وعلى المستوى المؤسسي، اتخذ المجلس خطوات عملية للوصول إلى برلمان أخضر من خلال توفير أحدث التقنيات والبرامج لتوفير الطاقة وإلغاء استخدام الأوراق في كافة أعمال المجلس. ثالثاً، على مستوى التعاون الدولي، ستستضيف دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة قبل نهاية هذا العام الدورة 28 لمؤتمر الأطراف في اتفاقية الأمم المتحدة الإطارية بشأن تغيير المناخ COP28. ونأمل أن يكون المؤتمر محطة مهمة بالنسبة للعمل المناخي، حيث سيشهد إجراء أول حصيلة عالمية Global Stocktake لتقييم التقدم في تنفيذ أهداف اتفاق باريس. ومن أبرز ملامح استضافة دولة الإمارات لمؤتمر COP28 هو استحداث منصب رائد المناخ للشباب، حيث هذه خطوة مهمة لتعزيز المشاركة الهادفة للشباب. كما نستضيف كدولة الإمارات مقر الوكالة الدولية للطاقة المتجددة آيرينا، واتخذنا خطوات جدية بدعم وتمويل والاستثمار في مختلف البلدان بما يتجاوز 140 مليار دولار أمريكي. وقبل أن أختم كلمتي، أود أن أشدد على أن COP28 سيكون مؤتمراً للتكاتف ومشاركة جميع المعنيين على اختلاف توجهاتهم، ويكرس متابعة التزامات الدول والإشراف عليها، ويركز على الحلول العملية لتحقيق نتائج مستدامة. ومن هنا أدعوكم أن نعمل على زيادة الدور البرلماني في أعمال COP28 من خلال الاجتماع البرلماني الذي سيعقد على هامش هذه الدورة، وأن تكون هذه الدورة استثنائية ومثمرة. وأترككم الآن مع فيديو قصير حول استضافة دولة الإمارات لمؤتمر COP28، ونطلع إلى لقائكم في دولة الإمارات في نوفمبر. وشكراً.
Where does your path lead? Can your path lead us to net zero and create a sustainable world?
Climate
is changing faster than our capacity to adapt.
We are in the fight of our lives, and we are losing.
It is now or never.
Only immediate and drastic action will pull us back from the abyss.
It is going to be hard. The thing we have going for us is that humanity has done hard things before.
The fight against climate change will unite the world as one family.
人类是命运共同体。
إنه ليس مستحيلا.
We have the collective capacity to transform.
To rise to the challenge of this moment.
لأن مستقبل أولادنا وأحفادنا يعتمد على الخطوات التي نتخذها اليوم.
I note that Bolivia put their name up. We will give you an opportunity at the end of the list. At this time, I would ask Mr. Vishnu Ram from India to please present.
Honorable Chairperson and distinguished delegates, Parliaments for the Planet campaign of the IPU reflects and reaffirms our parliamentary commitment to climate action. Let us pledge to protect our Mother Earth. With more than 17% of the global population, India has contributed only about 4% of the global cumulative greenhouse gas emissions between 1850 and 2019. Though not part of the problem, India is a part of the solution and has done more than its fair share in combating climate change. As we believe in Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, that is, the world is one family, we have taken unprecedented steps in India and initiated a host of measures to address the global challenge. Let me share with you all that India has updated its nationally determined contribution last August, setting even higher targets to reduce the emissions intensity of our GDP by 45% by 2030 from the 2005 level. We have also revised the targets upward for achieving about 50% cumulative electric power installed capacity from the non-fossil fuel-based energy resources by 2030. Further, in November 2022, we have also submitted our long-term low-carbon emission development strategy that rests on 7 key transition to low-carbon development pathways. This lays down India's vision and approaches toward reaching net zero by 2070, even though we have high energy needs for development and economic growth. Our ambitious plan for promoting clean and non-fossil fuel-based mobility are aimed towards cleaner transportation through faster adoption and manufacturing of electric vehicles for electrification of public and shared transportation. In addition, our Indian Railways has envisioned achieving net zero carbon emission by 2030. Apart from our resolutely addressing climate change domestically, India is proactive at the international level in mobilizing like-minded countries towards climate action. We have launched global coalitions such as International Solar Alliance and Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure, and also taken new initiatives such as Infrastructure for Resilient Island States and Green Grids Initiative, One Sun, One World, One Grid. I must share with you all that our Parliament has adopted every possible measure to protect the planet. We have already moved to digital platforms for our day-to-day functioning, thereby saving thousands of reams of paper every year. Towards a low carbon footprint, we also have e-vehicles for our MPs. Further, we are not only using environment-friendly cutting-edge technology, equipment, gadgets, and practices, but also have reduced use of plastic bottles within the precincts of Parliament. Not to mention, single-use plastic is already
30 seconds, please.
In true sense, Parliament of India exemplifies the Parliaments for the Planet by its action and commitments, committed to global cause and the IPU campaign of Parliaments for the Planet. India supports parliamentary initiatives towards a clean and green planet and sustainable future for all. Thank you.
Thank you, India. We will now go to Belarus. Mr. Belsky Valery.
Уважаемый господин председатель, уважаемые коллеги, борьба с климатическим кризисом является одним из главных приоритетов стратегии МПС. В связи с этим хотел бы кратко проинформировать о том, какие мероприятия проведены белорусскими парламентариями по этой теме. 30 июня прошлого года в рамках 9-го форума регионов Беларуси и России прошла специальная секция по вопросам новой международной климатической повестки. Приоритетная цель заседания – выработать предложения в области охраны окружающей среды и социально-экономического развития. При этом акцент был сделан на мерах по реализации Парижского соглашения по климату к рамочной конференции ООН об изменении климата, а также по смягчению последствий изменения климата и адаптации к ним в условиях непростой международной политической и экономической ситуации. Отдельным блоком проанализированы усилия на площадке союзного государства Беларуси и России, Евразийского экономического союза по гармонизации подходов в решении природоохранных и климатических вопросов. По итогам приняты рекомендации, которыми предусмотрен ряд направлений по обмену лучшими национальными практиками в области создания систем мониторинга отчетности и верификации выбросов парниковых газов в Беларуси и России для соблюдения принятых нашими странами международных обязательств. В целях привлечения внимания к опасности, которую несут санкции в отношении выполнения климатических соглашений международного экологического сотрудничества и обеспечения продовольственной безопасности, принято соответствующее заявление участников заседания секции. В рамках секции прошла выставка, рассказывающая о научных достижениях в сфере низкоуглеродного развития экономики, мониторинга выбросов парниковых газов, использования зеленых технологий и проектов циркулярной экономики. Также прошел международный флешмоб по теме изменения климата. Мы поддерживаем усилия МПС в борьбе с изменениями климата. В то же время хочу подчеркнуть, что санкционная политика является серьезным препятствием для повышения международных обязательств в сфере климата, что в конечном итоге отрицательно отражается на достижении общей климатической цели. Любые односторонние меры, сдерживающие экономическое развитие стран, подрывают международные усилия в выполнении обязательств по Парижскому соглашению и в достижении целей устойчивого развития. Целью общих международных действий должно оставаться смягчение последствий изменения климата для обеспечения экологического благополучия и безопасности каждой страны и каждого человека, а не геополитические амбиции отдельных государств. Спасибо.
And now we will go down under to Australia. Ms. Fatima Payman.
Thank you, Mr. Acting President and fellow delegates. I'm honoured to address the International Parliamentary Union Assembly on a matter of great importance to the Australian Parliament and to me personally, the Australian Government's efforts to advance climate action. As an Australian Senator, I want to acknowledge the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people as the traditional custodians of the Australian lands and waterways. We still have a lot to learn from First Nations people, especially from their stewardship of the natural environment. Caring for country and climate in this changing world is more important than ever before. As a member of the Australian Senate, I'm excited to share with you all some of the work our government is doing to ensure we play our part to address climate change. One of the first things our government did after being elected in May 2022 was to pass the Climate Change Act. The Act outlines Australia's greenhouse gas emissions reduction targets of 43% reduction from 2005 levels by 2030 and net zero by 2050. The first annual climate change statement to Parliament was given by Minister Bowen in December of last year, in which he reaffirmed the Australian Government's commitment to work with and learn from First Nations people in tackling climate change and stressed the importance of taking ambitious action because the stakes are high and the cost of inaction is huge. In the Albanese government's first budget delivered in October of last year, the following measures were provided: investment to provide transparency on Australia's progress, and increase transparency around climate-related spending in the budget, to also show support for First Nations people to respond to climate change and to enable communities to influence and access the benefits of Australia's renewable energy transformation. Our work is just the beginning, and one of the key building blocks we hope to pass in Parliament is the safeguard mechanism. It would require Australia's largest industrial facilities to reduce their emissions gradually and predictably in line with our national targets. It would also incentivise businesses with low-cost abatement opportunities available so they can reduce their emissions faster, putting Australia on a path to net zero and helping businesses remain competitive as the world decarbonises and to keep all parties accountable. Climate change is the biggest challenge we face, and it doesn't abide by national borders. So it's on all of us to be responsible citizens. I truly believe that by working together across parliaments, we can learn from each other, and I'm optimistic for our world's sustainable future. Thank you very much.
I would like to ask Pakistan to now present with their report.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to thank the IPU for dedicating this segment to this crucial topic and providing us an opportunity to share our knowledge and experience in dealing with this global threat. Pakistan is currently a frontline state bearing the brunt of climate change and recently went through one of the worst calamities in the form of unprecedented floods. This resulted in the loss of thousands of precious lives, as well as displacement of the millions of people, loss of critical infrastructure, and economic loss amounting to billions of dollars. The Parliament of Pakistan has distinction to being the first parliament of the world to go green by meeting all its energy requirements through solar means. We can say, my parliament, my planet. Task forces are operating in national and provincial assemblies, closely overseeing progress on SDGs. Pakistan has also set an ambitious target for further reduce its carbon emissions. Our new climate change policy aims to steer Pakistan towards climate resilience and low carbon development. This policy has been designed in accordance with the requirements of Paris Agreement on Climate Change, SDGs, and Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction. To reach these targets, Pakistan aims to shift to 60% renewable energy, 30% electric vehicle by 2030, and ban coal imports, as well as expand nature-based solutions. The updated NDC has also added new sectors and new gases for enhancing contributions. Pakistan is also engaging in numerous projects and initiatives to become an effective contributor to mitigating climate change. At COP26, Pakistan has submitted its revised NDC with a target to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 50% by 2030. Through the 10 billion tree tsunami program and the Protected Areas Initiative, Pakistan is aggressively taking on afforestation and conservation of biodiversity on a massive scale across the country. Under the Green Climate Fund, Pakistan is working on transforming the Indus Basin through climate-resilient agriculture and water management and counter glacier-like outburst floods. Despite many initiative challenges like financing, the mitigation and adaptation gap still remain. Let us be clear that there is no other way for any country to combat climate change on the individual level. This is a global challenge that can only be overcome through cooperative and combined efforts. Therefore, advanced economies are obliged to provide means implementation, including new and additional predictable climate finance, capacity building support, and technology development transferred to developing countries in protecting our common heritage. I hope generate more debate over this collective responsibility, and may we all find common ground to make this challenge more about the human race rather than countries or region. Thank you.
Thank you, Pakistan. Would like to call on Suriname, Mr. Melvin Bova.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for the opportunity to talk about this very important topic on climate change. Indeed, addressing the climate change crisis and challenges needs to be top priority for our parliaments. My country, Suriname, is considered the greenest country of the world with a forest coverage of at least 93%. It gives a major contribution as part of the Amazon by absorbing emissions, especially many industrialized countries pollute. Therefore, promoting a green environment, but also a green parliament is one of the most important things for us to achieve. However, we contribute a lot to the mitigation, but receive very little support at this time to protect our forests and switch the country from a large-scale mining and logging to an economy in which our development is fully committed to the protection and management of these natural resources. I call them the national richness. This because we still have no effective mechanism to compensate for the carbon capacity of our forests. This issue is mentioned again by the President of Suriname at the COP27, and I address you today why I call upon the international community, especially developed and industrialized countries, to take their part. Suriname, as one of the very few carbon-negative countries, is and remains committed to support climate action, also due to the fact that Suriname is one of the most vulnerable countries who is affected by climate change. Dear colleagues, as members of parliaments and parliaments, we have a crucial role and responsibility to work towards and ensure at least the following objectives: strengthening climate change legislation to reduce emissions and support a clean transition, ensuring appropriate budget for climate action together with government, but also programs with NGOs and private sector, holding our governments accountable on the Paris Agreement implementation, including the National Determined Contribution, the NDCs, supporting marginalized and vulnerable populations, and promoting inclusive adoption. Promoting a green parliament. The Parliament of Suriname acknowledge the importance of climate action and therefore achieve several climate activities by the Committee of Climate Change and Environment, such as capacity building programs and workshops in the National Assembly, such as presentation of several experts in the area of climate change, carbon pricing, which is mentioned before as one of the very important things for us as carbon negative country, but also on several occasions, meetings are held on national and international level pertaining to the impact of climate change and renewable energy mitigation and adaptation. Dear colleagues, there are some general points in relation to climate change and policy we can and have to agree on. Climate change requires a sustainable development strategy. Not everyone is equally nor partially to blame, but climate change will and have effect on all of us. So we need to support each other. Secondly, those who pollute less will be the ones who will be affected the most. We also openly and honestly need to address that. In conclusion, there are and might be differences in influencing and making a contribution to achieve the climate change agenda. However, we all need to take action. As Member of Parliament, as member of the IPU, I hereby firmly pledge my Parliament, my planet. Thank you, Mr. President.
Now I'd like to call on Cabo Verde, Ms. Mercia Delgado Rocha.
Senhor Presidente, caros colegas deputados, nos tempos que correm, não há ninguém de boa fé capaz de duvidar que hoje iremos já e com determinação em defesa do planeta, ou de outra forma temos um mundo a desmoronar-se literalmente em cima das nossas cabeças. Não deixa de ser assustador saber, através de uma instituição credível como é a Organização Meteorológica Mundial, que existe uma probabilidade de 20% de virmos a exceder o valor de 1,5 graus centígrados já a partir de 2024, o que nos colocaria praticamente num ponto de não retorno. Apesar dessa grande ameaça, temos de acreditar que a luta contra as mudanças climáticas é para vencer. Neste combate, temos todos de estar juntos. As alterações climáticas constituem um fenómeno global, mas os seus efeitos devastadores são particularmente sentidos em países pequenos, arquipelágicos e de recursos limitados, como Cabo Verde. Nos últimos anos, o nosso país tem enfrentado grandes desafios com consequências que vêm perturbando o seu percurso ascendente de desenvolvimento e posto à prova a nossa resiliência enquanto povo. Em 6 anos, fomos confrontados com 3 grandes crises: cheias, seca severa e Covid-19. O ano 2016 foi um ano de grandes cheias, sobretudo na segunda maior ilha do nosso arquipélago de 10 ilhas, composto por 10 ilhas. Desde 2017, que Cabo Verde registra as piores secas dos últimos 40 anos, caracterizadas por precipitações muito abaixo do normal. Em algumas ilhas não caiu sequer uma gota de água durante um ano inteiro. Em 2020, devido à Covid-19, estima-se que a atividade económica em Cabo Verde tenha contraído 14,8%, a maior contração de sempre e a segunda maior na África subsaariana, de acordo com a última atualização económica publicada pelo Banco Mundial. Apesar dessa conjugação de crises, Cabo Verde manteve o seu compromisso tanto no que diz respeito à conservação e valorização dos oceanos, como no que toca à ação climática. Um dos objetivos do Governo é alcançar um desenvolvimento económico sustentável, baseado nos recursos oceânicos e costeiros, e promover o desenvolvimento sustentável dos recursos marinhos. Um outro objetivo é atrair para o país importantes eventos internacionais relacionados com a preservação dos nossos oceanos. Cabo Verde recebeu recentemente, no mês de janeiro deste ano, a Ocean Race, a maior regata transoceânica do mundo, que tem como um dos propósitos a luta por um oceano mais saudável. Esse evento contou com a honrosa presença do Sr. Secretário-Geral das Nações Unidas, engenheiro António Guterres, que reconheceu e elogiou a forma responsável como Cabo Verde tem assumido os seus compromissos no combate às mudanças climáticas. Para concluir, repetimos o que vem sendo dito por muitos. É fundamental, repito, é fundamental para uma governação climática efetiva que os pequenos Estados insulares em desenvolvimento, nos quais Cabo Verde se inclui, possam ter acesso aos financiamentos globais para desta forma poderem dar em condições de em melhores condições, dizia, para poderem contribuir da melhor forma para a implementação da contribuição nacionalmente determinada. Muito obrigada a todos, muito obrigada ao Reino de Bahrein pela magnífica hospitalidade.
And now I have the honor to ask Fiji, the Honourable Speaker of the Fijian Parliament.
Thank you, the Honourable Chair, Your Excellencies, the Honourable colleagues and delegates to the 146th IPU Assembly, ladies and gentlemen. I wish to share with the plenary some important actions that the Fijian Parliament has taken to address the climate crisis. The Pacific covers roughly 20% of planet Earth. Yet, we are amongst the most vulnerable and worst affected countries, if I may use the same words that has been used by those that have spoken before me, and that is in the world in terms of the devastating effects of climate change and natural disasters. Climate change affects us all, and we, as members of the Pacific Small Islands Developing States, better known as PS, IDS, are not immune. It is well understood that it affects us disproportionately. However, we in the PS, IDS are threatened by rising sea level, ocean warming, acidification, increased frequency and intensity of cyclones, changing weather patterns, particularly rainfall that causes serious flooding, including devastating earthquakes as well, sir. And as I speak, we have Fijians deployed in New Zealand and most recently in Vanuatu to provide the humanitarian assistance in response to Cyclone Gabriella, which affected them in February in New Zealand, and Cyclones Judy in February as well, and Kevin in March in Vanuatu. And this is what we commonly refer to now as the new norm. For Fiji, we have experienced 16 cyclones in the last decade, causing unnecessary loss of life, livelihoods, affects food and nutrition security, health security, damaged infrastructure, and economic losses. Cyclone Winston, Honorable Chair, in 2016 was the strongest superstorm to ever make landfall on any country in the Asia-Pacific region. It claimed 44 lives, wiped away a third of our GDP, and caused extensive damage to our infrastructure, setting back years of human progress and development. In 2020, at the height of the COVID-19 pandemic, Fiji was hit by 3 categories of 4 cyclones: Cyclone Harold in April, Cyclones Yasa and Ana in December, and January again. That again, Honorable Chair, we can best describe now as the new norm. What actions are we taking? As a small island state, Fiji has strong engagement and commitment with the United Nations framework for climate change. Under the Paris Agreement, we've been punching above our own weight in climate leadership, response and climate action. In February 2016, the Fijian Parliament unanimously approved the Paris Agreement. So far, Fiji has only been a small island developing state to preside over the Conference of Parties meeting, which is better known as COP23, which was held in Bonn, Germany in 2017. Fiji is equally committed to the Sendai framework as well on disaster risk reduction and the Sustainable Development Goals as agreed upon by the United Nations respectively in 2015. In that regard, considering the importance and nexus between climate and oceans, Fiji in June 2017 co-hosted with Sweden the first ever Global Oceans Conference, which was held in New York.
30 seconds, please, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
30 seconds.
Thank you, sir. The Fijian Parliament is responsible for passing legislation and ratifying international conventions. The Fijian Parliament passed the Climate Change Act to institutionalize Fiji's obligations under the Paris Agreement, and it is the legal framework that guides national response to the climate crisis. The Act recognizes the United Nations General Assembly or the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the Sustainable Development Goals, or better known as SDGs, and other climate-related international agreements. To conclude, Honourable Chair and Honourable colleagues, the Fijian Parliament is strongly committed to continue with national response efforts to climate crisis, and I urge us all and the global community at large to collectively fight this calamity that confronts us all. Thank you, Honourable Chair.
And now I'll call on Portugal, who have 2 speakers, so they'll be sharing the time, Mr. Miguel Santos and Carlos Pereira.
Muito obrigado, Sr. Presidente em exercício. Cumprimentar a mesa, o Reino de Bahrain pela hospitalidade e simpatia e saúde todas as senhoras e senhores deputados de diversos países, com um carinho especial para os países de língua oficial portuguesa, naturalmente, e compreenderão que sim. Em Kigali, no Ruanda, a OIP aprovou uma resolução relativa à condenação da invasão da Ucrânia e à subsequente anexação dos territórios em defesa da integridade territorial dos Estados. E aqui, no Bahrein, na nossa Assembleia 146, para simplificar, nós temos como tema Promoting Peaceful Coexistence and Inclusive Societies. Mas existe uma dramática e sanguinária ferida aberta na Europa e no mundo, uma enorme chaga da qual só resulta sofrimento e destruição. Como é que é possível, em pleno século XXI, existir um conflito, uma invasão de um Estado independente, promovendo uma guerra em larga escala de aniquilação? Será que o mundo ainda não sofreu, ainda não aprendeu o suficiente com as guerras passadas, com o extermínio de populações inteiras? Não existe ambição ou justificação suficiente para o sofrimento que é imposto ao ser humano, a morte de crianças, mulheres, idosos e jovens, a razia e a aniquilação de populações. Há um ano que milhões de mulheres e crianças convivem com a guerra, fogem da guerra, vivem na guerra, sem eletricidade, no frio, com dificuldades de alimentação, de assistência médica, frequência de escola, educação e muitas crianças sem o amor de um lar. Pior, é inaceitável milhares de pessoas que estão a morrer. Em Portugal, no meu país, vive uma forte comunidade ucraniana há mais de 30 anos. Eles são luso-ucranianos, têm nacionalidade portuguesa, os filhos nasceram em Portugal e são portugueses. Estas pessoas são parte de nós, integram o nosso país, a nossa sociedade, fazem parte da nossa cultura e da nossa herança e identidade milenar. Atualmente vivem em Portugal 100 mil cidadãos ucranianos ou luso-ucranianos, refugiados da guerra ou já nacionais portugueses. Portugal nunca vai desistir destas pessoas por uma qualquer conveniência ou vantagem, seja ela diplomática ou económica. Portugal tem uma história global e o mundo conhece-nos. Os ucranianos a viver em Portugal são nossos vizinhos, trabalham ao nosso lado, os filhos frequentam as escolas dos nossos filhos, brincam todos juntos e são nossos amigos para a vida. Por isso poderão sempre contar connosco, apoiando a causa através do envio de tanques e material militar, treino, preparação, voluntários médicos, apoio humanitário, acolhimento de famílias refugiadas da guerra e o que mais estiver ao nosso alcance. Não existe condescendência para quem quebra os princípios humanitários, a Declaração Universal das Nações Unidas, o respeito pelas nações e pelo ser humano. Parece-me bastante evidente que a Ucrânia não vai quebrar, os ucranianos não vão quebrar e esta guerra não vai ter o Sr. Putin como vencedor. Isto não vai acontecer. O povo ucraniano está a sofrer e o povo russo também está a sofrer. Milhões de pessoas, muitos milhões de pessoas estão a sofrer, vítimas de um jogo de guerra, vítimas de ambições desmedidas e de alguém que, longe dos teatros de operações, afastado do sangue e da guerra, vai decidindo o destino de milhões de seres humanos. A guerra na Ucrânia tem de parar e a Rússia e a Ucrânia têm, de facto, de acertar um cessar-fogo imediato para poupar vidas. Slava Ukraini!
So we had 2 minutes left for the second speaker from Portugal.
Muito obrigado, Sr. Presidente, caros parlamentares. Vou tentar ser breve para cumprir o tempo. Eu gostava basicamente de partilhar com os colegas parlamentares a experiência portuguesa em relação à nova Lei de Bases do Clima, que entrou em vigor a 1 de fevereiro de 2022 e foi aprovado no Parlamento português. A Lei de Bases do Clima estabelece, entre outras medidas, metas nacionais de redução de emissões de gases de efeito estufa, determinando que Portugal deverá reduzir as emissões em pelo menos 55% até 2030 e entre 65% e 75% até 2040 e pelo menos 90% até 2050, prevendo assim a possibilidade de antecipação da meta de neutralidade climática em 5 anos da meta apontada para 2050. A aprovação da Lei de Bases do Clima coloca Portugal na linha da frente como um dos primeiros países a implementar uma legislação que estabelece na lei metas de redução de emissões de gases de efeito estufa, vinculando inclusivamente o Governo a medidas de ação muito importantes e exigentes. Destaco, por exemplo, 2 casos. A Estratégia Nacional de Compras Públicas Ecológicas, uma estratégia que permitirá minimizar as compras públicas que contribuam para a pegada ecológica, e o Programa de Eficiência de Recursos da Administração Pública, que basicamente incentiva a melhoria da eficiência energética. Esta lei consolida objetivos, princípios e obrigações para os diferentes níveis de governação para a ação climática, através de políticas públicas, e estabelece novas disposições em termos de política climática, nomeadamente estipula direitos e deveres em matérias de clima, reforçando o direito à participação dos cidadãos, define o quadro de governação da política climática, criando novas estruturas e requisitos, incluindo o Conselho para a Ação Climática, os planos de ação climática municipais e regionais e os orçamentos de carbono. Cria também novos requisitos e estabelece calendários para instrumentos de planeamento e avaliação de política climática, incluindo uma estratégia industrial verde que visa apoiar o setor industrial no processo de transição climática. Em síntese, esta lei dá corpo a um esforço que Portugal tem desencadeado nos últimos anos, no sentido de evitar um para-arranca na política climática, mas ser capaz de assegurar uma estratégia consistente, com objetivos concretos e realizações que deverão ser acompanhadas por um Conselho Independente para a Ação Climática. Termino referindo mais algumas conquistas já asseguradas em Portugal na ação climática. Por exemplo, Portugal já garantiu o fim da produção elétrica com carvão a partir de 2023. Está previsto acabar em 2024 a produção elétrica a partir do gás. Os carros ligeiros de passageiros movidos exclusivamente a combustíveis fósseis acabam a partir de 2035. Muito obrigado.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And now I would like to ask the speaker from the Kingdom of Thailand. You may now speak.
Mr. Chair, distinguished delegates, climate change remains at the top of today's global and national agenda, as its impacts are felt everywhere around the world. Climate action collectively are required urgently to prevent and control of this situation. Through various standing committee and subcommittee, Thailand Parliament have oversized the government performance on several critical issues related to climate change, such as carbon credit, community forestry, economy under the forest, research and innovation to support climate action, and to stimulate the government to promote the increased clean energy facility, as well as improvement energy utilization efficiency. In the near future, the Parliament will review the climate change bills, which will involve multi-stakeholder, particularly private sector, to align business activity with the current climate target. By focusing on bio-circular green economy model, or BCG economy model, Thailand has proposed this model as one agenda at the recent 30th Asia-Pacific Parliamentary Forum, or APPF, meeting in Bangkok recently in October 2020. The forum has sponsored as the outcome two resolutions, one on promoting biodiversity and green economy for inclusive development, and second one on the use of renewable energy as well as clean energy technology to achieve carbon neutrality and net zero carbon emission. Mr. Chairman, I fully trust that with collective effort in climate action, parliamentarians and parliamentary can contribute more through their mandates and promoting multi-stakeholder approach of people, private, public, and professional partnership. Number two, multi-strategic approach for this very complex issue. Number three, multi-level approach at global, national, and local or community level. With those three approaches and continued effort, I'm quite sure that we will have collective achievement for climate change. With this, I thank you for your attention.
I'd like to ask the speaker from Algeria, Ms. Farida Ilimi.
شكرا سيد الرئيس الجلسة، سيد رئيس الاتحاد البرلماني الدولي، سيدات والسادة أعضاء مكتب الجلسة، زميلاتي البرلمانيات الفضليات، زملائي البرلمانيين الأفاضل، الحضور الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. تولي الجزائر تحت قيادة وتوجيهات رئيس الجمهورية السيد عبد المجيد تبون اهتماما بالغا بإشكالية التغيرات المناخية، فهي بحكم موقعها الجغرافي المتوسط عرضة لتغير المناخ وتواجه تفاقم آثاره السلبية على الإنسان في كل مجالات الحياة. ووعيا منها بأهمية الموضوع انضمت الجزائر إلى مختلف الاتفاقيات والمعاهدات الدولية المتعلقة بالبيئة والمناخ انطلاقا من مؤتمر ريو 1992 وصولا إلى اتفاقية باريس 2015. وقد مضى البرلمان الجزائري في هذا الطريق تجاوبا مع الاهتمام الوطني والدولي المتزايد بقضايا البيئة، حيث استحدث المجلس الشعبي الوطني الشبكة البرلمانية للبيئة والمناخ التي أطلقها السيد رئيس المجلس الشعبي الوطني إبراهيم بوغالي في 29 سبتمبر 2022. استحدثت هذه الشبكة تطبيقا لإعلان نسدوى المعنون صفر انبعاثات حشد البرلمانات للعمل بشأن تغير المناخ المرتبط من أجل الوفاء بالالتزامات المرتبطة بالمناخ. هذه الخطوة هدفها تعزيز المجهودات الوطنية المبذولة في مجال حماية البيئة ومكافحة آثار التغيرات المناخية على الصعيدين الوطني والدولي. وتضم هذه الشبكة 10 برلمانيين من مختلف التشكيلات السياسية الممثلة في المجلس من ذوي الاختصاص والمهتمين والناشطين في مجال البيئة والمناخ. يعتزم أعضاء الشبكة البرلمانية لعب دورهم التشريعي والرقابي في مجال البيئة والمناخ، سواء من خلال اقتراح مشاريع قوانين والقيام بخرجات ميدانية وتشكيل لجان تحقيق. السيدات والسادة، لقد شاركت الأعضاء في العديد من الاجتماعات واللقاءات على المستوى الوطني والدولي. نذكر منها على سبيل المثال لا الحصر المنتدى البرلماني حول تغير المناخ الذي نظمه برلمان المناخ بمصر في نوفمبر 2022، ورشة العمل حول الاقتصاد الدائري واستراتيجية إدارة النفايات المنزلية في الجزائر في فبراير 2023، إلى جانب العديد من اللقاءات الافتراضية والمقابلات على مسؤولين وشخصيات تعمل في مجال البيئة والمناخ لدراسة إمكانية التعاون في هذا المجال. السيدات والسادة، في إطار تجسيد فكرة البرلمان الأخضر وتماشيا مع سياسة الجزائر في تشجيع الاقتصاد الدائري في فرز النفايات اعتمد المجلس الشعبي الوطني مشروعا سيتم إنجازه في الأشهر المقبلة للفرز الانتقائي للنفايات وإعادة تدويرها. ولا يزال البرلمان الجزائري عازما على السير قدما في مسار حماية البيئة ومكافحة التغيرات المناخية، ونعلن مساندتنا لحملة الاتحاد البرلماني الدولي تحت شعار البرلمانات من أجل الكوكب حتى نضمن لأبنائنا وأحفادنا مستقبلا مشرقا في كوكب أكثر ازدهارا وأكثر أمنا، وكل هذا في إطار تحقيق أهداف التنمية المستدامة. وشكرا على كرم الإصغاء.
Just before we proceed, I just want to remind everyone that we try and give fair time so that we can all listen to you. I understand that the report is very important, but we have 3 minutes for each delegation to make their country report, so please respect it. We have the traffic light system here, so it's very clear. When I ask you to please wrap up, please oblige. Thank you. I'd like to call on our next speaker from Belgium, Mr. Andreas Griffer.
Thank you, dear colleagues. Of course, climate is a very important topic. As a proof, I am the president of the Flemish Energy and Climate Plan in Belgium. I was already a rapporteur here when we talk about climate change. I'm also in the Committee of the Regions responsible for everything that is around climate. I was going to the climate conference already from 2015. However, I'm not hearing much about one of the other urgent resolutions, the emergency item regarding the condemnation of the invasion of Ukraine and of the subsequent annexation of territories in defense of the territorial integrity of all states, which was voted in Kigali. I quote, for example, what is in solidarity with all the victims of the armed conflict in Ukraine and condemns all war crimes, crimes against humanity and any other human rights violations. Furthermore, it has, I'm quoting again, reiterated its call for an immediate end to the Russian military occupation of sovereign Ukrainian territory, restoring its territorial integrity back to its international recognized border. It has condemned in the strongest terms the serious violation of human dignity and the flagrant violations of human rights perpetrated in the regions of Kiev, Kharkiv, Sumy, Chernihiv, and others. It has also condemned the use of extrajudicial executions, sexual and gender-based violence, and inhuman or degrading treatment as a weapon of war in open violation of the Geneva Conventions. It has reaffirmed the importance of respect for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all states in connection with Russia's territorial annexation. So I would like to ask the colleagues from Russia which measures they have taken since the Assembly in Kigali to inform their government about this resolution and which measures they have taken to implement this resolution. And if there is no reply, my question is then, what did we do to make Russia adopt the only right decision? And so I can go on with a lot of other citates of the resolution, but it will be nice to hear from our colleagues which actions they have taken or seek to take regarding the reconstruction process. Even back in September 2022, the World Bank has estimated the total amount of repair cost at $349 billion. Today, it's estimated to be between 700 billion and 1 trillion. And not even insisting on the fact that the OECD estimates that the world economy in 2023 will be 2.8 trillion smaller than was estimated in December 2021, before Russian troops and tanks swarmed into Ukraine. I think that a lot of our colleagues are wondering how the Russian colleagues are planning to fit this repair cost in the budget of their government. In the resolution, the Assembly has reaffirmed its support for the ongoing work of the IPU task force on the peaceful resolution of the war in Ukraine, encourages the task force to continue its efforts to bring the parties concerned to the table of political dialogue for the peaceful resolution of the war in keeping with the Charter of the United Nations, territorial integrity and international law, and encourages both parliaments to facilitate the task force engagement to achieve its mission. I would like to call on all members and the IPU to achieve far more progress regarding the implementation of this resolution. Thank you for your attention.
Now I would like to call Bangladesh, Mr. Advas Salam.
Thank you. Thank you, respected Chair, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Dear colleagues, a very good day to you all. It's indeed a great pleasure for me to have the opportunity to speak a few words on a very important issue, climate change. I would like to express my heartiest thanks and gratitude to the Inter-Parliamentary Union and the host parliament for arranging such an excellent program. On behalf of Bangladesh delegation, I am really very delighted having this opportunity. Dear colleagues, Bangladesh, the rising economy in the world, is considered one of the most climate vulnerable countries due to ensuing natural calamities and slow onset adversities. Despite seemingly insurmountable afflictions, Bangladesh has steadily progressed in making a mark on the global economy and pioneering efforts to address climate fallout through effective adaptation strategies. Bangladesh combating climate changes has drafted the Mujib Climate Prosperity Plan 2030 with the vision of achieving energy independence, maximizing share of renewable energy and energy efficient technologies, and setting Bangladesh's trajectory from one of the vulnerability to resilience to prosperity. The Mujib Climate Prosperity Plan has duly recognized the co-benefits of COVID-19 pandemic recovery while identifying actions for maximizing share of renewable energy and enhancing energy efficiency, ensuring just transitions and creating new green jobs in the country. Climate Change Trust Fund also set up with the government's own funding, special initiative of Honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. Bangladesh was first among all the climate vulnerable countries who created this fund from its own revenue budget. The government has also recently adopted Bangladesh Delta Plan 2100, a comprehensive 100-year strategic plan aimed at gradual sustainable development through adaptive delta management process. I am pleased to share with you that Bangladesh adopted in 2023 the National Adaptation Plan of Bangladesh 23 to 2050. The National Adaptation Plan is considered a living document with a planning horizon until the 2050, with at least a 5-year updating revision cycle aligned with the Bangladesh 5 years development planning process. Dear colleagues, Bangladesh Parliament is also working proactively on climate change. Parliament has amended the Bangladesh Constitution and inserted the article, I quote, "The state shall endeavor to protect and improve the environment and to preserve and safeguard the natural resources, biodiversity, wetlands, forest, and wildlife for the present and future citizens." Dear colleagues, at this auspicious moment today, let us join our hands together to consolidate our partnership to fight against the perilous threat of climate change. We must be prepared to share equitable burden to fulfill our promises of making the world a safer and better place for our future generation. Let me conclude my speech by quoting our Honorable Prime Minister of Bangladesh, Her Excellency Sheikh Hasina, at COP26 in 2021 in Glasgow. I quote, "Despite our responsibility and resources constraints, we had adopted exemplary initiative to tackle climate change. However, developed countries should fulfill their commitments of providing $100 billion annually with 50-50 balance between adaptation and mitigation," unquote. Thank you all. Joy Bangla. Thank you.
And now, Mrs. Cynthia Lopez, and I needed to congratulate our colleague for the election today to preside the Forum of Women Parliamentarians. Congratulations. And now you will work more and more with IPU. Thank you.
Well, first of all, my President, thank you so much for empower women, young MPs, and thanks for all of you for your confidence, for your trust. I will be working very hard as the President of the Women's Forum of the IPU, every day, restless to be doing empowering women. We would be working very hard for climate change. So thank you for your confidence. And for women, it's our priority to work specifically in climate change. We will be attending the conference. We will be doing workshops. We will be visiting their countries to promote laws in favor of climate change. We need to reduce our emissions in different countries. We have to take examples of countries that are doing really well. So thank you, President, for the confidence, and all of you from your delegations for your confidence. I would like to emphasize about what Mexico, my country, has several actions to address the challenges of climate change and water scarcity. A national climate change strategy, Mexico has developed a comprehensive national climate change strategy which aims to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, increase the use of clean energy, and enhance resilience to the impacts of climate change, including water scarcity. Renewable energy. Mexico has set a target to produce 35% of its energy from renewable sources by 2024. So this is expected to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and increase energy security. In water management, Mexico has a federal water management system which aims to ensure the sustainable and equitable use of water resources. This system includes policies and regulations related to water allocation, water quality, and water conservation, and is aimed at improving water security and reducing the impacts of water scarcity. Also, the Mexican government has implemented programs and incentives to encourage the use of water-saving technologies such as drip irrigation and water-efficient appliances. So this is what my country is doing. After this meeting of the IPU, very important meeting in Bahrain, I will return to my country and we will start doing the green parliamentarian caucus in our parliament so we can be working in sustainability laws. So this is our commitment in Mexico, and also as the President of Women's MPs at this Forum of IPU, sustainability and climate change would be a priority that we will be working all around the world in Women's Forum. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And also for the good example that chairperson should always give. You spend less 80 seconds than the time you have. So, very good example. From Madagascar, Mr. Biarin Soa Rakatomala.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Président, Mesdames et Messieurs les parlementaires, Mesdames et Messieurs, Madagascar fait partie des pays les moins pollueurs, mais qui subit de plein fouet les effets du changement climatique. Au niveau de l'insécurité alimentaire, le pays, le 4e taux de malnutrition chronique le plus élevé au monde. Le changement climatique représente le plus grand défi de l'humanité actuellement. La menace que fait peser le réchauffement sur les écosystèmes est croissante et il risque de produire des effets néfastes, sévères et irréversibles sur la planète. Les effets désastreux du changement climatique sur tous les continents sont nombreux, notamment l'élévation du niveau de la mer, les conditions météorologiques extrêmes, cyclones, sécheresses, inondations, la déforestation, etc., etc. Ces catastrophes entraînent d'énormes impacts au niveau de la population, entre autres les pertes et la réduction drastique des récoltes, la réduction des terres cultivables, la dégradation des habitats, l'assèchement des ressources d'eau souterraines et la difficulté d'accès à l'eau potable. La détérioration de la santé publique, la dégradation de la biodiversité, l'écosystème marin, d'où le risque d'extinction de la faune et flore endémique, la migration de la population. tous les pays sont concernés et personne n'est épargné. Nous constatons que même les pays les moins avancés, PMA, qui n'émettent qu'une faible quantité de gaz à effet de serre, subissent de plein fouet les effets néfastes de ce changement. Comme solution, nous proposons que tous les pays ayant des projets de lutte contre le changement climatique soient aidés financièrement afin qu'ils puissent mener à terme les 10 projets. Les pays développés qui sont historiquement responsables du changement climatique et qui disposent de plus grandes capacités financières et technologiques doivent fortement contribuer à la réalisation de ces projets. En tant que Parlement, nous avons énormément de responsabilités à la réalisation de tels projets, d'abord par l'expression des besoins de la population dont nous représentons au niveau des instances nationales et internationales, mais aussi par la vote et l'engagement des ressources financières au niveau national pour la mise en œuvre des activités liées à ces politiques par la reconnaissance de l'importance de la budgétisation inclusive et dans le plan d'action et stratégie de réponse au changement climatique. Pour terminer, la question de ce changement climatique est une question qui unit tous les pays, car nous vivons sur la même planète. Autrement dit, nous sommes condamnés à progresser ensemble. La solidarité et la collaboration doivent constituer ainsi l'axe central ou le ciment de notre politique. Sauvons ensemble notre planète, sauvons ensemble aussi notre... Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président.
You need to conclude, please. Thank you.
Okay.
From Zambia, Mr. Eric Kamboni.
Thank you very much. Yeah, good afternoon again. There is a lot parliaments can do to attain zero carbon emissions by, doing what we are supposed to do. The first thing our parliament has done is, courtesy to our speaker, is to make sure that all the 156 constituencies in the country plant trees. This was led by our Madam Speaker, and this has been done. Each member of parliament was given more than 1,000 trees to plant in the constituents. So that has brought very good results, and also members of parliament went to make people aware and be conscious of what we need to do. The second thing we have done is basically to include 3 committees on our budgeting, that is for energy, agriculture, to look at how the budget can also contribute to the reduction of carbon emissions in the country. So this has worked on very, very effectively. It was started as a pilot program, and it will be expanded this year. So you can see that members of parliament are contributing hugely to the reduction of the carbon emissions in the country. Also, what we have done also is that we have where people cook using charcoal. They cut trees, make charcoal to cook. And so we have come up with the policies, laws that are reducing that and increasing electricity so that people can stop cutting trees, use electricity to cook. And this has worked very well in reducing the calamities of cutting trees and so forth. Also, what Parliament has done is basically to stop using paper now. Everything is done online. Budgeting, messaging, all the reports are all done online, and that has hugely reduced the number of paper we use to cut on the carbon emissions. And so we can do a lot through Parliament. And the other thing that it has done is to institute where Parliament now, and even the country at large, is also part of the signatory to organizations that are there to make sure that we, curb this climate change in many ways. We have had a few flash floods in the country, like in my constituents, because of climate change. The rain pattern changed. We had some houses submerged, collapsing because of the climate change. So it is very important that as parliaments, we all work towards reducing this in one way or another. I'm sure we'll win this war. May I take this opportunity to thank my speaker, the country at large, for working together in reducing the carbon emissions by the Zambian members of parliament and the Zambian people at large. Thank you very much and all the best.
Thank you. Now we'll have the floor, Mrs. Lesia Vasilyenko from Ukraine. Allow me to say, as I expressed a few minutes ago, congratulations to our colleague from Mexico, Mrs. Cynthia Lopez, for the nomination to chair the Forum of Women Parliamentarians. I need to express our gratitude for everything you had done during your job as chair of the Forum of Women Parliamentarians, especially in a moment, very difficult moment to your country and to you personally. And you never give up to be where it was important to defend the women parliamentarians, also in this moment where your country is suffering an invasion and a war. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. And I would like to commend the IPU and the IPU Secretariat especially for this special session on accountability for the execution of the IPU resolution we collectively adopt in these assemblies. I am happy to report that following many IPU recommendations, the Ukrainian Parliament has actually established a special subcommittee on climate change that I had lobbied for personally and that I now have the honor to chair. As a result of the work of the subcommittee, our Parliament is turning green. And we have cut down the paper that we use. We have gone almost digital. We have been able, even through this very difficult last year, to pass over 2 dozens of legislative acts dedicated to climate change, and our legislative process goes through the prism of climate change every time. But this section, where I have the honor to be reporting today, it also must abide by the IPU rules. And the IPU rules are clear that there must be accountability for all items that were passed by our assemblies. In Nusa Dua and then in Kigali, the emergency items passed were resolutions calling on Russia to stop its aggression against Ukraine. The resolutions were supported practically unanimously and urged to hold the violator of IPU values and principles accountable. But instead of bearing the full responsibility for the grave breaches of international law, Russian delegates continued to sit in this room with us as if Ukrainian children weren't being killed every day, as if Ukrainian cities weren't wiped off of the face of the earth by Russian missiles, and as if the world wasn't being forced to the brink of nuclear catastrophe courtesy of the Kremlin. Colleagues, our work here cannot be focused merely on condemning, reiterating, reinforcing with words. Words, colleagues, must be followed by action. And in this case, in the case of these last 2 items, there were no actions. We must change this. Between meetings and at our next assembly, I urge us colleagues to come up with clear reports as to what we have done in our respective countries, in our respective parliaments, to stop Russia's aggression, to bring justice and build back respect for democracy and international law. I would like us to report on how many countries signed up to President Zelensky's 10-point peace plan. I would like to hear reports on how many countries introduced sanctions pushing Russia to come back to a law-based order, international law-based order. And I would like to also hear how many countries have endorsed the setting up of a special tribunal on Russia's aggression against Ukraine, on condemning that aggression. And while we do our homework in between the sessions, I would like us also to take stock of the excellent example of our president of the Inter-Parliamentary Union, Mr. Duarte Pacheco, who through this year has been an example of leadership for our parliaments towards human rights, democracies, and building just societies. Please bear this in mind as we continue our work between the sessions and over to our session in Angola. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Lesia Vasilyenko, also for your kind words. IPU should defend the basic values of our fathers always, every day, day by day, never give up. And I believe that we will continue to defend these values of freedom, integrity of each country, of all countries, recognized by United Nations, and even dialogue as the only way to solve conflicts, never wars. And finally, our colleague from Bolivia is the last speaker.
Gracias, presidente. Hemos escuchado un conjunto de experiencias de cada uno de nuestros países respecto del cambio y, en verdad, de lo que deberíamos llamar crisis climática. Me voy a permitir compartir con ustedes, transmitirles algunas líneas de lo que llamamos los fundamentos para una asamblea de la tierra, que parten de recordar el informe del secretario general de Naciones Unidas en 2022, que se refirió a que la Asamblea General debería considerar la posibilidad de reunirse como Asamblea de la Tierra, donde los paradigmas no antropocéntricos que continúan evolucionando puedan seguir desarrollándose y encontrar un lugar en el multilateralismo. Consideramos que la convocatoria a una Asamblea de la Tierra en Naciones Unidas, bajo el patrocinio y el auspicio de la Unión Interparlamentaria Mundial, que tiene la legitimidad de la representación a partir del voto popular, es una tarea global primordial para la humanidad y para la Madre Tierra. Esta propuesta de la Asamblea de la Madre Tierra podría ser en el año 2024, justo el 22 de abril, cuando se celebra el Día Internacional de la Madre Tierra. Evento que podría desarrollarse en 2 o 3 días, considerando diálogos interactivos desarrollados hasta la fecha y cuya experiencia se ha relatado en este hemiciclo. El informe presentado el año 2020 sobre el cumplimiento de los Objetivos de Desarrollo Sostenible detalla de manera muy clara los límites mínimos y que el mundo no está en camino de cumplir los Objetivos de Desarrollo Sostenible hasta el 2030. Por tanto, es necesario, presidente, revitalizar o reconducir estos objetivos desde la perspectiva centrada en la tierra, de manera que posteriormente se pueda avanzar hacia la construcción de una agenda post-2030, a tono con lo de la cumbre del futuro, que finalmente sería una contribución importante de la UIP para establecer en el mundo un criterio distinto de tratamiento de la problemática de los derechos de la Madre Tierra, la crisis climática y el cambio climático. A diferencia de los acuerdos internacionales presentados anteriormente, la Asamblea de la Tierra servirá para construir propuestas donde la preocupación es la Madre Tierra, la casa común de todos los seres humanos y no humanos de la naturaleza, donde la perspectiva no sean el crecimiento y el progreso indefinidos, presidente, sino el objetivo, el propósito, sea la búsqueda del equilibrio entre todos los componentes de la comunidad de la Tierra, entre todos los sistemas de vida de la Madre Tierra, para restaurar los ciclos vitales de la naturaleza. Propongo, Bolivia, el Estado plurinacional de Bolivia, propone que bajo el auspicio de su presidencia y de la Unión Interparlamentaria Mundial se puedan afirmar los criterios para realizar ese llamado a la Asamblea de la Tierra. Muchísimas gracias, presidente.
Dear colleague, I will just say, I love challenge. And so it's one that I will ask you and your delegation to formalize, and we may put it in our agenda of the Executive Committee to study the possibility to realize it. Challenge is always good, and it will be a very important one to the IPU and to the world. I think we end our list of speakers. Again, a special thank to Honorable Speaker of Tongo that led a grand part of this meeting. Thank you, Excellency. And we finish this point of our order, of our agenda. And so the Governing Council will come tomorrow morning at 9 a.m., please. I will repeat 9 a.m. because to the first meeting we needed to wait half an hour to have quorum to begin. I hope that the same will not happen tomorrow. Otherwise, we will end later on. It's easy because we have one agenda very tough that we need to finish tomorrow, our last day. So have a good night. Enjoy the cultural event that will happen, and tomorrow at 9 we will be together again to the Governing Council meeting. Thank you, sir, for your cooperation.